Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Fleeks on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
You're looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that's the cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna
be. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
I think I love her, I think I love her. She's always singing songs and I sing along. I think I love her, I think I love her. She's always going out and I tag along. I wait in the cold at her instigation, freezing but full of big ideas. A little laugh, a little look, a little dilation. Her voice is the only thing I hear. I wanna shout, I think I love her, I think I love her. She's always singing songs and I sing along. I think I love her, I think I love her. She's always going out and I tag along. I hold her hand at her instigation, praying that it will never end. A little miss, a little dress, a nice occasion, and that is where my little story ends.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another day of the LCK 2020 Spring Split. It's me, Valdez, with LS, Lesnek. How are you doing today, man? I know it's been a lot of casting for you, but we're almost halfway through the week. It's day 3. It's here on Friday night in Seoul, South Korea. How are you feeling today?
I'm something today.
You're something?
I'm
a little bit of something?
I'm a little something.
Little something, something?
Maybe a lot of something. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Catch my drift? Well,
wow, this is starting off really nice. I like where this is going.
You know, actually, it is starting off nice. Damwon versus Genji.
True.
So it starts off nice.
And then what? What are you saying?
Well, we have to see the drafts.
Okay. Yeah, we do need to see the drafts. I feel like LCK has definitely gone down this path where it's very much, we can have interesting drafts or we can have sin drafts, and some of them are really good, some of them are really bad, but I feel like more so than any other split, we have put a lot of focus on the drafts because there has been this discussion about, what is the ideal draft? How should teams be drafting nowadays? And so far, as you've called them out, the Korean teams are kind of earning a C- right now, barely passing, if that. And we've had teams have a great draft, but then lose because they piloted it terribly wrong.
Yes.
Which we did see yesterday. And we've had the opposite, where they go for total sin drafts and they crush the enemy because they're so much better than them. Which is some of what could happen today. But guys, we're going to jump into the points of the match. Or, nope, this is the standings. As you guys can see, Dragon X and Afrika on top. Genji playing against Damwon, two teams that are on the west side of the bracket. Any, not predictions, but anything you're looking forward to from today?
Well, Genji is coming off of, I think, the cleanest series that has been played so far
Yes.
in the LCK, and obviously yesterday had some pretty good games in terms of cleanliness out of the winning teams, but Gen.G, we'll see what they can do here against Dom1, and going off of what you were saying in regards to the drafts and the importance of them right now, the meta is sort of gravitating backwards. We're seeing lots of Victor end up popping up, lots of Zoe, and finally, we've begun to see some deviation in the AD carry role. We did have the Xayah Rakan end up being met by the Ezreal.
Yep, that we did. Def putting on a nice performance yesterday. Let's hop into some of the match points. Yep, here we go. The points of the match. The Fellowship of the Ring is for the quest for the 3rd consecutive win. 2-0 victory will actually guarantee them first place without a tie.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a pretty big win for Gen.G. If they can end up securing it, they can keep up the momentum, and if they have a clean win here today, it definitely will reinforce the hype that a lot of people had about them in the offseason coming into the split, and they initially lost some traction on it in their first series, but been picking it up. Second point, Gen.G's new top side lineup versus Dom1, same top lineup, and yeah, this is gonna be a bit interesting. So Clid and Rascal going up against Canyon and Nuggery is something to definitely look at, but we've seen Rascal versus Nuggery before, and I'm very doubtful that the jungle dynamic is going to really change anything about that.
No, especially as the game does come along. I like the third point quickly here. Will Nuggery keep his angry mode on for the MVP interview? We'll see how angry he is today. But we're going to take a look at some team stats as well. As you guys can see, that Gen.G, you talked about clean. They're winning fast, and just their overall games are fast.
31 and a half minutes is fast here.
Yes.
So
that is very fast in the LCK.
I too like to put super glue on my chairs. Average game time over 30:53 for Gen.G. And remember, Dom1, they CLG'd themselves to a victory last week. So
yeah,
it'll be interesting to see what they can do against Gen.G, because really they looked very shaky in their last series where Gen.G looked phenomenal, and Dom1 are just really trying to find their ground, and I'm curious to see what is going to happen, because we're also starting off game number 1 with Gen.G on red side, and Dom1 is usually all about the Showmaker and Nuggery show, and so being on blue, especially in this meta, I don't think it's going to favor them that much coming into this match, because it's very likely we could have a 3-game series where it goes Gen.G, Dom1, then Gen.G.
Yeah.
Depending on
absolutely
what type of edges can be secured inside of the pick ban.
Yeah, I mean, there is that point for sure. I was going to say, hey, maybe they could, you know, with their extra first pick, go for some extra Ornn, as I have some nice stats that I'll get into when the drafts do start, as Ornn is doing pretty well. But they're not really a team that would go for Ornn too much, I wouldn't imagine. As we're going to take a look at some highlights.
This is Dom1. Yeah, this is the backdoor on Rise that Nuggery ended up going for, and really, they deserve to lose this game, but through an absolute miracle, Nuggery CLGing APK ends up last hitting the Nexus, and he had the attack speed room by accident that game.
Really?
Yeah. So.
Oh man.
That's what. That's a pretty nice accident.
Yeah, it's got to feel good when that kind of thing does happen. Galio with the beautiful taunt. Yes, this was against KT. This was on day 1, actually, of the LCK. And, yeah, I mean, Gen.G have defeated KT. This was a 2-1 victory. This is just a beautiful fight when they did go up against Griffin. They defeated KT and Griffin, but KT and Griffin are 2 teams in the LCK right now that are not doing too well. So I'm curious to see how they'll do up against Dom1, who is a better team overall.
Gen.G definitely has had a bit of an easier ride here than some of the teams that are in the high standings right now on the west side, and we'll see what that ends up meaning. Ruler is he's been showing the Callista a couple of times, and that's going to be important to watch, as well as just how the metas progresses. Taking a look at the key player comparison right now, Showmaker versus BDD. And you can see KDA, BDD in first place. Damage per minute, though. Showmaker a little up. And gold per minute. Fortunately, Showmaker getting a lot of value for himself in that department. But, I mean, they're not really separated by all that much. And stats like this are always going to be a gateway to questions. Well, what is the difference between the damage per minute? What sort of champions are they playing? BDD, he had a Galio game in there.
Yeah.
And that's not a champion that you get to deal a lot of damage with.
Yeah, you just take a look at the damage per minute, and BDD's at 10th. That doesn't mean that he's not doing a good job as a mid laner in the LCK, you know? It's just based on the champions that he has picked and the games that they've been in. Gen G, they have high KDAs but low damage per minute overall as a team. That's because their games are so clean. They don't even really need to, you know, crush the opponent and fight against them all that much. They just take the wins, and it's clean wins in team fights, and that's about it. So we are going to introduce the teams here. The only thing that you might notice in the dark is that Hoyt is starting instead of Beryl here for Dom1 Gaming. He will be hopping into that support role alongside of Nuclear. And other than that, it's just the same lineups that you guys know and love from these two teams.
We'll see what they have in store for us today as they're going to take their seats. And, you know, the Gen G outfit, I gotta say, it sort of looks like the True Damage Senna Louis Vuitton type thing.
Really?
Well, yeah, or maybe I'm just lost sight. I'm not really...
I mean, yeah, can you even see what you're looking at on the screen?
Okay, now you're making fun of me.
No.
Okay, I believe this falls under TOS.
Well, you know, we kind of do that all the time here at the LCK, so I think we get kind of a buy, you know, a pass on that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we have special powers here on this stream. Yeah, I mean, they're both kind of just wearing jerseys.
I like how it looks like, you ever watch the shark surfer uniforms? You know what I'm talking about? It's like the
Shark surfer?
Like, I don't...
You mean like a surfer? Or what is
yeah,
a
but
shark
like a shark
surfer?
fin that comes across. You know what
I think I know what you're talking about.
No, you don't.
You mean like the tight suits they wear?
Yeah.
Right.
And it looks like waves on the jersey,
Oh,
but
but
it's meant to represent like a shark.
Oh, okay. That's just like a style, right?
Yeah,
That's
what
just
the
like
Dom1
a...
jersey looks like.
Okay. All right. You know, Dom1 is a monitor company, I
Yes.
think? Yeah.
It's actually the main monitor in all the PC bunks.
Yeah.
That's near
We
my
see
house.
a lot of Dom1.
Where I haven't been in almost 2
Oh
weeks
yeah,
now.
you don't live by your house anymore. You live you live near here at the LCK.
Do you want to hear something really scary? Right
Yes.
before we start talking
It's
about
a little
the
bit spooky.
pick
You're
bands.
spooking me out right now.
2 of the corona cases are less than a kilometer from where I live.
What?
Yeah, that's
What?
not that's a little
Maybe
scary.
this is a blessing in disguise that
Yeah.
you just have to work 5 days a week, but you're avoiding the corona.
Yeah, that's
You're actually surviving by doing this.
it's 1 station away from me.
Yeah, you're the last survivor of your neighborhood. That's
The
you.
last. All right. Well,
You'd be pretty good on that show, Survivor. You should,
Thank
you
you.
should try out.
so far Dom1 banning away the Pantheon and the Zoe. And I think Pantheon is gaining a lot of appreciation in recent weeks. His E is just so obnoxious.
Yeah.
In competitive. And the other thing is, with every champion continuously just being hit and the meta being more and more stale, things begin to get more figured out and more understood. And it sounds weird to say that the meta is stale when I believe that there was a stat that was, I saw it on Reddit, that only 10 champions haven't been picked in competitive.
Yeah.
And we are, what, 3 weeks deep in other regions as well? That is an
yeah.
insane statistic. And so, in that way, you can sort of look at it like, okay, well, that is actually pretty impressive from just a growth and evolution standpoint of how champions and everything are progressing in this game. But lots of champions aren't dealing insane amounts of damage and they can't lane kingdom the way that they're supposed to. The
Yeah.
stat checkers come back, like Victor, like Zoe, like Syndra. Orianna is a really strong pick in this meta, particularly on R4, because then it allows you to counterpick support, which I think has a lot more potency than just handshaking the tanks. But Damwon here, they're opening up with Latios on B1. Genji responds, R1, R2 set Misfortune, so...
Yeah. You want to know something interesting is that the stats right now for these champions are heavily favoring Damwon. Nautilus and Aphelios, two of the most winning champions right now in the current LCK. Speaking of Orianna, by the way, looks like they're going to play her, so our discussion was pertinent for the time for this draft. And meanwhile, Set and MF right now, a horrendous win rate. She's 7-15, 31%. So she's down there towards the bottom. And look at this, Orianna versus
here's the
Azir.
stat checkers.
It's great.
I love my life right now.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that you're here with me.
It's right when we were talking about it,
This
you know?
is fantastic.
We made it happen.
Now flip the page for me.
Okay.
Like, all right. Well, Lee Sin gonna be banned away by Genji. And the thing that's weird about this right now, Set still currently doesn't have targets. I talk about this all the time. And we are in 10-2, so this isn't the patch where he ends up getting nerfed. And interestingly, now Jarvan is going to be banned away by Damwon.
Yeah, they saw, who was that yesterday? Bono? I think it was Bono who was playing the Jarvan.
Oh, man.
Yeah, they saw that. They're like, we can't have that happen again. We need to ban that champion.
Renekton now getting banned away. That's a bit interesting.
Yeah.
Of a final ban.
It's interesting that Renekton seemingly is getting focus, even though he had his main weapon taken away from him, his main item. Elise also very high in terms of what's it called? Like showing herself in all these drafts, pick or ban.
The thing is that come on, man.
Wait, it's not locked in yet. We still have 5 seconds. Okay.
That's even worse.
I was like, no, this is good. MF Braum.
I can't. I'm not gonna make it.
Wait, look!
Whoa!
Wait! He's here to bring you back to life. It's Ivern.
Wait, why is it being paired with an R? What is going on right now? Hello?
Nothing makes sense, but they picked Ivern because they heard that you were
know
falling
what?
asleep.
This
Sejuani.
They're trying to end me. They're actually this is the
Yeah.
end. So Sejuani just counterpicked herself, which is truly impressive.
Good, yeah.
Inside of the jungle. And now they also paired a Gnar with an Ivern. This was a really nice Soraka spot for Damwon, but allergic to victory we are here in the LCK.
Yeah, a lot of teams are.
Little surprising here as the Yordle does come out. Now, Gnar, again, we talk about the stat checkers and stuff like that. Gnar isn't really particularly up there, but you ended up giving Set such a valuable target now, especially because thematically he's going to counter what you're trying to achieve, which is extremely bizarre. So we're going to take a look at the team composition one last time. Nautilus, Aphelios, Orianna, Ivern, and Gnar. I'm really not sure what they're trying to achieve here. They have some bizarre idea of a Wombo combo, and Ivern that doesn't have a lot of champions that can follow up with his Q. Daisy is valuable, but when you consider what they're going up against, Set, Sejuani, Azir, Misfortune, and Braum, the Azir and the MF just control everything so much better, and then the Set works so well. So even though the Sejuani and a Braum can be a bit problematic for the team composition relative to some of the Damwon champions, it's definitely a lot easier to pilot.
Does seem that way as we regress back years and years here. The drafts are just going back. We got Azir, Braum, Sejuani back into the meta against Orianna. You mentioned the Wombo combo of Damwon Gaming. They do have an insane amount of disruption if they can use it all at a similar amount of time. You know, just Nautilus as a champion and then Orianna, Ivern. Sorry, I'm distracted by this incredibly talented basketball player. Gnar as well, if they do get that engage off.
Do you like?
I'm really enjoying this right now.
Are you?
Yeah, I just had to kind of slowly fade off on my point because
Yeah, no problem.
I was really really having a good time watching him. But yeah, this does feel like a game where you know, the first 15-20 minutes can kind of just be a little bit of a lully situation, if you catch my drift.
Yeah. And we'll see what ends up happening here. Azir with a minion dematerializer is also so perplexing.
It's coming back. We saw it yesterday too.
BDD also opting for the Electrocute. Important to know also, Canyon has the Airy. And he has the Nimbus Cloak as well, which is an absolutely insanely busted rune.
Oh yeah. I mean,
yeah.
people are beginning to realize it though. We're seeing it more and more.
It's basically, it gives you the old rune Storm Raiders Surge. It's really what it feels like in the jungle because you... Oh, it's just so powerful. Ivern coming in now. He tapped his red and smited it right away, and I have no idea why. I don't know why you would do that. Valdez, I'm...
Well, I'm just
here.
as perplexed as you are. I don't have any extra information on why he would do that.
Now he's just walking around in a circle.
I think he took Hex Flash.
Did he tap his...
By the way.
He didn't tap his Wraiths.
Really? Well, while we're watching him here, it's been 758 days since we have seen Ivern in LCK. The last time was January 18th of 2018. BBQ versus Kongdu Monster. It was a long time ago, and it was a win, actually. Trick was able to pick that one up.
The interesting thing about Ivern is he's really just math slapped onto the map, basically. You time his camp clear speed, his movement, what he's going to do, how he's going to do it, etc. And Canyon could just have 2 smite charges right now. And it would be very easy for him to have secured the Scuttle Crab had he just altered his route a little bit. And so it's so surprising, especially because the set can't get priority against the Gnar early on. Doesn't matter if the Azir has it. A Sejuani is never invading you ever in a million years.
Yeah.
And so
True.
the fear that Canyon seemingly had with his opening route, it was such a conservative Ivern route, is so perplexing.
Yeah, I mean, it does come down to, once again, we have to consider, you know, how much practice has he had on a champion like this prior to this game. I mean, they had to have practiced it coming into this one, especially up against a strong team like Gen G. But then again, Ivern, you know, he's very unique in his own way, so perhaps he doesn't have all of the ideas down yet.
The thing about this is he's actually being outpaced by a Sejuani. And that is just not a spot that you want to be in right now. Especially given, again, all of the lane dynamics. It's very easy for Ivern to get a lot of information early and have a very controlled early game route in this matchup, but even if Canyon has been practicing the Ivern in maybe a vacuum, I don't know how often he's maybe played it against Sedge, because when you're playing Ivern against some of the meta junglers, you do tend to be a lot more conservative, but when it goes up against something like Sejuani, something like Zac, or something that is just
Passive, level 6 farmer.
Low tempo.
Yeah.
And relatively passive, doesn't have real ways of sticking onto Ivern and killing him, he can do a lot more. And speaking of doing a lot, Nuguri is really getting the better end of Rascal inside of this matchup.
Yeah. Speaking of doing a lot, on that topic of doing a lot, I feel like we're not going to be doing much in this game except discussing Ivern jungle pathing, because these players aren't going to be doing much except trading in the lanes. Lane seems to be going well for Nuguri. In the mid lane, it looks like BDD was doing well, but Showmaker able to TP back. Nobody's really getting any big advantages anywhere. The biggest CS difference is in the top lane. As Clid at level 5, rather, looking for an opportunity here.
This is really interesting for a lot of reasons. It looks like Orianna is going to be going Athene's Unholy Grail. And Ivern with the mobility boots first, and this is something that you could tell maybe was coming because he didn't take magical footwear on Ivern. And typically, when you don't take magical footwear on champions that don't really utilize the other runes in that row, it often signals that you will be getting early boots for something, whether it be you have the Predator rune or because you want mobility boots. But the reason this is so interesting is you have Ivern, you have Orianna, who's going support Orianna. And we imagine that this is to try to hyper Nuclear on the Aphelios. And that's just not something that I think anyone would have imagined in a million years. Why would you put all of your eggs into your bot lane?
Are you saying that because of the player specifically?
Don't do this to me, Valdez.
What are you saying exactly?
I see where you're trying to escort
LS.
me.
No, I see what you mean. I think.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah, I think I have a good idea of what I'm trying to say.
You're picking up what I'm putting down.
Yeah. The thing is that Damwon has done this before. This isn't the first time that they've bet on kind of one hyper carry and Nuclear to come in and be the one guy that does it. And maybe, we've been seeing this more and more in the LCK, this kind of hyper carry style. We saw it yesterday out of Hanwha Life with the ridiculous Tryndamere draft and with the Soraka and everything like that. And so, could just be that teams are feeling like this kind of meta is coming back, and so Damwon feel a bit forced to go into that as well.
This is a lovely ping pong we got going on.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as I said in the beginning, I think this is just going to go on for the first 15, 20 minutes, and we can kind of relax, sit back.
Don't fall asleep, Valdez.
Try not to get sick, There's a lot of viruses going around in Korea right now. Gotta stay safe. I brought my mask.
I saw it.
Yeah. You did too, just in case.
Yeah. Well, that's a beach ball. I've never noticed that before. That is a very cool animation.
Huh.
I
thought
like
he
it a
was
lot.
like a basketball player though.
Yeah, I thought so too.
So why does he have a beach ball? Shouldn't that be like a basketball?
Don't,
You
that's
know?
not necessary.
Okay. Is Ivern unquestionable? Are we not
Yeah.
allowed to ask questions of
he's a friend of
Ivern?
the forest. What are you?
I like forests as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. There's a lot of action down here in the bottom lane. I just can't help but see that Nuclear's still at full health.
I love how no one is even attempting to manipulate their lane states relative to jungle path. We just have spellcast after spellcast on every single minion wave. This is really great. I'm having a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying myself right now. This is just amazing.
I am so glad that I am here with Twitch chat and YouTube chat and whatever other medium chat.
And Brendan Valdez, right?
Don't push it.
I mean, I'm kind of here.
Yeah,
I think I'm doing something. I can't really tell, though. It's weird. Yesterday was such a great day, by the way. You had 4 games, but all the games felt, meaningful.
Yeah, they did.
There were a lot of cool drafts
even
great plays
the
and stuff.
one where Hanwha Life. Oh, hold on, Daisy.
Oh, Daisy.
Daisy Dukes.
Wow, she's got some armor on. She's getting in there. Big engaged by the Braum. The bullet time is down because she used it in the lane to push the wave to amount to nothing. And now the counter engage is coming on down to Kellen, who's just going to hop the wall as Nuclear will go wide with his ultimate. Wow, I'm really enjoying myself tonight.
So the Mountain Dragon, as bizarre as it is, does end up actually going the way of Damwon, and that's kind of nice given that they do build resistances on a lot of their champions. And I mean, Orianna gonna get some value out of that as well with the Athene's Unholy Grail. And now we're gonna go back to ping pong. Let's take a look at this one more time. Ivern flashes away, and this is what's so bizarre is BDD could go for an Azir Sec. And even though Ruler doesn't have his bullet time available, you have Exhaust on Braum if someone tried to be a hero. So, a little bit hesitant on that engage angle, and now we have Infernal Drake coming up in 4 minutes, and that is a bit difficult to actually assess who it would be more valuable for, most likely for Gen G. And then we have the potential to get a Cloud Dragons.
Oh,
you know.
Nice.
Yeah.
Lots of ultimates in this game.
Now, also, I had a tweet last week about Trinity Force versus Black Cleaver.
Yes, I remember. Talking about it yesterday and the day before that as well, in fact.
Yeah, and this is probably one of those spots where on Gnar you could go Trinity Force, for sure.
Yeah.
And the reason being that has less bonus health, so even better against Set. But all the other stats are so valuable to Gnar in this situation. You know this game's going long anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
And your armor shred is negligible.
Okay, that's gonna go wide as Kellen looks to disengage as fast as possible. The eye, it looks like it was stolen by someone on the side of Damwon. I didn't even quite catch that, but it looked like Showmaker was able to pick that up. Yeah, he's got it there in the mid lane, so I want to take another look at that replay, but it did go over to the side of Damwon Gaming, somehow getting on in there, as most likely Canyon was just able to somehow outsmite, or maybe they got the last hit, but either way, Damwon are not wasting any time, and they're going to be pushing down mid and looking for some plates.
They're going to crash it in mid, and this is actually really big. Getting Azir's tier 1 turret is super important. And so we'll see what ends up happening now, though, as they're going to have to probably wait for Shirley in order to get this. As taking a look at Canyon here, and he is, he's building a wall.
Yeah, he just walks right in and smites it away. It's just a clean out smite there from Canyon over Clid. And, I mean, Clid, not the best of fights, if you can call it that, as nobody died. Still 0-0 here. He missed his ultimate, went wide through, 3 or 4 people, and then he missed his smite. It was a little bit late on that one. So maybe he is also, falling asleep a little bit with the pace of this game, because it's extremely molasses slow right now.
What are you talking about? It's
You're on the edge of your seat.
Everyone has boots. How can it be slow?
Oh, true, yeah.
Yeah.
We do have
maybe pay attention, Velvet.
one player
Honestly.
with Moby boots. As, a gank trying to get on top of Nuggery here. He's going to hop over the head of Clid as BDD is going to come in here as well. Nuggery is going to bounce them away, but the follow-up with the Sejuani ultimate is going to get him there. First blood comes in at 14 minutes as...
honestly just and hello?
Did you bring your saxophone? No, that's Atlas, actually. He's the one that can play Yakety sax. Not even really Yakety sax there. It's just kind of like everybody's missing everything. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about right now, Valdez.
This is,
the way that I look at it is Showmaker and Canyon really bait up on that oxygen. Okay.
Oh, boy.
Actually, we don't even know if oxygen exists on Summoner. I feel like we'd have to ask the design
There are
team.
human characters.
You don't know if they breathe oxygen.
What did they evolve far beyond?
What if they've evolved? Sort of like how Nar's about to evolve into something right there. Yeah, you never saw that Pokemon now, did you?
Not until just now.
Doesn't matter. It was captured.
Yeah.
As Canyon and Showmaker make their way up here.
This
and
Pokeball missed.
yeah, it really did.
Yeah.
And that's why you got to weaken it a bit more or try to use a status effect.
You got to put the Sejuani to sleep. I know they're trying really hard, but still not able to do that just yet. As Nuggery winning a nice little trade up there on the top side. Infernal Drake. Looks like someone just grouping up for Gen G.
Well, okay, so Aphelios got 7 AD. So
Nice.
almost a long.
Very close.
Now, Aphelios has the highest stats, I believe, right now in the game. So just do the math on what. Okay, Ruler, is he asleep? Hold on. He was standing still for a bit.
He's right behind us. You can just look over your shoulder. Oh, no, he's still awake. Surprising. His resolve is fascinating.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is.
I don't know how he's managing it. BDD, the most total gold there. As everything's looking pretty normal across the board. Ruler's about 200 gold ahead of Nuclear. Mid lane, BDD is ahead there.
Another ward placed down in the exact same spot. As Nuggery now going to go for a trade here. Ended up making Rascal miss 2 CS though.
Nice, nice.
So a bit of a win. Hold on, another ward.
Ooh! Oh. They had to use the
they got
sweeper.
it. They did.
Hey, it's a small win for Down 1 Gaming.
Yes.
Down in the bottom lane.
Look at this. The bird and the boar looking for something. Looking for the tree.
Yeah.
They've heard he's been up to no good.
Is there a boar Pokemon in like one of the later gens?
Isn't there like Swine Up or something like?
Yeah.
That's sort of a boar, right?
Yeah.
What is going on, man?
So okay, I think I know what happened. They had a ward in the lane, and they didn't see them back off, so they just assumed that, okay, they can't be too far back, they have to be in this one bush, and that's why he went for it. It looked really strange, and it was really strange, as now another gank onto Nuggery here. This is really easy. This is what you're going to do against Nuggery. He will just greedily push in the top lane, doesn't mind giving up kills, as long as he can keep his lane dominance going.
All right. GLP 800 is the item of choice for Showmaker against the enemy team. And they do have quite a few champions that are prone to the slow. And Orianna can get value out of that. And combined with Daisy, the slows on Ivern as well, that is the best thing I've ever heard.
The Daisy call?
Yeah.
Is that really Daisy, though? I guess it is. It looks very different from the stone golem that I'm used to.
Maybe?
Can we call him Donald?
Oh, we could call
no,
him.
but then everybody would hate Ivern then. That's not good.
You know what?
Has the name Donald been ruined forever? Have you ever considered that?
Well, Donald Duck.
Yeah, but you know.
Yeah, even the Observer's not looking. What's happening? I don't know. I feel bad. Nar's the cutest. You know, they don't actually have a Nardal in the Riot store.
Really?
Yeah, isn't that strange? Why? I don't know. They have a lot of Tibbers and Teemos.
Yeah, I mean.
They just don't like the G in Nar.
The G?
Yeah, Tibbers and Teemo.
Oh,
yeah.
Why are there no Tryndamere dolls then?
Rift Herald. Rift Herald.
Real question. I'm serious. What if you? Here's a great idea.
Yeah.
You know, like stuffed animals. You know, we're talking about like little Teemo plushies and stuff.
Uh-huh.
They make all the cool characters
Okay.
into like figurines. You know, like Zed or Echo, right? Zoo. We have a little fight here. As ultimates are exchanged, the double up is going to hit. They're actually going at it 2v2. Point gets low. A lot of damage coming out of Nuclear. And the TP is not going to amount to anything, as Clid will start up surely, as they will surely push the lane after that TP.
Damwon, they're going to be able to raise this bot tier 1 turret, though. So
yeah,
it's a bit of a victory for them. The gold score is so close currently in this game, and Cloud Dragon is coming up, so it's going to end up being Cloud Soul, which isn't the most valuable.
No, it's not.
Also, Rascal has a Warmog's Stone. I mean, is Warmog second on set?
Yes.
This is a very interesting build.
Wait, so what about Black Cleaver and Trinity Force?
That's,
is that not a thing?
That's a thing that is starting to get actually some popularity.
Yeah, you were talking about one or the other, but
when you're building Black Cleaver in the first place, though, you have not opened up a calculator. That's just on set.
Okay, yeah.
Because the way that he conducts himself in team fights, he's hitting one target, and even if you superplex onto multiple, that's all that you're doing. As
follow-up engage here,
yeah,
amounts
it's
to 0.
So the Trinity Force versus Black Cleaver on most of these champions, I've talked about it so many times on the broadcast. I had a really long tweet conversation, even with Licorice, the Cloud9 top laner.
Yeah.
And basically, so Orianna has 63 armor right now. If you penetrate 24% of that, and that's if you apply every stack to her.
Yeah.
Which she's not the one that you're gunning for in a team fight. So, yes, sure, for Set as well as Misfortune, you're amplifying a little bit of damage. But the reality is that you're getting essentially a lethality item, or actually less than a lethality item in terms of value out of that. And then there's other targets that are going to be around that armor threshold. So the Spellblade procs from Trinity Force are dealing so much more damage than you could ever hope to achieve. And then here's the kicker on Set. You're applying all these Black Cleaver stacks just so that if you're playing them correctly, you're looking to deal true damage via the Haymaker.
Yeah.
So that's a bit of a... that doesn't really add up.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense. So the Trinity Force gives him attack speed, which is then amplified by his passive, so he gets a lot of value out of that. The movement speed that it gives him is really important for his approaches with his Q and his Z, his repositioning inside of team fights. Obviously doesn't utilize the mana, has a little bit less HP, which he doesn't really care about that. The difference is virtually negligible. And also, just for his split pushing, it helps him out so much, because Set in a team fight, he's not hitting 4 targets and applying 24% to everyone. And even if he was, there's only an MF in this team composition. It's not like we have all AD or we have a very strong lethality champion in mid that could really use the benefit. And the same goes for an R. The same exact logic applies. And don't give me any nonsense about it. 700 gold more. This game could wait 700 gold more.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Like, I remember I asked you that question in a different type of game, but in this game, you might as well just suit all the players up with 6 items and go from there.
Yeah, and the thing about it, in the jungle, it's a bit of a different argument because junglers already function off of a lower economy. And so we're going to have a team fight brewing, though.
Yeah, a TP flank. That's going to be flashed. That's Sejuani. Ultimate Hoyt's in a bit of trouble here in the front. They're fighting front to back, both these teams very well. And when that happens, nobody's going to die. If you fight front to back with the Nautilus in the front versus a Braum and the Orianna and the, Aphelios behind and Azir and MF behind the other side, nobody's going to die. Which is why TP flanks are nice, but it was spotted.
I really like the Daisy comes out and the ref is like foul. Everyone's going to go back to their corner.
We got to reset the fight. It's not
Number
not
22.
fair.
I wonder what that means.
Okay. All right. Nuggery, good try. Traded that one with Ruler. That's really important, actually. Gen G moving their way back to the mid lane. They're eating a bunch of poke. And so we will continue the push here from Damwon. Okay, I'm going to pretend I didn't see that one. As the turret does come down and kills the other turret. And now we're going to move back and prepare for Cloud Drake here in about a minute.
Just let it happen.
I feel like this doesn't require any commentary, to be honest. I just hear, so I feel like I should say something, but
we're in the K round.
I don't know.
Right now. We are in the K round. And I was talking about this with Jat, Well, I'm looking forward to talking about it more with chat. Interestingly enough, there are some times where A-ramming, regardless of region, can be correct, and it's relative to your side lanes. Now, you can see the top wave is actually coming in for Dom1 Gaming. The bot wave is pushing out. So, in this particular instance, I'm not going to say that this is actually okay, but if different variables were at play, and you're the one stalemating while two side lanes crash into the opponent and they can't respond to it, which that's going to be a really thin argument in itself anyway, because typically 4 members at 20 minutes into the game can hold off.
Yeah.
But there are definitely some situations where it can be a fine strategical play, and I guess we're just going to all in over Cloud Soul.
Yeah, we're coming on in. That's a bullet time. Will hit Canyon for the majority of it. They're trying to re-engage BDD. Bunch of ults going back and forth. Gnar versus Azir. Is anybody going to die? Can somebody please die in the game? No? Not Euclid? No? Anyone? Almost killed him there with the root. Almost. So close. Yeah. I got literal spectator right next to me. He's not saying much. He's moved into full spectator mode right now. As I was saying, there really is not much to say. I mean, now, Dom1 is getting close to Dragon Soul, Cloud Dragon that you mentioned.
All right. Right here.
Break it down.
Yeah. Somehow Misfortune beat both the junglers with the bullet time.
Wait,
and
what?
Yeah, Misfortune beat both the
Oh, I
junglers
didn't even...
with the bullet time.
Okay.
The Azir, I mean, the wall is just so powerful. We talked about this in the draft phase, that the Azir and the MF are just such problems for the enemy team. And even if Gnar can get into the enemy, Set is just going to superplex him right back in and then get on top of Nuclear and Showmaker. And the other thing about this is Nuguri, in a non-split push scenario, built Frozen Mallet, and I can't wrap my head around it, Valdez. I really don't get why you'd build that item. Now, if you went Black Cleaver into Blade of the Ruin King because you realize that the opponent has 3 champions that are stacking HP, but also that Rascal built Warmog second, that would have been okay. Gen.G, I think they're just going to actually sneak this.
They're bursting it. Can they get in here quickly enough? They don't really have much vision. Canyon being zoned out, and there it is. The smite comes down. TP, though, coming in here from Dom1. Bullet time's going to be good to zone him out. Nuclear struggling to even take out Kellen right now. Take a look at Clit as well in the south side. Looking for an angle. Doesn't really have it, though, as he's just going to... We thought we had a flank. No, we didn't. It was just he was finding safety in the jungle.
This isn't real.
So he could recall. You remember when we first started casting together in 2017 and it was like Corky versus Azir and Orianna? I know you blanked out that time from your minds.
I did blank out that time.
Yeah.
2017, yeah.
Maybe this is the reason, because a lot of the games kind of looked like this. And we went to 50 minutes, 70 minutes. What do you think about this game? How many minutes are we going to on this one?
Oh, this game is very close to being over. I would imagine that this game ends around 36, 37 minutes.
Okay.
Because Gen.G, they're not going to be able to end the game off of this Baron in particular, but we're going to have a one fight over Cloud Soul, and then we'll have another Baron, and then the follow-up push on that Baron will probably have a Doomsday fight. And it's just so unreal for me to imagine Gen.G losing a team fight, because the Gnar just complements them so much. I mean, it's basically 6 versus 4. And it has nothing to do with Nuguri. It's just the champion is so terrible in a vacuum, but then against this team composition, you're giving Set so much power, and you already have no way to reach a 0 MF.
Yeah, I mean, things do look pretty good for Gen.G to take this one based off of compositions, as they are going to ult in here once again. That does absolutely nothing, except perhaps zone them off of the 200 health that was left on the turret. I'm gonna be a little bit more conservative with how fast this game is going to end. I think it's going to end at around 40 minutes. I think we're going to have to wait for Elder.
37-30.
I don't know if this game ends without Elder.
37-30 Valdez.
You were talking about a doomsday
Valdez.
fight. We've had so many times where they tried to fight
Valdez.
and failed. So I don't know.
Twitch chat thinks 37-30, and so does YouTube chat.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Neighbor Chat agrees that it's 41-37. Okay. Yeah, that's going to be the end.
All right, well, Windows 98 chat thinks.
Windows 98. What was that? There was like a chat thing that only boomers used back in the day.
AIM?
No, that's
MSN
impossible.
Messenger?
No, it was like, what, like ICO or something?
The hell is that?
It was called something like that. I forget what it was called. Nice dredge line. Is going to do exactly what these teams want to do. Now, Gen G do want to deny this if possible.
And the thing about this is Gen G are getting so much value out of this. All those minions in top lane just going completely to waste. Nuguri has his ultimate available. Watch him go for a super engage and then get suplexed.
Oh, they're trying to kill Hoy. They almost got him to half health. Guys, I'm popping off right now. This is insane. They find Set. Okay. Nice Ori ultimate. Okay. Now, they were able to zone them off with a Cloud Drake, and that means that Dom1 have to back away. And Gen G are going to pick that one up and delay this. Okay! BDD, he's done! He has had enough of the boring game. He's going to pick up basically a triple as Ruler's able to get on in there and steal one. Nuguri's going down. We got TPs coming in, and this game might actually end at this point. Triple kill here for Ruler as TPs go into the mid lane. They're looking to end it right now.
I think that they're going to do it. And I mean, if there's no greater cherry on top, actually, you know what, Double Athenes, you know what, I'll give it to him. That Morello, okay. All right, fine.
Yeah.
Plus the heal, yeah, all right. All right, I'll.
Okay. Yeah. Well, GG.
Yeah.
Good game, guys.
I'll think about it during the break.
Great game there. 7 kills to 0. We did have BDD popping off in a big way. Ruler kind of doing the cleanup there in the last fight. It ended up being 5-0 in that last fight. I don't think anybody on the side of anybody on the side of Gen G did die in that final fight. Actually, we know that because there were 0 kills for Dom1. Still waking up after that game. That was very slow-paced. Have to just be honest. There was not much going on in that fight. Both teams were very much passive. They had engage abilities, but a strong front line. Nobody was able to penetrate through.
I have no words. I really have no words. From the itemization of that game to just the entire pacing, to the ping-ponging of laning phase, to the complete devoid of coordination with the laners between the junglers, to picking Gnar, to picking Ivern, to going mobility boots on Ivern and then doing nothing with it, to Ivern's opening route. Gen G just had such a better draft. Nothing else really happened that game, and you were lying if you think otherwise. That is,
well, yeah.
That's just actually what happened.
That is what eventually came true.
What? Yeah. Thank you, Valdez, for that astute analysis.
Yeah, you know, I've been studying a lot. That's the conclusion I came to.
Oh, man.
That's
we're
what we
gonna
got
take
to.
a look at the last team fight here. As you can see, Nuguri, he doesn't even want to jump in because he knows Set's just gonna grab me. And if that happens, just look at Dom1. What do you want Nuclear to do? He has no target that he can hit. BDD literally runs face first into you guys, and you still can't turn on him. Ivern, what is his purpose in this comp again? As we take a look at BDD finally saying, you know what, I've had enough here.
Finally.
As he goes in, and he raises the 2 carries like a wine glass. And
cheers. Bonks their heads together. And yeah, I mean the damage charts, they don't mean anything. Like Gnar did a lot of damage in lane.
He only
cool
did a lot
story,
of damage
bro.
because he got to stack all the damage against Set.
Yeah.
This is interestingly enough part of like the damage stuff earlier. Remember when BDD had a low damage statistic? Well, this Gnar stat is grossly amplifying Nuguri's statistic.
Yeah.
It's not real.
He could be first now after making, you know, a Gnar pick into the set, which is definitely not telling the whole story.
Where was Soraka?
Where was Soraka? Love Soraka. Might be able to tell you in game 2 after this break.
바이브 노플. 나 더 갈 수 있어. 앞에 노플이야. 너만 천천히 해봐. 갔다 갔다. 봐봐. 가자. 우리. 나이스. 이거 맞죠? 대여가 여기. 오케이. 거기. 얘 노플. 여기 이거 미드. 나 미드 살려줄게. 예. 나를. 미드 무빙해줘. 나를 노플. 미드.
내가 잡을래.
나이스.
레전드 오브 룬테라의 세계에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 이것은 실력 지상주의 뇌지컬 세계. 자, 이제 그럼 한판 붙어볼까? 레전드 오브 룬테라.
Welcome to today's first analyst task after Genji versus Damwon Gaming. We'll be joined by Mina Kim, Warid, and Lyra for today's analyst task. Genji, Damwon collided. So we were expecting something new, and we were able to witness it. Yes, we saw a lot of off-meta champs, Ivern, and also Sejuani. You know, the old jungle champ that used to support the other laners. Because Lee Sin, those kind of champions are not really the supportive one, you know? We saw Ivern, Sejuani, the truly supportive jungle champions. Well, actually, Genji always go with champions in lane that can help Klid in jungle. However, today they wanted to focus on how to shut down Nuguri on top lane and also guaranteeing BDD after pick. So they also had a champion that had a lot of priorities in terms of teamfight ability. Genji did mention that they are not satisfied with their performance in their previous series. So today they seem a little bit stepped up, so let's check out some of the highlights. Ivern has a lot of stronger points in terms of vision control with the rushes. However, this Genji's ability to play on the limit during the team fight was on point. So during this dragon fight, this Mega Gnar is looking for a huge knockup, especially trying to reach the backline with the jump. And while Nuguri is trying that, actually the damage dealers in Damwon Gaming, Orianna, Aphelios have to do a lot of damage. However, they were so defensive, so they weren't able to do a lot of damage as expected. And also, the key point was that Klid and Sejuani blocked Gnar's jump with his Q. So we could have some of the wombo combo team fight from the Damwon side. However, that huge delay on Nuguri's engagement was actually the turnaround for the Genji's team fight. So I guess Damwon has to kind of improve on their positioning during team fights, right? This time Damwon was also being so in a hurry in this team fight. They really want the Dragon Soul, so they weren't on the same page. Some of the players were trying the Dragon, some of the players were trying to open team fights. And BDD was giving a lot of pressure to AD carries and mid laners in this team fight. So with this a little bit sustained team fight, BDD was able to go into the backline since all the players were down with their major skills. We also saw players making mistakes with their flash, you know, in such a critical moment, but BDD was able to execute perfect play in the end. With that final team fight victory, Genji was able to destroy the Nexus, so let's check out the POG. Cute heart ward for the Valentine's ward, and we are seeing BDD as our POG for game number 1. He didn't die once in this entire game, and especially that last team fight was everything that gave Genji the momentum and turned the game around. Genji did not stop there. They kept pushing through the mid lane and they were able to close out the game. But besides the last team fight, giving BDD a counter pick and giving him the space to go into those champions with his full confidence is really also important for pro players. Azir got 11 votes out of 12, which means he really was undoubtedly showing a promising performance. And Azir is the best champion to do a lot of damage to the tankers. So I guess it was a very viable pick for game number 1. So let's check out game number 2 with the casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for the wonderful translation of the analyst desk. Game 1 ended, and wasn't much of a game, to be honest. There wasn't a lot of action. It ended up only with 7 kills. There's a lot of supporting champions that couldn't do much outside of engage. There wasn't a lot of damage to go back and forth. Finally, BDD had mercy on us all and ended those 2 carries and ended the game. So now we're going into game 2, as game 2 will be interesting because we always love to talk about drafts. This time, Gen.G is on blue side, Damwon more importantly on red, so they do have the counter pick available to them if they do want to use that to try to win a lane, get some action going.
Well, Mordekaiser gonna be banned in the window. Damwon now. Gonna see what they end up responding with. Taking some time, it seems, to think about it.
Yeah.
Kali. Now, I think banning a Kali on the final one is a potential nice little bluff in the LCK. You can potentially steal it away as a ban from the blue team.
Yeah.
But Gen.G now, they're banning the Aatrox and the Mordekaiser. So really just targeting the top lane champion pool. A little surprising. Syndra now even going to be banned away after Ornn has now bit the dust.
Clearly targeting the solo laners. Both sides are, as Zoe taken off the table this time around. Zed is going to be taken instead of Aphelios. We saw that Aphelios did have a loss, actually, in that last game. And seems like Gen.G are like, yeah, sure. I mean, if you want to go for that pick, and if you want to do a similar style draft against our set, be my guest.
Aphelios is going to get picked up and locked in now by Damwon.
Yeah, no real surprise there. The real question is, what will be the next pick?
And now Talia is going to be hovered and potentially locked in. Now this is a multi-flex, able to go jungle, mid, and support at this point. Now I technically also able to go AD as well because the Aphelios does have the option to go top lane.
Yeah.
But it's definitely less common as Sejuani now and Pantheon.
Yeah, Pantheon was first banned for Damwon Gaming on blue side in game 1. Pantheon currently 5-1 in the LCK, 83% win rate. You've mentioned his E, it's incredibly obnoxious, and it's just been having success. We've been seeing it more and more here at the LCK, and it's really good against Talia. So we are going to have that one picked away as Renekton gets locked in here.
And I think that they took the Pantheon away more as a steal pick, so not to give over Pantheon Talia to the opponents. It's a really scary combo, very akin to Elise Renekton, as now with Renekton picked up, paired with that Talia, that's the combo that they're looking for, and now they're banning away the Kalista, maybe suspecting that Gen.G would be looking to pick that up, as Kled now biting the dust, and that is one of the set counter picks that has been mentioned for quite some time. We haven't really seen it come out, and it's interesting to see it end up getting banned away, as Xayah now also going to bite the dust. So this is, I mean, it's setting up for a misfortune to just inevitably be picked up by Gen.G, as Lucian also bites the dust. And now Damwon, they're going to go support on R4 here.
Yeah, you want to keep things uncertain with double flex pick and Renekton Talia. Well, Instead, they're going to
Okay.
pick Gnar into potentially the set once again. And no MF. I was actually thinking about Kaisa with all these team comp drafts coming back in.
And Kaisa is a little bit weaker on 10-2. Mostly because of, I believe this is the Storm Razor nerf patch. The 580 ended up being taken off it. We've been in 10-3 now for almost 2 weeks, so it's just not live here in the LCK.
Yeah. I figured we'd be there already, but
As Yuumi
not.
is being hovered right now, and honestly, everyone on the side of Gen G is melee and short range and hard engage. So mage supports tend to be really good and scale up very well. Also, the Braum doesn't get to play the laning phase. However, Damwon want to allow Braum to play the laning phase as they lock in the Rakan with the Aphelios.
Yeah, kind of an interesting pick there. It kind of goes along the lines of providing a front line to lock down people. You have the potential combo with Talia and stuff like that, but you look at the other side, and that's a lot of what Gen G would like to do as well, so kind of butting heads here in a way. We'll see if Nuclear on the Aphelios for the second time can be more of a hyper carry this time around, as we didn't really get to see that too much in game number 1. We didn't get to see much of anything in game number 1.
Set, Sejuani, Pantheon, Kaisa, and Braum. So it's a very wonky team composition that has scaling, but it also wants to get ahead early, and it has champions that are misaligned with it, so we'll see what they can end up doing. The champion to watch, obviously, on this side is going to be the Pantheon. And on the flip side, for Damwon, you have the Rakan Aphelios down there in the bot lane, Renekton, Talia in the mid, and that's going to be a really good balancing act against the Pantheon. And then also the Gnar up against the Set, once again in top lane.
No fans down here just yet. We still have the LCK arena locked down. And so no fan chance. Canyon back onto Talia. Kind of an interesting pick that we don't see all too often, but was always a favorite of mine. Played so many games of this champion.
Well, looks like we're going to have a relatively safe start by both parties. Water Walking and Celerity is actually going to be taken by Canyon.
Yeah.
Also attack speed.
Nimbus Cloak goes Phase Rush.
We'll see what that can end up doing inside of the ganks. Everything else is pretty standard across the board. Gathering Storm on the Aphelios. Boots and Biscuits down there
They're
for
going for a
Ruler.
late invade here. Damwon saying this is our red buff, or thinking about it and then turning right back. And then they're going back in again.
And so they're... Okay, well this is really rough with the reset. Now, if Clid can get both, which I don't think is going to be possible because they don't have a ward inside of the red brush, but that would be quite insane had he been able to do that. So starts on the Raptor camp, which means he's not going to be that far behind.
He's going mid.
Oh, yeah, he is. And now they need to wait for Renekton to get level 2. It's that melee minion, Rascal, does not
he's just
know.
starting on it.
Yeah,
he's getting those
dead.
Conqueror stacks up. The stun comes in, and he even started W to Canyon for the extra bit of CC. Now, they knew that Talia was there with red buff. I don't know why it would be that far down the lane. Got to be really careful about that.
And this is sort of what I was talking about last game, where there is just no unity between the junglers and the laners. Showmaker I mean, he didn't have anything else to do other than just farm that last minion, get level 2, and then stun up the set.
Yeah.
But why is Rascal hard shoving? It makes no sense.
Yeah, look at him go so hard into
And then
this lane.
he starts trading onto Showmaker and is completely devoid
Yeah.
of any sort of logic relative to what the opponent's opening just was. And so definitely a very large lapse of judgment.
Or just even lack of communication. I mean, Rascal should know that himself, but you gotta know that they're in your jungle, and the only excuse I can possibly think of is that he's the top laner and maybe he's just uncomfortable in his position. But honestly, I mean, they're all pro players. They play mid lane in solo queue and stuff like that. He definitely knows how to position correctly. He just didn't that time around. Looked like Canyon has the attack speed room. He was able to 3-shot the ward, actually. That was placed down by Braum over the wall.
Well, oh. Spear going in on Nuguri in this Pantheon. Repelling the Gnar. Really early Clid. Not going to be able to find a kill. Nuguri too healthy. And now everyone knows exactly. Okay, well, that was a really good.
That was a flash as well. Rascal is still fighting here, though, with the Conqueror. The TP comes in. They're turning this around somehow. Rascal is going to go down, but BDD will flash the wall. Now Clid's going in. He hasn't engaged, but not much else. Is going to have enough to get the kill. Now Nuguri will pick this one up, and now it's just the top laners, quote-unquote, going head-to-head.
Oh, and Hoyt!
Hoyt gets here first. He's going to have to knock up. No flash here for BDD. And BDD will bite the dust. As a lot of action in this game. 6 kills. Almost as many as we had in the last game in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, and so we're definitely getting a much faster paced game going on here. We'll take a look at that replay, I'm sure, in just a second. As Ruler, his teleport against Nuclear also already has used it. Ended up picking up a call. Has to be a little careful. Looks like something was about to happen in live. As we take a look at this, Rascal does not know about this. Beautiful seismic shove right into Showmaker. And the stun going off. So teleport channeled a little late by BDD. Ends up coming in here, having to flash the wall onto Cannon. Has to use the E. Clid goes over. Flashes onto Showmaker. Now, they could have just taken the 1-for-1, but they think they have more damage than they do. And then right here, BDD at the point of no return doesn't have flash. And Hoyt able to make it there a lot faster than Kellen. So, currently inside of this game, Damwon in a much better position.
Yeah, absolutely after that one. And here's that combo you were talking about. Set hitting level 6, though, is going to just ground pound that Showmaker and use that to escape just fine. But yeah, they can return to that lane even with flashes down all around. Only Nuguri has it out of the 6 people that were part of that initial fight.
Well, Ninja Tab I picked up first on Renekton. I think that's a very smart purchase. The mobility converts into damage, gives you a lot of durability as well against the set, who has a lot of reliance on his on-hits. And then also doesn't put any HP or anything of that sort into you. As Rascal, he's going to find a lot of control
He's
works
getting
here.
90 gold,
He's getting,
potentially.
yeah.
Set's feeling pretty rich.
He's getting, yeah, lots of punching bags here.
Yeah. Might go shopping later. Bottom lane, don't really need to look at this one. If anything, you know, the supports have been roaming out of it because they're like, well, we're never going to get really much of anything going down here. Oh, is Ruler going to... Oh, I'm feeling a little chilly. And it's not just because it's winter. All right, Cloud Drake going to come down here. No Cloud Soul in this game. And Ocean is next, so it will be either Infernal or Mountain as the Soul in this game.
Nuclear going to clear the wave immediately on the Aphelios as he switches guns. And Kellen and Ruler, they're farming up.
Yeah.
They are, they're getting their crops. They're getting ready to plant.
Yeah. You ever play any like farming simulator mobile games or anything like that?
No, do you remember Facebook?
No, what's that?
Okay, well, there used to be a game on it called Farmville.
Oh.
You ever play Farmville?
Really?
Did you ever play Farmville?
Well, actually, no, I never played it, but I saw a lot of people did play.
Oh, man.
But that was like...
I think that was the only game my grandmother ever played.
Really?
Actively, yeah. She would get other people's accounts and passwords, and she'd log in and play their Farmvilles, too. She was one of those.
Wow, she was hardcore.
Yeah, she was.
Not any just casual Farmville player.
She was a Farmviller. That is, you know.
Or a farm villain.
Ooh.
There you go. Yeah.
She ruins their game.
Just goes in,
Oh, man.
burns their crops. Well, we've seen this before. Rascal is just about to get flash, but he's going to use that ultimate to get away anyway. They're trying to fight, but we have Nuggery in here. But it doesn't matter as BDD comes sailing in first from the top. And that means that Damwon will disengage as it is now 3v2. Pantheon showing his worth, even from the top lane, able to come down in here and say, you know, there's going to be a lot of action in the mid lane with Renekton and Taliyah. I'll get there first before Nuggery and do my job.
That's a really nice arrival to stabilize what's happening in mid, and so this Renekton pick is falling further and further behind. And Damwon, the Taliyah is going to be able to be a carry in the later stages because it is so difficult for the enemy team to want to build any sort of magic resistance against Canyon. Now, the one thing, though, is that it is Phase Rush rather than Dark Harvest on the Taliyah.
Yeah.
And the longer that this game goes, however, the Renekton doesn't have Spear of Sojin anymore. And a lot of the champions on the side of Gen G are just so good against Renekton and Gnar. Superplex comes in, face breaker, and it was a good attempt by Damwon to try to layer their damage.
탈리아 미드 딱 미드 공대.
That looks
Says,
like an FP.
Taliyah's mid, yeah.
미드 싸움 난다. 미드 싸움 난다. 궁 찍어놓게 궁 찍어놓게. 나 궁 찍어놨어. 레네콘 보자.
Says,
레네콘 보자.
I'm ulting.
나 턴해볼게. 나를.
Really good.
턴해? 되냐?
Mouse
오케이,
control. Lots of rapid clicking for more control over the avatar of his champion.
Yeah. Also
Not
plays
spam.
windowed.
Yes. Oh, that's another good point.
Yeah.
More and more players are actually doing that recently. I've seen some players swap to it because everything is just so
More
condensed.
compact,
yeah,
yeah.
It's very nice. Very interesting to see
I
here.
feel like it can let you see the mini-map easier.
It does.
Not that
It really does.
pro players should have too much trouble, although we did see Rascal die at a Taliyah, but that wasn't really a mini-map issue. But yeah, it does help. I'm just actually interested to try it. Maybe I'll try that when I go home tonight. Either way, Klid gonna hop over the wall. It's gonna be fine as we do have the Rift Herald up here. Kellen looking to make his way up, joining Hoyt. It's the supports grouping up there, the 480 carries. As well, again, we've seen this before, but Rascal not gonna take much damage with the grit. Just gonna walk away.
And yeah, I mean, the set is completely stabilized. The Renekton, I mean, he's going to end up getting the Black Cleaver, but it's not going to be at a point where he's going to be valuable against set. And interestingly, Pantheon with the Yumu's Ghostblade as his first item. So if him and Set are ever on the same target, the Black Cleaver does help. And that's what I was sort of mentioning last game in regards to if there's lethality users in the game, then the Black Cleaver can grow in value, even if you're not really applying it to many targets inside of the game. And right now, Damwon, they're prioritizing the Rift Herald. They're rotating to it. They want to try to get this.
Blue Klid, he's pretty tanky. He's going to drop this one down. They're going to get into that backline is the set end. The Pantheon. Klid just trying to survive here, but BDD and Rascal are on a murder mission here in the backline. Nice job by Nuggery. Stay alive, actually. Doesn't have a hop, and finally his allies are coming on in. Can Nuclear just wipe the floor with them? We'll have to wait and see. Doesn't look like it with Braum getting in the front. He's able to get him down, and zone him away. And with the exhaust, easily able to put him in the grave. As Gen G will take a big team fight win there and currently lead as they push in the top lane.
I really feel like that's the nail in the coffin when you draft a sinful team composition like Damwon's that has a reliance on getting ahead and staying ahead. Despite the Aphelios and the Taliyah, they have two very rapidly decaying champions. And in this team fight, you can see what Damwon was trying to do. It was good in thought, but because of the Pantheon, with the Grand Skyfall, the durability on the set, with the Haymaker, and also just Clid able to live for as long as he did. Eventually, Ruler and Kellen arrive to the fight, and it just ends up turning into a massacre, and it occurs at such a critical point in the game where if Damwon fall behind at this point, then it is almost inconceivable that they're ever going to be able to re-stabilize and bring this game back because of those two decaying champions. The Gnar and the Renekton get worse and worse as time goes on, and they needed to be really far ahead of their opponents. And so there's a mismatch in alignment with the Taliyah and the Aphelios the longer that the game goes, even though early on, the Taliyah and the Renekton, they act as a combo. They got a lot of stuff going, but then Gen G were able to bring the game back. And Rascal, even though he was getting killed over and over, he was doing a really good job in the CS department, able to keep up with everything. And so now, the team composition for Gen G just coming online and getting better and better. And so, Ocean Dragon likely going to go over to Gen G as well. And we'll see if a Mountain or an Infernal Drake comes up next. And honestly, if Mountain spawns and Gen G starts getting them, it's so disastrous.
Big time engage from the side of Damwon, but again, BDD's here with this TP. Ruler just going 1v1 against Canyon over and over and over again. He's always going to win that fight as Kaisa against Taliyah, able to isolate him in both fights.
Grand Skyfall.
Here we go again. The BDD's not done yet, and well, Nuclear looks like he's the one that's actually done. In he comes, Nuggery. He's just pushing mid lane, don't worry about him. Didn't have TP, wasn't able to join up in the fight. Damwon tried to force it, Gen G able to easily counter them, and as they were ahead, they easily take the fight. Gen G looking really good to take game number 2.
I mean, I really do feel like this game is over, and if Damwon is going to come back, it'll be on the back of Set really just Leroy Jenkinsing into the enemy team, Pantheon maybe Grand Sky falling in without any way for his team to follow up and dying, giving over lots of the shutdown gold and whatnot. And Aphelios needs to collect basically all of the kills. But even if he does, look at the itemization on the side of Gen G. Everyone Ninja Tab-eyed up right now. Redemption completed on Braum. 2 stopwatches out on the side of Gen G. They have such good defensive tools.
Look at Nuclear's items. I'll tell you, it was Caulfield's Warhammer and a VF sword. He doesn't have one item completion. Just watch Ruler. He's like, oh, Taliyah's alone again.
I got Taliyah. And then he said this, and then it cut.
Yeah. That was the end of that one.
So about a 5,000 gold deficit right now for Damwon, and Gnar yet again building and stacking HP. And you can understand why. It's a cookie cutter build order, and that's what he's defaulting to. But relative to who the enemy champions are in the game, it's not ideal to stack that HP. You don't need the slows for any reason, because if the opponents are on top of you, they're on top of you. And if they're running away, they were just melee range. And so the movement speed that you're going to end up picking up anyway is more than enough.
Yeah. Gnar generally doesn't have too much trouble catching people. If it were one-on-one, perhaps. But not really the case the way that this game is playing out. As you can see the gold difference slowly but surely swinging in favor of Gen G up there at the top. Both teams have a Drake already in the beginning of this game, so it is going to take 3 to make that Soul for Gen G. No doubt they'll be looking for that one. Infernal Soul on top of what they already have. would absolutely be the nail in the coffin. As let's see how aggressive Gen G do want to play this. They have the ability to split push. They have triple teleport plus Pantheon. So they can make use of multiple lanes if they want to.
They are easily able to utilize a 1-3-1. It is such nice map control with that Grand Skyfall, even when BDD doesn't have teleport, but also Ruler even having teleport available on the Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
Things are just looking really good right now if you are a Gen G fan, and this is really just looking like another easy closeout for Gen G. And so if you are a Gen G fan, this looks really good, but the difficulty or the resistance that they're facing isn't really all that, it isn't really there, so they're not really being tested.
Yeah.
Or put to the test, rather. But in the same light, they're also not doing anything super catastrophic that would allow them to throw. They're pretty stable in solid, but the question would end up being, what would happen against faster pacing teams, even with similar drafts? And obviously what I'm referring to there is non-ping-ponging lane phases and junglers that are actively looking to coordinate with their laners. And obviously this game, Showmaker and Canyon, they were able to get a lot, but it always came at really awkward timings, and Showmaker was never able to really convert the lead into set. And I think that also a small byproduct of that wasn't just Rascal doing a really good job, is also the mid lane proximity between turrets makes it a lot more difficult for the Renekton in mid lane to exert a lead over set.
I mean, the second set hit level 6.
Yeah,
it was just every gank did nothing.
Yeah,
he just superplexes one of them back, and then it's like, oh, okay. Even 1v2 he was surviving. Even when he didn't have, you know, BDD coming in from the top side, or, you know, Kellen making his way up, or Klid showing up. Set in the mid lane seems pretty decent against a melee user, as we have seen here in this game. And Gen G's composition overall just really durable.
Yeah, it really is so good
really.
against Dom1 Gaming's. As Shirley being summoned in mid, Pantheon is really hard to dive.
He might just kill Cannon here, not quite. He's going to put down that E and stopwatch. That'll be enough. Stopwatch is a pretty good item. So he uses that to survive a 1-on-2, and he almost kills the Taliyah. No summoners used, though, by the side of either side, actually.
Now, the thing about this is Rascal needs to just crash this wave and then start rotating to the Inferno. Well, never mind, actually. It looks like Dom1 have no interest on the minimap of trying to fight that.
Trying to force a fight
Rascal
up here.
wins this.
Okay, the TP is going to come up first, but he is just so tanky. They have Taliyah here, but she doesn't do anything. And Ruler might just kill Canyon again. Thankfully, Stopwatch is there to save him for a moment. Oh, the rush!
Oh.
Not quite long enough there. As Showmaker now is in the front, big engage, but do they have the damage to take him out? No, the exhaust is there. BDD able to put his E up once again. Kellen able to step forward and block the Moonlight and easily take it out. As I don't know if Klid was even there. Makes his way up here at the end of it.
And that was some really good team fighting. So let's take a look at this. Rascal currently on Haymaker cooldown, but they bring in the teleport, and they're unaware Set still wins this. Once he has his E available, the E plus the W is going to basically bring Nuguri down. Nuguri tries to get away there by flashing. So they totally they underestimated Set's damage and his ability to turn that situation. And then, unfortunately, the follow-up teamfight, which was actually really clean out of Gen G, replay ended up being cut.
Yeah. Showmaker died again, by the way. And I think we're just engaging again. No flash here on Taliyah. He's absolutely dead. 0 and 5. Well, at least there's more kills in game 2.
Yeah.
And,
that is a thing.
You know, we were talking a lot about the composition of Gen G, very just durable, and you know, this composition that looks a lot like what they played in game number 1. It was pretty obvious in the draft after the first 3 picks on blue side. So, Dom1, I would say they had the ability to respond to it after the first 3 picks. I just wonder what they could have done better. As we'll take another look here at how Showmaker died. This is just 1v2.
The Renekton just does absolutely nothing unless he's super far ahead. And even then, again, he lost Spear of Sojin. Even when he had Spear of Sojin, he was still not a very great champion. Don't care about his presence at Worlds or whatnot, but also just ended up dying there. Almost a 10,000 gold lead, 23 minutes into the game. This is so one-sided of a game right now. Rascal sitting very pretty right now. Deadman's Plate, second item, really good against the enemy team composition. Helps with sticking onto them, providing all the stats that he would ideally want against the opponent's stopwatch for him now too.
It's like Talia's worst nightmare, this composition she's going up against.
I think BDD is getting Guardian Angel, which I really like.
Yeah.
Because with the CDR that he has, he can cast E probably twice before he dies. And then even if they kill him inside a Guardian Angel, he comes back up and casts another E. Just for good measure.
And that's why he's so durable in all these team fights.
Yeah, Pantheon.
He's like a better version of Braum.
Ooh.
You know?
Hello, Valdez.
When have you ever seen Braum's ultimate really do
maybe,
that much? Outside of like
Pantheon
isolating one guy
is a
in the
younger
front.
Braum.
Yeah,
you know?
he kind of is. You
and
know,
Braum just sort of lost his ways, so he just built a shield.
He dropped the shields, he picked up the chimney.
I like that.
Started giving gifts to kids. That's what happened.
They might just panic and all in here.
Well, I don't know if they have much choice in what they get to do or what they don't get to do in this game. They can either kind of turtle and wait for their eventual demise, or they can say, the hell with it, let's have a fun team fight, maybe get a TP flank or something. Well, the Snar has TP, but hasn't found any effectiveness in terms of flanks or anything like that. The Baron push coming on now as, well, Set's just going on in there, 1v5 essentially, as the Gnar died as an afterthought there. Braum ultimate, not really able to lock anyone down as Ruler's going in there. He wanted to kill. He's done with this game. Able to stopwatch it up as BDD gets insanely low. They are going to back away after that set of plays, but an interesting idea. The exhaust saved for just that moment. Gen.G able to take out the inhibitor. We'll take a look at the replay.
The Showmaker gets tagged by the Braum, but eventually Set going in, and he's just so durable against this enemy team comp. Braum ultimate comes out, doesn't end up finding what he was looking for.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You know what? Whatever. Look at Sejuani. Look at her. She was dancing on that boar.
She's having a grand old time.
Yeah, I think she is. Guardian Angel picked up for BDD, as needlessly Large Rod actually picked up by Ruler. Very surprised to not just see him go into the Zanya's Hourglass, make use of that broken stopwatch. Especially because of the utility that would end up granting him against Dom1, as well as the resistances. You get the armor. You don't really need more damage, because I would wager that by the time the game would end up ending, Ruler isn't able to get Rabadon's death cap, but there's a chance that he could complete into the Zanyas. And so, given the map state right now and how likely the game ends around 30 minutes, it's a little interesting to see him just picking up that needlessly Large Rod rather than a Fiendish Codex or something.
Yeah, perhaps just wants straight up burst damage when he goes right to the fights. You know, just R's in, casts a Q, and maybe just blows someone up. And he says, I'm ahead enough, and I have a supportive enough team with Braum and Pantheon to keep me safe if I do end up going for that play. It's really the only idea I could think of, as just pushing in organically. You know, no Baron, no buffs needed, just putting on pressure with the lead that they do have. 10,000 gold ahead is Gen.G here in game 2. And
Ruler and Kellen just sort of escorting this bot wave. Rascal ends up missing the Haymaker, 870 true damage. So that means it's a bit.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
It's okay.
I feel like Nuguri actually did a great job of baiting the team of Gen G to the mid lane as the lane was pushing in. Not sure if it would have mattered though, as Infernum was up for Nuclear, was easily able to push the wave back. Although if they were grouped up at bot, they could have threatened a dive, which then might have pushed Nuclear back. Baron coming up here, 30 seconds. We'll see if Damwon wants to put up any kind of fight on this objective.
Well, again, almost 10,000 gold advantage still. As I imagine that Baron will just be consumed immediately as it spawns. 1.5 minutes still remaining on the middle inhibitor, and then with the Baron buff.
Do you think Rascal could just 1v5 at this time? He has Warmox. He's going in. He's got Pantheon with him too. GG!
Over the wall.
Yeah. Using that to just be a passenger and get on top of Showmaker. Showmaker says, I've had enough of this. I want to forget all about this game. And that looks like it is going to do it. GG called many, many minutes ago, as that is going to be the end of it. Looking for some extra kills here right towards the end. But no, that will be the end of that game. GG, game number 2, extremely clean out of Gen G once again. Damwon looking to put up even less of a fight in that second game. The drafting a little bit disappointing from Damwon, but Gen G incredibly clean against everyone they have faced so far. Their drafts look pretty good as well. I think this could be a team that you could get excited about. We'll have to see how they do up against some of the other really strong teams of the LCK. As Damwon, they were on the left side, but after losing this, I think they will dip down onto the right side of the standings.
Damwon almost lost to APK. So that was a thing that did almost happen. Damwon so far have been looking extremely shaky as a team. And they're the team that stayed together post-Worlds. So it's always interesting to see how much can change in just 2 months' time, basically. 2.5. As Gen G, again, they don't really face that much resistance. They get away with pretty free drafts that the opponents sort of draft themselves into losing holes. And again, even in this game, Damwon, they open 1-2 Aphelios, Talia, R1, R2, after seeing a set pick. And then Gen G responds Sejuani Pantheon. These are all melee, heavy engage. And
you already know what they're going to do.
You know what they're going to do.
That's what I was saying. After the first 3 picks, you know what happens.
Telling you what they're going to do to you. Yeah. And then I have no idea. And then R3 Renekton. I don't really.
That's when LS was already writing on his sheet a giant GG.
Yeah, that was when I practically gave up at that point. And then they ban away the Kalista and the Xayah, and then they R4 Gnar into set Sejuani Pantheon.
Do you remember when Nuguri used to play Ryze?
Well, Ryze doesn't beat set, unfortunately. But there's a lot of other champions that do beat set, and I don't know why we're not seeing them. I don't know what this Gnar nonsense was. I'll tell you that much. Narnsense. There you go.
Narnsense.
Nar.
We saw way too much Narnsense in these 2 games. I never want to see this kind of Narnsense ever again.
And this is really where the game was lost. Gen G with a very fast collapse. And just very good team fighting. It was here as well as the top lane team fight, where they tried to teleport in on Rascal and kill him. And then Gen G also managed to arrive and out-muscle Damwon in that one as well. So Damwon just looking a little lost in their past couple of series.
Yeah,
team fight down here in bottom yet again. And it's very bizarre because the real carry of this game was the set Sejuani Pantheon. that trio took over the entire game, and it was the one that they showed face up in B1, B2, B3, inside of the draft phase.
3 picks and 2 bans to respond to it.
Absolute information, and there was no attempt at recalibrating the draft, and in fact, Dom1 drafted into it. And so it almost looks like I don't even know, a Black Mirror episode where Dom, I don't even know where we're going.
Where are you going with this?
This does not look like...
You remember when Rascal pressed his R button? I remember that too.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Wow.
It's a very easy, clean game for Gen G.
So what would you recommend? I mean, we talk a lot about, you know, the things that the teams did not do well when they don't do them, and they're very obvious that they didn't do them well, but, well. Over the wall, as you mentioned. Nice. That's about it. So they show their first 3 picks face up. And, oh, are we actually just going to watch the whole replay of them talking until they kill the Nexus? I suppose so. Says it's over. And then nice is what they said. So, I mean, they show those 3 picks face up. What do you think they should have picked instead of like Renekton, Gnar, Rakan? Because
I mean, against those 3 picks that end up being shown, even Cassiopeia is really good on R3.
Yeah, I would love
doesn't even matter
right
that
there.
it really doesn't even matter that you have Talia already and that she's most likely going to be forced into the jungle. Now, again, you can reserve her until an R5 flex into support, where if they show you Kai'Sa Braum, you can just send Talia bot lane. And Braum can't play the game.
No, but Talia's really hard to play. So you think that Hoyt is just going to like hop into Talia and play that in the bottom lane?
I'm going to look up more champions and
kinda
spitball them for
joking
you.
around. But, I mean, yeah, it's
You can
could
take
happen.
Anivia in this spot on R3.
Wow, you remember when Rascal just went in there and inted and died, and then he pressed R a bunch of times, and he got player of the game? I remember that too, LS.
I personally gave the MVP over to BDD again.
Yeah, me too.
Because it was a lot of his grand skyfalls and him noticing them via the F keys, noticing on the minimap, coming, collapsing.
It was all
and
him.
saving Rascal at so many points.
Yeah, it
with
had,
the
it had
Pantheon.
nothing to do with Rascal. Rascal was just playing a fed set.
Valdez, you're being really toxic right now.
And he
You're being real
fed
toxic.
first blood against the most obvious gank of all time.
I'm
I
going
don't
to need you to
understand
lie
it.
about what's happening
I
on
don't
screen.
understand it. I mean, this is called player of the game, but I feel like, I don't know. Yeah, we're getting the update that BDD had 2 votes. That was from yours truly and yours truly.
I don't know what to say. I feel really bad as a commentator here where some people would want me to lie or be dishonest with what's happening on the screen and what's actually occurring inside of the trades. And I guess I'm the donkey.
Are you talking about
know.
the draft or are you talking about the player of the game?
Pantheon, salvage those.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it was all Pantheon.
Set being in the position where Pantheon has to move to create the R, and we even saw from the player view that it was BDD making the response. No one's looking at that and saying, yeah, I'm gonna play like this to get ganked, and then Pantheon, can you come?
Yeah. They even showed him his player view. Anyway, we're gonna hand it over to Ji-Sun. She'll do the translation of this interview.
Let's hear from PDD Rascal, making into the first place with his 2-0 victory. PDD, how are you feeling about this win? We are having a lot of important matchups starting from today, so we thought this one was really important, so I'm really happy that we got this. And Rascal, this is your first POG. How are you feeling right now? My team was playing really well, and I also did well, so I guess I got it, so I feel really good. Let's go back to game number 1. BDD, you picked your most picked champion. You played it for 32 games so far, but this time, it was the first Azir game in the Spring Split. Well, there were a lot of mid champions banned out in game number 1, and Daman took Orianna. And we had a lot of Orianna versus Azir matchup last year. So with that memory, I thought Azir was a good champion against it, so we locked it in. And your ultimate in the final team fight was so stylish, so let's go through the replay. We wanted to just take down from the front line, but when I went in, well, actually both of the damage dealers, they did not have flash, so I saw a nice angle, so I was able to go in boldly. When I went in for the first time, well, Nuclear burned his flash, and then Daman Gaming started to not focus on me, so I see the angle for me, the space for me to go in. Moving on to game number 2, Rascal, your set performance was on point. Set is not having a very good high win rate. It's like around 50-50, so what's the problem within the set games? Set doesn't have the skill to survive, and if you go in alone, it's actually really easy for you to die. So if you are aware of those dangerous points, well, Set is still a good champion. So in terms of team fight, you have to see the right angle to go in. And you have to play it like a tank champion, taking a lot of damage. And we saw a rotation of top and mid lane. Was that decided after the draft, or was that decided during the gameplay? BDD said, well, playing Pantheon against Gnar is really good, and I was also very confident to play Set into Renekton, so that's why we went for rotations. And let's check out this awesome teamwork coming from BDD and Rascal. What kind of calls went back and forth? Well, Set is really good at taking all the damage and staying alive, so I was able to wait for BDD's backup. BDD was really vocal in the team's mic check. I tend to speak as much as I can, and also the rest of my teammates are really good at seeing the angles, being on the same page with me. And also we saw Kai'Sa instead of MF. I mean, Ruler is confident at any kind of matchup, and he's always playing so well, so we can say that was one of his confident picks. And I want to ask you about Genji's stats. Genji actually has the shortest average game time. However, Genji is also average in terms of kill numbers. Why is that? Our players are really strong during the laning phase, so we try to choose the fights that we really want. So we don't really let the opponents have to fight when they want to fight, so we only make kills and fights whenever we need to. But today we saw a lot of kills happening. First of all, I got level 2 ganked. That was the start of it. So the game was quite everywhere since then. Once again, congratulations on the win. Thank you very much for this interview, and we wish you the best of luck on the upcoming series as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for the wonderful translation. It's funny how they were asking about Set, and Rascal was like, yeah, he's not great at surviving. He doesn't have the, if you go in alone, you can kind of die. And then in the next replay, he was like, oh yeah, because Set can survive and be alone, 1v2 and wait for his allies to support me, he was good in that situation. I'm like, I don't know what he's thinking about Set. Set, obviously pretty good, even if his win rate is not looking
Set was very good against that team comp.
Yes.
They drafted into him. And we've seen LCK teams do this time and time again. They draft several champions into Set and then wonder what is going on inside of some of the situations. And with that 2-0 victory, Gen G take a comfortable first place lead. Sitting at 3-0 right there. And Damwon, they're really on a bit of a rough patch. They're falling. They looked very shaky against APK. They looked completely lost here against Gen G. And a lot of people are probably wondering, well, what is going on in some of these games? And honestly, if it wasn't for that Nuguri backdoor, Damwon could be 0-3 right now.
They might have lost
This
APK.
was a Worlds team.
Yeah.
There was Nuguri and Showmaker on that team, and things are just... They're not looking very good right now.
No, they're not. And right now, the way the LCK is turning out, it looks like there's 4 teams at the top. Everybody else is kind of down there at the bottom. But either way, guys, we have Griffin versus APK after about an hour break. We'll see you then.
Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Cleats on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is
You're
win.
looking at a CHAMP. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, RIP, ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
I am a lion, walking with lambs. You can't be a god if you're only a man. I'm a break in the silence, so you understand. You can't tell me, no, you know that I am a lion.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the LCK. Joining us for our second match, it will be Griffin up against APK Prince. Once again, it's me, Valdez, with LS. And we had a long break. We had some food, some relaxation, even though we had a bit of that in the first set. But what do you think? What are you thinking, LS? What do you
really
got to
dropped
say?
the ball right there.
What do you got to say? Seems like you have a lot on your mind, so maybe you could.
I got a lot to say.
Yeah,
You know,
I know.
That's I gotta. Well, okay. Griffin versus APK. This is gonna be a real evaluation, I think, for both of these teams in a way. Griffin obviously failing to win some of their games despite having found themselves in really good spots, but also APK. Where are they really stacking up in the LCK?
Yeah.
That's what is going to be the big question here today. If Griffin ends up losing this,
That is definitely a big question on a lot of people's minds. Can Griffin actually lose this, and can APK actually show us more than what they've showed us already, which is not a whole lot. I think they've been slowly getting better and better, but I think there is still a small gap between them and the bottom teams of the LCK. Although, I'm always up for being proven wrong on that idea. As we are going to take a look at some of the points of the match. First off, from this one, from Griffin versus APK. Griffin is warmed up, and APK still has to get it started. But who is going to be on the bottom after this matchup is the real question.
and then also UCal saving his team from the losing streak. That's obviously a really big point. UCal is one of the best mid laners in the entire league, so definitely nice to see him coming in here on Griffin. A little surprising, to be honest, that they don't just field UCal and Nahyun and just have Nahyun go top lane, or have UCal go top lane with Nahyun. That's very surprising for me.
Is that an LS move? Is that what you would do?
That is a likely solution.
A likely solution. Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
APK,
You know,
yeah.
I don't disagree with you putting pressure on some of the players that are quote-unquote veterans of the team to play better when they're not playing so well, namely Sword is who I'm talking about, by, you know, kicking them out of the lineup just to put a fire under their butt, if you know what I'm talking about, to get them riled up and practicing and trying to play better. Maybe that's the way to do it, and especially in this day and age where mid and top laners can kind of be interchangeable.
And the last point in regards to Trigger and Mia actually getting a win and then being immediately subbed out makes no sense. I have no idea. I have absolutely no clue what is up with that.
It's definitely a question. Hopefully that doesn't happen today. But guys, let's take a look at some team stats for Griffin versus APK. First thing to notice is that Griffin, this is not the Griffin of last year where they crushed the regular seasons and then had trouble in playoffs, but they would always have an amazing regular season record. No, they're starting off 1-2 with their new lineup. And apparently these two teams both have top first straight percentage in the LCK, which is kind of funny. But we're going to take a look at some of the highlights between these two teams.
Yeah. Griffin finding a team fight win here against Sandbox, who into those core. That was the really big throw. And here, UCal with his Kiana performance, able to find so many. I believe this was the 006 Kiana game, right? Where he
I think so.
Got the MVP.
And then he
yeah,
got
there
this
it is.
one. Yep. Hello.
Yeah. A little bit of knock up. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. You know.
Yeah. And he really was the savior. You know, he came in on that Varus. But this is another thing to talk about. The Morgana Pike coming in. Mia having a great game. And
Mia, he played so well on that Pike. And I think it really only been outdone by Kyria's Pike performance, which I think is the best Pike performance I've ever seen in a competitive game.
You know, it's definitely up there, for sure. And then Mia and Trigger afterwards get punished by being subbed out, which is an interesting question. You know, you can say from a coach's point of view, hey, it's early on in the split. You know, we want to get a lot of our players stage practice so that they can possibly be ready in the future. So that would really be the only reason I would imagine why you would sub out like that. But it did end up costing them a little bit, as we're going to take a look at some key players here.
It's always my favorite. 12.
Yeah. 10 teams, but you're 12. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Well, hopefully he doesn't know, and it doesn't affect him. As he's also 10th on kill participation, but again, I mean, he's on a team that's in 10th and struggled to look as if they're on the level of LCK just yet. So don't let the numbers fool you too much. Hopefully Hybrid can come back and do a bit better.
Well, we'll see what they have in store here today. Again, really surprised that they're not just starting Trigger and Mia.
I don't know. It's like after that performance, they're like, no, we gotta save this. We're not gonna show you guys any more of this. Like,
it's
not
just
allowed.
it is very perplexing. And the fortunate thing for APK today is they are gonna have counterpick. They're starting on the red side.
But, you know, it's like that idea where knowledge truly is power. Like, you can have the opportunity, but if you don't know what to do with it, it's like you don't even have the opportunity anyway.
Like in our last series.
Yeah, exactly. You have the perfect opportunity to counterpick your opposing team that kind of showed their comp face up, and then you just don't. That's it's not the way you want to do it. Hopefully they can figure it out today.
As APK sitting down as well as Griffin. We'll see if anything interesting is going to come out onto the Rift here today. Take a look at the team that is Griffin starting today. Iroh, Viper, UCal, Tarzan. And will he be Tarzan or George? Which one is showing up today?
Yeah. I love that, by the way. I don't know. I don't know if you came up with that, but that's really funny.
George
to me,
with the
George.
jungle.
And then you just call him George the whole time. Like,
It's either Tarzan
Korean
or
kid,
George.
his name is George.
There's like two sides to a
Playing
coin.
jungle.
Yeah. I mean,
And when
we're
he's
gonna
Tarzan,
find out.
you don't even call him the king of the jungle. You just call him Tarzan. Like,
Yeah, Tarzan.
I mean, Tarzan is the king of the jungle, but, you know, it's like
yeah.
not much of a contrast to George.
APK, Ixu, Flawless, Keeny. Or
I think it's
Kaney.
Yeah.
Kaney. We got a romanization.
You know, it's game 4 of APK.
Yeah.
With Kaney in the lineup. Just this is your 4th chance. Your fourth opportunity now.
You're gonna go there.
The pressure's on.
Oh, okay. I'll see you next time T1 plays. SKT.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. You and Atlas.
I still have that. Yeah, that's true. Okay. All right. I see. All right.
Oh man.
Well, I mean, yeah. You have a plethora of other naming issues, but we're not going to get into that.
What is that supposed to be?
Maybe we can have an opportunity to look into more
Yeah.
of that here in the draft.
Yeah, let's take a look if Aatrox is gonna.
Irelia? Yeah, that's my favorite. Often goes underappreciated by the Twitch chat, though. Whenever you say Aurelia.
You mean Irelia?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She is quite interesting, yes.
I don't see her too much nowadays. As Pantheon, it feels like slowly but surely, Pantheon is climbing the ranks of champions here in the LCK, at least. I believe currently, let me take a look. BDD played it once last time, so now it's 6-1 here in the LCK after getting an extra win. But the true champion, Soraka, is banned alongside Aphelios, another guy who has a really high win rate.
And I like seeing that Soraka is finally getting the attention that she deserves. And even if it does mean that she's getting banned out. As Griffin banning away Rumble last, Set and Aphelios with the last 2 bans of APK. All right, we're off to a great start here.
This is good.
Sword has found his champion.
This is what drafting could look like.
B1 Ornn is quite good. Now, APK, what are they going to do here? Probably going to be 80 carry coupled with a jungler. So, Misfortune being picked up, and the traditional response so far in Korea has often been to just meet it with Xayah when Aphelios is banned away. Obviously, we've had some Kallistas and things of that nature, but maybe they just, okay, well, Olaf being hovered. And so, having a champion that falls off a mountain, Ornn's mountain, in this game, is a bit peculiar. So, if this game ends up going 20 minutes, not even factoring in the ornaments, APK is just fighting 4 versus 5 in most cases.
Yeah, I mean, Griffin are kind of showing that right now. They're like, we don't really want to fight. If we can scale to like level 15, 16, and above, like they are showing APK that right now. And APK is saying, okay, I'm going to shake your hand. LS's least favorite thing in the world, as he's struggling right now. You guys can't see him.
So the Braum, it doesn't do anything against the Senna and the Tahm Kench mostly, but the Ornn ultimate, it is able to block it. And so it does have that going for it.
There are a lot of vacuum picks in pro play, I'd say, where it's like, oh, this champion is good against that champion. I must pick it.
Yes.
In that sense. That happens a lot. And even in interviews, the players will say, oh, like, I remember this champion used to be strong into that champion. I'm going to pick that champion.
Yeah.
They don't think about the overall draft. They just think about normal, one-on-ones or two-on-twos.
Very much like solo queue.
Yeah.
Very solo queue-esque, as APK now banning away the Jarvan Griffin, having banned away the Syndra away from APK. And right now, everyone on APK, pretty short range. Bullet time, obviously, offering the long range. And on R4, they're probably going to want to just pick a top laner that is able to also be flex mid if necessary.
But please, not Renekton.
Yeah, not
Not Renekton.
Renekton would not be particularly good. Now, they could R4 the Gangplank against Ornn.
Ooh.
Ornn, he's a bit of a behemoth up there, though. I would say he's probably top 3 top lane champions at this point in time, as LeBlanc ends up getting banned too with the Syndra. And usually when I see this, I call it an insecure Zoe. That's what I identify that as.
Yeah. It does scream Zoe, doesn't it?
Now, obviously, the Syndra is really problematic for the Zoe, but the LeBlanc, if you're really good...
Or Kiana.
And APK, I mean, they're really just drafting straight into Ornn and Tahm Kench. We saw this just last series. Damwon were shown face up exactly what Gen G was going to do, and they just kept drafting into it.
Yeah, with the first 3 picks, by the way.
With the first 3
on
picks.
red side.
So Griffin, they just showed B1 Ornn, B2 Senna, B3 Tahm Kench, basically saying, you won't engage on us in short-range combat, and also our scaling and innate tankiness and everything is just so powerful. And APK, they respond to that with an R2 Olaf and an R4 Kiana. Is just really perplexing, as Gragas now going to come in inside of the jungle. So the Gragas going to be in a bit of a rough vacuum jungle matchup against the Olaf, but Lucian coming in now. So the Ornn and the Lucian are flexible, but I think that there's not a planet in our solar system or universe where Sword would ever be on the Lucian and UCal the Ornn.
Yeah, I think in this specific case, I would have to agree with you. UCal, typically the more mechanically skilled player between the two. As Ixu is pulling out all the stops, he says, why not Alawi? Bringing it out here.
The thing about the APK team composition is it looks really nice, but there's quite a few problems with it. Number
Break
one,
it down.
all AD. It's completely all physical damage, which means Ornn can actually now build Iceborne Gauntlet, Sunfire Cape, or he could go Sunfire Cape, Thornmail. And, well, I actually don't know if that's prohibited in the LCK. I do know that double Blade of the Ruined King, double U-moves, Ghost Blade, etc. is banned, or forbidden in other leagues, LEC and LCS.
Yeah.
But the Alawi, Kiana, and just the champions in APK's team composition, they come online at different times, which is very wonky for coordinating mid-game cohesion. And so, for the side of Griffin, Senna, Tahm Kench, Lucian, Gragas, and Ornn. So you have Blade of the Ruined King available for UCal. You have Yuma's Wraithblade available for Viper or Molten Edge. You have Zanya's Hourglass for Tarzan, which is going to be perfect against this all-AD team composition. And then Thomas, I'm not really sure what he's going to end up building. On the flip side, for APK, you have Ixu on the Alawi, Olaf in the jungle for Flawless, Kaney on the Kiana, and then Misfortune and Braum down there in the bot lane. This team has to be so far ahead at 15-20 minutes just to remain relevant, and that's not enough. They have no siege, no push, no late game outside of the Alawi and the MF, but because of the way the opponent's allowed to itemize and conduct themselves, it's not really going to be very strong either. This is Mount Everest for APK to climb.
They're climbing a big one for sure. Absolutely. Starting with that all AD. I know there's probably one guy out there who's like, but Olaf has some true damage in his kit. Well, yeah, it's not going to be enough. And it's nowhere near the comparison of what Gragas can do in terms of the AP that he brings into a composition with the way that people build him nowadays with the AD. And as you mentioned it, second item Zanya's is absolutely perfect.
And I think that's first Drake is Mountain. So in that regard, APK did roll really well. And the reason that I'm saying that they did roll really well is because they should be the ones that are in control initially. And so for that, they're able to get the Mountain Drake away from Griffin because every single stat matters for Griffin's team composition.
Yeah. Well, you talked about climbing a big mountain and trying to get ahead. This is one way to try to do it by going for a late invade onto the red. Check. And they do see the ward, but in they come now, slowing down Viper. Immediately heal is going to be used by the Tom Kench. Of course, Olaf, an insane level 1 with his axes. They're going to be fighting over it, it looks like. Trying to go for a bit of a 3-on-3, but eventually they will give it away, and the late invade will be successful here by APK.
And this is a byproduct of a few things. First off, Irove skilled a point before there was any reason to actually skill a point. Had he not skilled a point, he would have been able to devour the red buff and spit it, have the patience reset, and Tarzan would have been completely comfortable to just go to his wolf camp at that point, wasting a lot of Flawless's time. That would have been really good. Also, the ward died, so there's no option to really teleport in Sword. And even if Ixu follows, there's not an Alawi tentacle that would end up following up. So if Sword would just have E level 1, that could be very disruptive. They could probably end up turning a fight if Lucian just collapsed. And so right now in mid lane, UCal doing a fantastic job at pressuring Kaney. And that's the lane that we're really going to want to pay attention to. As Alawi going to be able to win against Ornn quite handedly.
Yeah, no question there. And we do know that Ixu is going to play for lane, and this is why he did go for this pick. But you look at the side of Griffin, you were talking about how Tarzan on the Gragas versus the Olaf in a vacuum, it's not going to look great in a one-on-one, and he kind of picked himself into it. But that's all good and fine, because eventually, once it hits late game and they start team fighting, that's not really going to matter. If Olaf gets ahead, you know, 10, 15 CS or even more.
Here, UCal can pull the wave. He has the one spellcaster.
But he had his passive available. He had to shoot.
So he had the one spellcaster. He can pull the wave in right here, and Kiana is only at 16 CS. So it's not an optimal time for Kiana to recall, and this is also the only timing where Flawless can realistically try to pressure UCal, where Tarzan doesn't want to be bothered with doing anything. So if UCal had just pulled in the wave, last hit, stopped using spellcasts, and demands that Flawless come over to help Kaney's lane, Kaney ends up falling behind because they forced a shared XP, and Kaney gets a suboptimal recall. But instead, it's push shitty. Like, UCal's trying to give birth here in mid lane.
Did you just come up with that right now? Like, you just thought of that? Like,
I don't. I mean. Well, lightning speed.
Yeah.
On these dogs.
Oh, man.
Little stories here.
Yeah. As, okay, trying to go for a bit of a gank here is Flawless, but it is Lucian. It was pushed up the wave, and again, this is, it looks like more of a, what do you used to call them, pranks? But yeah, actually, that's a little bit different to this situation, right?
Yeah, Flawless is just trying to help Kaney shove in, and unfortunately, they share a lot of XP while doing this. Now, UCal, I think he wants to pull the wave back, but actually didn't leave the melee minion. Had he left the melee minion, it'd be a little bit better than just empty recalling right now, which is what he's doing. Flawless is going to stop his recall, come over, throw an undertow. And now this is going to cause UCal most likely to stay inside of the lane. And the reason that he's going to stay inside of the lane now, after having his recall stopped, is because it adds, you know, 7 seconds or so to the return to the lane, which lets Kaney get back into the lane, have control over it that he otherwise wouldn't have had. Because every single second matters. And also, not allowing one of the melee minions to live is a bit of a blunder in regards to how durable the lane state would have been, allowing for the reinforcements to arrive, maintain that freeze, and allow UCal to come back to an ideal lane state. So currently a little bit unfortunate for UCal. Had he been here right now, he would have reestablished priority already, and maybe this dragon doesn't end up getting taken right now the way that it does, but this is a big victory for APK. And Griffin, Sword is building a Glacial Shroud, and I'm not gonna fault them for it. His enemy is all AD. Okay. So you have two options: either Frozen Fist and Sunfire, or double Sunfire. But
into Thornmail, but we're not sure if that's allowed.
Double Sunfire, Thornmail with Frozen Heart, most likely.
Yeah. What about single Sunfire?
And,
something.
well, George has shown himself a little bit.
Just plodding around the jungle. Poor George.
Go ahead, what were you saying?
Single Sunfire. Is that not an option?
Yeah, one Sunfire and Frozen Fist.
Oh, right. Well, Frozen Fist first and then
Yeah.
Sunfire. Well, here's this one-on-one. George says, I'm done with this. You can have my red. I am not fighting you, and I can't. Maybe if UCal can push and get some pressure going. Looks like he has forced Kaney back in here. As top lane, not feeling too good for the Ornn as expected.
And, okay, well. Ornn trying to get as much CS as he can. At the end of it, he's still going to be down a little bit. Flawless gets the red away from Tarzan, who's coming in here now. Oh, man. Well.
Okay. Well, they're going to try to turn onto him. He has exhaust in the mid lane as, used that culling early, but it does not matter. UCal with the moves. First blood, able to 2-on-1 onto Flawless before Kaney could even get in range.
And I like what UCal's doing right there. Well, it looks like he was trying to zone him out of the CS, but it was a really nice response by Tarzan and UCal, and I really like the ending, the Ace of Spades, Kiana ultimate.
Oh, yeah.
You'll see it in the replay, the nice little spade symbol.
Oh, okay.
Straight up.
I was wondering what you were talking about.
This is a bad first date.
Well, it's, I feel like it had to eventually bite Flawless back because he was just super deep in there with Lucian right next to him.
Why is Sword building Abyssal Mask first? Well,
I don't know.
I don't know either. Now, this really excites me when an Olaf tries to kill someone and then dies. And he ends up dying right there. And the replay cut out.
We didn't get to see the ace.
We did not get to see the Ace of Spades.
Too bad. Well, maybe we can check out the replay later. Oh, not gonna use his tongue effectively there. Flawless now not to be stopped is going to say, okay, we're going for the Rift Herald, or he's thinking about it. He's still up there getting to work on Shelly, and he says, yeah, there's not much that Tarzan can do. Tarzan, though, hits level 6. See if he wants to do anything, but the pressure in the top side, plus Secret coming down. I think you just got to let this one go, buddy. And that he will.
So APK, they're going to get this again, and again, this is all assumed that this can end up happening due to the dynamics of top and bot lane. And yes, you have the Lucian in mid, which can do a lot of stuff on his own, but you know about the Gragas and the Olaf matchup in a vacuum. Couple that with the top and bot lane dynamics, and stuff like this is going to end up happening unless Lucian gets grossly overfed in the first 10 minutes or something, to the point where he's perma-wave clearing, always finding Olaf.
Looks like they really wanted to clear the wave quickly. Viper and Iroh trying to force a fight afterwards. Doesn't quite work out with the Tom Kench. And UCal for now, he is ahead, and he is permanently pushing, it looks like.
And the reason for Hybrid using the ultimate right there is they want to get the guaranteed reset off before the Infernal Dragon. And so if they get locked into the wave, they don't get that off. And now Viper and Iroh, it looks like they're going to be the ones that have the delayed reset. So they did get to stay in the lane a little bit longer, but now their reset isn't as ideal, and they get 2 long swords and a cloth armor. Now, they have the Abyssal Voyage, and this is Build-A-Bear Workshop on sword over here. I don't I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, at first we were scratching our heads at the Abyssal Mask.
He can just go, so if you need mana, you just go Frozen Fist.
Maybe he reconsidered his purchase after you called him out.
I think,
It's like, oh, actually, yeah, Alice is right. I shouldn't go for Abyssal Mask. Okay. Bomby Cinder next. And
Just
APK.
wait till the next item.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the book.
Oh boy.
All right, Iroh approaching this really slow. Oh, the tongue miss.
It's okay though. Looks like they were able to read this pretty well. Ragnarok going to be forced here onto the Olaf. And now he will not have that for any Infernal fight if it does actually happen. Doesn't look like Griffin are going right to that Infernal Drake just yet, but with the pressure they have in bot, now that Secret has left, plus the pressure push in mid from Lucian,
Yeah.
means that Griffin are now in a great spot to collapse here onto Infernal, and that they will. APK going to be forced to back away, clear some waves. Vision will be regained here by Griffin over the Drake. Infernal seems to definitely be one he wants to deny away from APK if possible.
Absolutely. As APK's gonna need all the resources they can get in the later stages of the game, because right now, Griffin, they're ahead in gold, and a lot of that is coming from bot and mid lane. Now, the mid lane is understandable. The bot lane, not as much understandable, and you're gonna give credit to Viper and Iroh there, managing to outlane APK pretty much straight up as the Ornhorn comes in, trying to delay as much as possible. Orn Ultimate does not actually clear out the waves, and so now Griffin, they pick up the Infernal Dragon.
Yeah.
And relative to how APK is likely going to itemize, the Infernal Drake is probably going to outweigh the Mountain Drake in the later stages of the game. So now we have Cloud, and that's not very exciting.
No, it's not. It's yeah, it's not going to do all too much in this game. I suppose there are some nice ultimates on both sides, but generally not as effective as some of the other Dragon Souls. And I mean, I like at least what Flawless did. He said, okay, we kind of lost control over the Infernal. Let me get something out of it. He elects to go up top and push the Ixu lane with the Alawi. It's kind of interesting. Ixu was having a good lane when the turret was there, but I suppose when the turret's gone, he could potentially put on more pressure in a side lane against Ornn.
Well, because Ornn has the Bomby, he's not able to freeze.
Yeah.
And so probably just going to have ping pong now unfolding.
Speaking of Oblivion Orb next with that Ruby Crystal.
Oh my god.
Imagine.
There's actually a stretcher right outside. I don't know if you've seen it when you walked in.
No, I didn't.
I would just faint. They'd have to,
Yeah.
they'd have to bring that in here.
I just throw you over the side and like right onto the stretcher out the door.
Oh man. Sorkpen Boots picked up by Tarzan in this game, by the way. So he picks up the Oblivion Orb. He's going to have near true damage on a lot of these targets, but they are getting some magic resistance bolstered by the Mountain Drake, even though there's really no incentive to get magic resist until way later stages of the game. And turret plates, you can see 5 up in top lane and 5 on the side of Griffin, but they ended up missing.
Yeah, I wonder which one. Probably bottom side,
I'm assuming. I'm assuming that it would be bottom side. So.
Or it is possible that when he was pushing mid and went towards the Drake, maybe the minions killed one of the plates, and he went on in there.
And now this is just going to be a defensive turtle. Shirley coming up. Now, Shirley isn't that valuable. I feel like a lot of people get noob trapped into this, but it looks like Griffin might be considering a fight. They really shouldn't, though. This is an exact time where APK would really like to fight, especially in narrow, condensed areas. That's going to allow the Alawi to do so much. Sword has to be really careful with casting his ultimate because of the Kiana.
Yeah. I do like the way they're handling it, though, you know? You said they don't necessarily have to fight, but they were kind of shadowing them, seeing what objectives they could get, how much health they could chip away, but they never committed. Like, they easily could have Ornn ultimated and, you know, suicided in 5v5, but they didn't do that. Instead, they kept calm, And now they push mid as Devour is going to be there. Really nice cast, actually. Going to separate all three of the members. As Tarzan, he has turned back into the king of the jungle. Ixu, I don't know, he's George for now. He's sitting in the jungle by himself. Not sure if they saw that ward go down.
I think he's going to try to do this.
Yeah, he's going to try, but Exhaust has come out. Remember, UCal has that in the mid lane, and so Ixu is going to be forced to flash away.
UCal's going to have to keep running because of those tentacles. Tom taking a little bit of a lick of Olaf, says, you know what? That doesn't taste very good.
No.
Yeah. Look at that majestic catfish, honestly. Look at him, top left. Don't pay attention to these two. All right, he's gone. We can pay
He's
attention
off
to
the
these
screen.
two now. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Viper is about to die.
Yeah, well, it does look like
Now,
that. Things are going down, though.
He's
Abyssal
gonna
Voyage.
try to outplay this, but
Abyssal Voyage not going to be used, it looks like. Ooh, nearly.
Oh,
The flash lick! It's not in range! Your tongue is just not long enough! Irove feeling pretty bad about his tongue length.
that is some
Kaney able to get away. Picks up the kill, too.
some excellent choice of words there, Valdez, if I do say so myself.
Yes.
So let's take a look at this. Kaney comes over. True display of talent, gets eaten up by the Tom.
Look at that cast.
Yeah, I mean, Tarzan
This
has
is
arrived
insane.
today. This is not George. And that's the mid-tier 1 turret, just getting raised. As we take a look at this outplay, Viper trying to outplay it onto Kaney. Maybe had he held the Q for the Kiana, depending on how he weaves it all in, it could end up being a little bit different, but obviously it's a little too late.
Ooh, Ornn coming in down here.
Yeah,
He's
from
doesn't
the
have his ult quite yet. He needs like 2 seconds. Okay, he's got it. Will they go for a fight this time around? Oh, it's going to be blocked. There's that Braum pickup. Another really nice cast is going to separate Ixu from the whole team. They're at least able to pick up 1 kill off of the back of that, and it goes to the Lucian. So the gold is really effective in their team. And, you know, it's just a bit here and a bit there, but at the end of the day, as we said, if Griffin can sail smoothly into the mid-game, their comp is going to be ahead. And you could certainly feel it right now on the map, as they're even ahead on golds in this one.
So right now, Ornn gonna get another big chunk of gold. Right? Wait, I think he just backed up out of the proximity gold. I'm not.
I think he's in range.
What? Maybe. Yeah, perhaps he was. Take a look at this. In Sword, he was honestly going for a Thanos snap, but ended up being denied by Secret. And yeah, Tarzan's here today. George, nowhere to be found.
Yeah.
All right, this is like Clark Kent and Superman. I don't really know.
George is on the bench.
Yeah, George is.
He's watching from the team house.
Yeah.
He didn't come today. Today is Tarzan's turn to play in the jungle. Honestly, I don't know why they play that guy, George.
Yeah, George
Should honestly just bench him until he gets a bit better.
He'd be lucky if he saw the day in third leagues.
Yeah. George certainly having some trouble, but Tarzan no trouble at all on the Gragas. Smooth sailing in the jungle, knew exactly how to play it, avoided flawless at all costs until it was a 2-on-1. And now he's probably got more gold than the Olaf does.
Yeah. UCal up there just trying to shove in top lane. Probably knows Kiana's eventually going to be hovering. Viper just picking up the red buff. No big deal. Shirley down here. And that looks like a bit of a mating ritual with the Alawi spirit. I'm not quite sure what kind of sacrifice to what god this is, but
Ooh, hybrid.
Iroh. Now you want to talk about a mating ritual.
Oh.
That almost looked like one.
Timothy, he knows
Yeah.
knows what he's doing. He has a lot of experience with that tongue. As, okay, UCal gonna get 2-on-1s here, and actually the kill will go to the Olaf, as now he will just be able to back out of that one. Flawless flashing away, and no way to collapse on there, so just kind of an isolated kill as the game does continue.
And Flawless, ooh. I think that,
Oh,
I think, yeah,
Tarzan got it.
It's not George.
No, he's, again, George didn't come today. They're playing Tarzan.
George did not come. You know, I never saw the new Tarzan movie, actually. As you
Why
count. That's very rude.
What if like the director of that film is a League of Legends fan and he's like watching?
No,
That would feel bad.
I actually want to point out, by the way, that the kill on Lucian, it is notable, but Flawless having his flash down for the next major neutral, they could lose the fight. Even though they get the gold, you have to view it from the angle of what aside from the gold was gained. And so Flawless not having his flash, I think, is actually more impactful than the amount of gold that he did just gain, all things considered.
Kiana as well.
Yeah, Kiana as well. So it's very strange, and I know it's even probably more weird for viewers that they think, well, doesn't this team need to keep accelerating and trying to find leads? And yes, but they also don't want to be losing at critical points inside of the game, as Kaney might have him here again.
Oh, that he does. Another great cast, but it's not going to save him this time. As well, the whole squad is coming on in here. No, George, again, he's not here, and Flawless will get away, but again, that was basically just support from Griffin all coming up. APK say, okay, if you're going to send 4 people top, we will push the mid lane. And finally, APK have gained a tiny advantage in gold after picking up that turret.
They got well, now it got brought right back over to Griffin. And the other thing about this is they just got the flash out of Kaney as well. And the reason that I'm talking about these summoner spells is because APK has a much heavier reliance on having summoner spells for team fights. They're so much more important for APK to be able to reposition as well as just dog down the carries on the side of Griffin. And if you don't have those options available, Griffin, they have so much repositioning inside of their kit and displacement through their abilities. It's very easy for them to conduct everything. And Flawless now running away in that replay. Another Cloud Dragon is up, and this isn't the end of the world even if they don't end up getting it. Now, I'm curious as well if Sword has given over any upgrades. I don't think that he has.
I don't know, we'll have to take a look at the items after this Cloud Drake. Observer Jonas Strong has got him down for now. But no fight comes in as APK is saying, nope, we're not going to go for it. And I don't see any upgrades there, LS.
And Orange 15, it's not like he just leveled up. So, Zanya's Hourglass is going to be the upgrade for Gragas.
Yeah.
Might of the Ruin King is going to be the upgrade for Lucian. And I'm unsure what direction Senna is going to end up going. We still have yet to see. But now Zanya's is purchased. So, if you're Senna in this game and the opponent has the armor the way that they do, I think just, even though you have, well, I suppose getting Yumu's Wraithblade would be better than Infinity Edge in this game, in this spot. You already have the Duskblade of Drakthar. You could just get that for yourself. Very doubtful that Lucian would want to hold all the way off until third item, Infinity Edge, to have that upgraded. I think Bork is a much better item to be gifted by Ornn, as gold is dead even, but remember, team comps are not dead even.
Yeah, it's something that gold can't quite measure, is where exactly the teams lie, as the flashes, you were talking about them, they start up the Baron, saying, hey, all of our flashes are down, including hybrids. Why don't we try for this? Looks like they wanted to sneak it, but it was spotted out, and immediately, smartly, APK say, nuh-uh, we cannot afford to get caught here.
One Ornn item was purchased, but Sword has 3 inside of him right now. I think he's going to go build Lucian right now. They just walked right by each other. Just sailed right past him. All right, hold on. Look at the minimap. Okay, hold on. Hold on. That. Build it.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, he is. He must be.
Beautiful.
There you go. Okay.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Ornn.
He heard you. He's like, oh, yes. Oh, right. That's right, Ellis. I forgot.
A little bit of a golf clap. We're going to need to check the white noise on those headsets or something. I don't really.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on here. Is Sir Thomas probably wants to just build Redemption as his ornament item.
Yeah, would be interesting to see if he does go for that. Sword not feeling the effect of the Alawi in the side lane as much anymore. And here we go. They're just going to go for an engage a bit. UCal leading the charge, flashing on in. Going to have a bit of help from Viper as 3-on-3. APK is just getting shredded in that fight. As both UCal and Viper, husband and wife, working together, feeling really good about themselves. Not sure exactly why APK took the fight, but UCal was ready and able to handshake that one.
Yeah. And right now, it's just such a gross imbalance. To try to put it into perspective of how far APK is probably down right now, I would liken it to something like a 10 or a 12,000 gold deficit. All things considered. Ornaments combined with team composition is just so insanely valuable. And right here, Hybrid, Lucian, like you said, husband and wife, able to easily handle these things. And that's one of my favorite sites in the league. Right there.
Olaf flashing away.
Running away, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's basically all he does. So I guess you get to see your favorite site very often.
Well,
he really did not get to do much, to be honest, in that fight.
And so far now, Cloud Dragon, another one coming up in about a minute. Ornn, Ronduin's Omen was the next item, and I think now he's going into Thornmail.
He really did just build that Catalyst for
which is
health and mana.
Realistically, you should just go Frozen Fist.
Oh boy.
Or Frozen Heart.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I suppose if you're only talking about mana, maybe he really just wanted some extra health. But I'm not sure why you absolutely need that. Maybe he felt the pressure in the lane.
It's also not every day in competitive that you go up against all AD.
Yeah, true. As
so
we
could
do
just
have
be a lapse of judgment, yeah.
Bit of fighting here. Griffin say, no, you're not just going to do this for free. APK can
Alawi.
return to it.
Ornn needs to be backed up. There's no reason for Sword to be positioning this close to his team.
They're just chipping away at them. Look at that cast. Flawless. Solo is going to get a bit of a heal, but he has to back away. Ixu getting on in there. Kaney, though, not really able to do much. As in goes Sword all alone, finally going to cast that ultimate. Big Devour is going to save him at the last spot, but look at Kaney. He's on the loose as, well, Sword's just going to put him in the grave. UCal and Viper look to be zoned out a bit here, but again, remember the range advantage that they have. Just trying to kite them down the entire time.
Husband, wife, and their catfish. It's a bit of a story. This is their son, Tim. Santa brought it back from the Shadow Isles. Lucian's like, what is that?
It's like a fantasy sitcom or something.
Oh, man. So we take a look at this team fight, and Ornn is just actually too far up. He tries to go in for the E, but the E doesn't really grant that much value. Ornn losing all of his purpose inside of this fight. And remember, Tarzan gets blown up and eviscerated by Kaney on the left-hand side. So an extremely disjointed team fight by Griffin. And this is very much like some of the series that they've lost in LCK so far this season. They've been so far ahead with the better team comps and just completely blunder the team fights and the coordination. And it does not look like Sword understands where he should be standing with Ornn in that team fight. He should be further back, waiting for the enemy to commit in and then get the good angles on the Ornn ultimate. As well as just delaying his R usage in the team fight, waiting until Braum casts his...
Yeah, I think he did that in this one.
He was trying
but
to,
he was so far forward that the angle was like, well, do I go back and try to hit Kaney, or like, do I just hit this Braum in front of me? Like, as you were saying, the angle was a bit awkward.
And it does look like actually Viper will build Infinity Edge as his next item. Yeah, and now Molten Edge able to be upgraded. Sword, get on over there. I think he's built.
Look at him.
I think he's finding her.
Yeah, look at him. Get over here.
Here comes FedEx. Here comes FedEx.
He's really trying to get over there really fast. Charged into the wall, bonked his head.
Great.
There you go, Molten Edge complete.
Yeah, and it does look like Redemption is going to be the Tom Kench item.
Yeah.
That eventually will be picked up. Oh,
well,
that
Viper,
was a lot of damage.
I don't know about that one. He got doubled up, taken down nearly, as now Sword is engaging. Gotta be real careful. He's so far ahead as the Senna ultimate does a lot of damage, but this is such a broken up team fight that Griffin can't really take. Although another huge cast from Not George is going to get the Alawi into the team. Man, I love Not George. Showing up today, big time cast, is able to make what looks like a horrendous team fight into something okay.
Yeah. It's T, not G.
Yes.
Showing up today.
T,
Oh, man. Well, Lucian looks like he's probably pretty close. Did he sell his Blade of the Ruin King?
no.
No, I think he refunded it. And I think he lost his Might of the Ruin King. But anyways, in this replay here, Ornn, again, just playing really far up. Sword does not seem to, again, this is 3 times now he's done this in team fight. Loses all of his HP.
Oh, the cast.
In the cast from Tarzan, ends up saving this fight.
Yeah. This time, I don't blame Sword as much, just because I feel like it was Viper sort of baiting him into it. Like, Sword went in after Viper got chunked out, and yes, he should have backed away. But after he was kind of like, oh, I got a front line for my AD carry that's taking a ton of damage for no reason, that's when he got into that bad spot, and when he got, you know, as we were saying, if you're that far forward, you're just going to get dunked on as the Ornn. So hopefully, I just feel like these fights from Griffin are really disjointed. Like, people are hesitating. Nobody knows if they want to go in. Sword's going full speed ahead, full steam ahead, whereas the rest of the team is kind of waiting to kite them. They're not really all playing on the same wavelength right now.
Oblivion Orb picked up by Gragas. Very late, but still will have value against some members on APK, I believe. Hopefully, one of the observers clicks on one of the APK champions, and we can end up seeing. I do think that Alawi is over 100 magic resist, so obviously Oblivion Orb not going to be super valuable against her.
850 range right now for the Senna.
And we're just waiting to see what is going to end up happening here. Ornn taking out the tentacles.
Especially now that the game has gone so late, like, look at what Senna can do. Just don't be so far ahead and full hard engage. Just kite them, poke them down, and Viper don't walk right at the Alawi, for God's sake.
They keep doing this over and over, and it really is the definition of insanity. Sword is up here in the front again. Kaney gonna try to come around with Flawless and look for some sort of a flank. Ixu.
It's all about this Drake right now.
Now, Senna's almost level 16, and that actually probably is worth trying to get to before the team fight. You can see Kaney trying to be in the mist. APK's team composition has been reduced to guerrilla warfare now.
Oh, the big time play from Tarzan. Saw him coming in, and is going to cast the Olaf, force that Ragnarok to come out, and just with one fell swoop, Tarzan, the king of the jungle, he's back, is going to get that play and make that Kiana obsolete. Now the next Drake in 5 minutes will be the decider on who that gets that soul. But after picking off Kiana, Griffin want to go to Baron.
Oh, man.
Man, I love Not George.
Yeah, I love Not.
It's awesome when he comes in and starts playing for this team. 1-1-7, but that really doesn't tell the story of this game. He's been the one consistent mainstay of this game 1 for Griffin.
So I believe it was Atlas that told me that when you're 007, that's the right to kill or something?
No,
right?
I think he said that all of the 00s have
that's
the right
why
to kill.
Tarzan's 1-1. He's already killing. You know what I mean? Comes in here.
He's gone beyond
tells
the
Senna,
right to kill.
Thanks for the Aurora Lights, as he just completely blew up Kiana.
Yeah.
Without any aid.
It was a control ward, so I think Kaney needed 2 hits with his, what's that new item? The Wraith's Blade?
Umbral.
Oh, that's the other one.
The Umbral, the
Umbral
Umbral Glaive, I believe.
Yeah, because one
of these is Nocturne's passive.
It is one of the no. Okay, Umbral Blades is Nocturne's passive, and Umbral Blade is the item. I'm saying that very confidently because I think I know.
Umbral Glaive
is the item. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I said.
Yeah.
I'm a
caster
coach, content creator. You know.
Oh man.
Jeez. Oh no, the fabled book.
Oh, he's getting close.
Now, Alawi does have insane amounts of healing, but Leandri's would
is that the way you feel?
It would just do so much more. Leandri's Torment would just do so much against these champions that are stacking HP. The Madness passive against the targets that don't have magic resistance would be insane. 10% increased damage to every Q, W, E, and R for his Gragas. That, plus the AP from the item itself, is insanity in terms of damage. Plus, the 7.5% max HP burn. It's just so good.
Ixu getting engaged upon, but who's stuck in here with who? They're trying to burst him down, but they can't quite do it. Not even Viper's Snipe is going to be able to do it, but now Kaney and Secret in the front as Ixu is forced to run away. Means that they don't have much, and, well, Olaf and MF didn't even see the action as they were not there on time. And, well, we all know what Olaf does as the push is coming on into the mid lane now after picking off Braum. Flawless still waiting in the wings here. Sword a little bit low, but do they really want to try to come on in here and go for the 4v5? Griffin might just force them to do so. See, they are pushing in now. Looks like they do not want to stop. Here comes the Olaf from behind. They're trying to clear the minion wave as no damage is really coming out here. They're just kind of trying to zone them with the Alawi for now. Slow them down. Sword thinking about returning into that one. Viper, a big slow onto him. Yeah, he's got to run away now. That slow is massive, and here comes Olaf.
Tarzan. Left side. Doesn't have ult yet.
Yeah, not quite ready for it. It just comes up now, but it's too late.
Oh, Kaney still looking on the left-hand side. This could be the sandwich. And no, not actually going to persist on and go for it. This is very dicey.
Yeah.
If you're a Griffin fan, APK has minions.
It's blocked.
Okay, it's no longer going to be dicey. Super minions coming up mid. And the reason that I'm saying that it's dicey is at 40 minutes, a clean ace for APK with minions in close proximity would result in the end of the game.
Yeah, it would. Oh, Sword. Oh boy. No ultimate. Still, he is going to be able to frontline here. Flawless fights Tarzan, who is just really on a knife's edge. Both teams just going back and forth. Griffin still seeming to have the upper hand. Oh, he's going to find Kaney. Tarzan has been all over Kaney this entire late game. He's going to find him again, and down he will go. When they were fighting in mid, he curved all the way around into his blue side jungle just to find Kaney.
And now it should be a pretty easy Baron capture.
Okay, Exhaust's going to come down here. Yukal forcing them to fight. In goes Sword. They should be able to get Secret here. And with that, it looks like they're not even going to wait for Baron or Dragon Soul. They're just going to look to push to end.
And I think that's probably all that she wrote. MF does have bullet time. He's going to come out and try to cast it.
Looking to try to interrupt it. No, or rather Braum this time around. The wave has been cleared. Bullet time still available. Good Ragnarok to keep him alive. They're just tanking this turret. Finally, the bullet time comes out.
And they lost the minions, so again, disjointed is Griffin. As I think they're going to Cloud Dragon. You know what? We were so clean up until this point, Valdez. Well, not entirely, but
the Dragon Soul is really nice. You become fast.
You're serious?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
They become fast. Remember?
Great. Yeah.
Yeah, 10% I think.
Excellent. APK now going for a counter Baron, and this is really it. This is desperation. The super minion in mid can end. by the way. So even if they just dance long enough, APK will lose to the Super Minion. There's only one Nexus. Yeah, hybrid.
Yeah, he doesn't exist in this game, in the late game for now. Kaney, once again, targeted here by Tarzan. Yukal, though, is kind of being bullied by a couple of tanks, but it's not enough. Yeah, Olaf not able to do enough. And now with the Cloud Soul, they're able to get that ultimate back. TPs come in, and now will be the end of the game. As a pretty obvious MVP for me. I don't know how you feel about this one.
Yeah.
And I have no idea what the other people that vote think, because I cannot predict what the other people think. As GG is going to come in, game 1 will be Griffins. As it takes a little bit longer than Gen Z against Stom 1. It took about 42 minutes, but they got there eventually with their later game scaling composition. Some bumps in the road, it wasn't perfect, but they got the win in the end.
Yeah, and they ended up scaling. Now, there was a lot of sloppy teamwork in regards to the way that they were utilizing Ornn inside of those team fights. Tarzan was single-handedly saving so many team fights on his own, and Viper with some really beautiful Senna ultimates as well. And so, team composition plus some really good play out of really everyone on Griffin. It was just the way they were using Ornn inside of those fights was very often. They did it 4 times in a row.
Yeah.
So
makes you wonder.
Yeah. It's one of those things that it can really be difficult to evaluate in the moment, and maybe it just hits you in hindsight. But it is a really peculiar way to think about Ornn, because you're not used to that whenever you're picking him in solo queue because of how chaotic it is.
Yeah. Gotta have that pro stage experience as well as scrim experience to figure that kind of stuff out. As not too happy now is Iksu. Zalawi, it won the lane against Ornn, but as we all know, that's
supposed to.
Yeah, that's not the end-all be-all. Wins the lane, of course, even gets some help from the Olaf to push it in. And at the end of the day, Senna did almost double of everybody in the game. Not quite double of MF and Alawi, but
you know what that means?
Double of everybody else.
It means Senna's MVP.
Yeah, you know, after seeing this chart, I think I want to revoke my not George vote, and I want to give it to Viper. That would be, yeah, after seeing this, obvious it was Senna. After getting caught like 8 times. But, I mean, he did a lot of damage, so not bad. Used his ultimate pretty well. Yeah, he's made of light stone. Because you're not moving, you're in the light. Yeah, so Griffin wins.
I'm actually just CGI right now.
Yeah.
I'm actually still at my hood.
Well, I forget who I was talking to, but we were actually thinking about what would happen if eventually commentators just got replaced by AIs with soundboards, like especially play-by-plays. You never know. We'll be back with the LCK.
레전드 오브 룬테라의 세계에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 이것은 실력 지상주의 매지컬 세계. 자, 이제 그럼 한판 붙어볼까? 레전드 오브 룬테라.
Welcome to LCK 2020 Spring Split Match 16 Game number 1, Griffin versus APK. So what's your thought on the draft? 3 powerful champions set Aphelios and Kali. When those 3 champs are banned out, the teams has to choose which team they prefer, which pick is the most valuable pick in the current meta. So Griffin took Auron in B1, and they had a very comfort pick overall. Especially, they had a comp that could play around Viper's Senna. On the other hand, APK, well, they had to go with the fighters, the champions that really prefers open fight a lot. Ornn, Senna, or the champions that can go with very stable game. However, they went with Olaf, which really wants to open fight in the early and mid game as well. So they had to pick up a lot of points in the early phase of the game. However, it did not go that well. So the first death coming out from Olaf was a point where APK lost their control. Well, it was not a bad decision since they got all the vision cover around the river in the bot side, and also Olaf was ahead in level. So it was actually very natural for Olaf to go in. However, Lucian was a really good counter pick going into Kiana since he had a very good lane priority. Yuka was much faster going for that backup, and Olaf had to die in that 2v1 fight. So they had a very big obstacle in the beginning of the game. So it was not a bad decision on the side of Olaf. However, the key point was that Yukal had exhaust for his summoners, and that difference actually ended up Gragas surviving and Olaf biting the dust. Griffin, they looked very solid as a team overall. After that loss, they were actually suffering from very limited vision. And Iroh made a very good decision, actually walking around the rift. And they were waiting Lucian to push lane. And then they all grouped up as 4 members. This is kind of proof showing that Griffin is moving as one team. League of Legends, you always have to trade turns, and APK players used their turn waiting in the tri-bush, but Iroh was really smart moving around the wall, and they had extra time after APK players failed their bait play. Well, we can say this was kind of another byproduct of strong laning phase of Lucian. But they missed their one shot, and after that, Griffin was able to snowball on those kind of strong laning phase. So Griffin improved a lot. So let's check out who is the POG of this game. Viper picked up a POG, and also this is the first Senna victory in LCK. It's really popular champion pick in foreign leagues in other regions, but LCK is really just overlooking Senna. However, Viper and Griffin is the only one in the team that prefers Senna. So Senna does have some of the weakness, very slow paced. You have to wait for the very late game. So if you get smashed in the early game, it's really hard to turn the game around. However, well, today we had some blunders from Olaf, and Viper was also really on point, controlling that champion. So Griffin went with a very smart comp. Overall, it was really well balanced. So they also had Lucian to add more power in the laning phase, and also they had Tom and also Ornn to open team fights. So overall, their composition was so balanced. So Viper picked up 7 votes out of 12 people. Well, and before going to the interview, actually Viper said Senna is a really good champion, and today was the day Viper could prove that on stage. And let's move on to the game number 2.
Well, there you have it. Whoever does the most damage ends up as your player of the game, as did Senna in that one. We're going to be moving on to game number 2 here between Griffin and APK. Very, very long one in that first one, which did kind of play towards Griffin's comp strengths. Viper saying, I wish I didn't have to wait that long for Senna to get that strong. Hybrid, as we saw in that last game, he had a bit of trouble on the MF. You were talking about ranges in the draft and how, you know, bullet time, it gives her the range in some team fights if, you know, your allies can open it and stuff like that. But there were actually a lot of fights that were very broken up and where she was just being bullied by both Lucian and Senna especially.
Yeah, they were just so disjointed, and it made it very difficult for what they were trying to achieve. Okay, here we go. Draft number 2 between APK and Griffin.
Lucian, they've had enough of the UCal Lucian. And they will take that one away.
Kali getting banned away by Griffin as well.
Yeah, Kali, still surprising. I mean, she's 0-2, but still gets banned all the time. People just do not want to play against that, regardless of whatever team you're going up against. They're not even holding it for 3rd ban, as you were saying, hey, maybe we won't ban a Kali. And perhaps forcing the blue side to use a ban. Both Senna and Lucian are tagged here as the problems for APK from game number 1.
And we'll see what Griffin wants to ban away here. Are they going to just ban Set and things of that nature, as Rumble does bite the dust?
Yeah, the bans for Griffin on blue were Pantheon, Soraka, Rumble. So already 2 of those, or at least one of those, will not be able to come through from their side.
Set being banned away by APK. We'll see what's kind of a first pick APK is going to go with. I imagine Griffin will ban Aphelios. And they are...
Ooh,
okay.
the respect for Soraka. I know you're loving it, as Aphelios will be the first pick. Just auto locks there from APK. No thinking about that one.
And Ornn, once again, going to be hovered by Griffin. Arguably the best top lane champion in the game right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Ornn, Set. See a lot of these teams play Aatrox. I don't know if he counts as top 3, though, in your mind. Well, maybe in top 3 played, but...
Let's talk about top 3 AD carries. MF and Aphelios are definitely involved in that, so Griffin going to be picking those 2 up. So we'll see what APK responds with. Maybe they just do Braum X here because, you know, Ornn's on the enemy team. So, of course, you gotta pick up that champion that answers it in a vacuum. So let's see if that's what's gonna end up happening here. As Kaney saying something. Oh,
saying Kiana.
Yeah.
Saying, I want to sin.
Yeah. And you know what? I mean, Griffin is about to tell him that he needs to repent. At the end
Who's
of
it going to be? Preacher Karthus?
Now, will they just take the jungler here? And I'm a very big fan of jungler R3, Orianna, Victor, etc. R4, and then counterpick support if you're going to go a mage. But Griffin end up taking Olaf. So Olaf, he is able to build Abyssal Mask, or he's able to build the Black Cleaver as a ornament. And so does have a little bit more value in the later stages. Pantheon now going to be banned away by Griffin. But I think that if APK was really insistent on getting the Elise Pantheon, I think they would already done it. Kiana probably wouldn't be a thing that they would consider even banning away when they have when they would have the Olaf and the Ornn already locked in. And so it is very peculiar to see that Braum now banned away.
They were sad with Sword's ults being denied, so they take that one off the board.
And maybe we'll have Syndra banned away by APK. Now, Ornn is able to actually go mid against Kiana. I just think that it is probably highly unlikely to have that happen. Now, Griffin might just Nautilus R4 here, and if he does, if they do, if Viper locks it in, I will cry. But I do think that Orianna is completely fine here, as is Victor, Zoe, etc. There's the Zoe. He's going to end up getting locked in. So now if APK, if they respond with Nautilus, or they respond Tom Kench or something of the sorts, although Tom Kench is extremely off theme with the Kiana and the Elise. There's the Nautilus.
Yeah. Big buy Nautilus.
Now this is where Griffin can respond with a mage support and have a lot of late game scaling power.
Best they can do is Rakan. Did I just destroy your hopes and dreams?
I'm seeing I'm seeing the Tom Kench. I'm seeing the feathers of Rakan. I'm seeing the Leoner.
Leoner?
I'm seeing everything flash before my eyes right now. Definitely doesn't have to do with the lights. As Alawi is picked up here.
Yeah, Alawi is picked up. And, yeah, Leoner might be coming in here for good old K-Kona LS. And it will be locked in.
All right, well.
Okay.
So Leona is going to be locked in there. I was being sarcastic when I was, you know.
What, you didn't want to see Leona? What?
All right.
I thought it was your favorite champion. What if Leona, well...
Hybrid looks in good spirits. Sword up there on the Ornn yet again. Cleanse being taken.
Leona, so she has a ranged ability that uses the power of the sun. Doesn't that kind of make her a mage?
No, it makes her a scientist.
What?
See?
Is that where the solar flare comes from?
I think so. I think that she harnesses it.
That would make her a god.
No, with machinery.
What?
She's from the future. You shut up, Valdez.
Maybe.
Alawi, Elise, Kiana, Aphelios, and Nautilus. Going to be the team composition here. And there's quite a lot of Sinners, but also some Scalers on this team composition. And Alawi and her husband, Nautilus, coming from the depths.
Ooh.
Yeah, you want to talk about Lucian and Senna, but this is where the real canon is. As Leona, MF, Zoe, Olaf, and Ornn going to be the team composition for Griffin. Definitely a lot less secure than game number 1. And so this might get dicey for Griffin, especially if they blunder team fights like they were sort of doing at some points in game 1.
Well, I feel like in any League of Legends game, there will be blunders, there will be highlight plays. I don't know where I'm going with this. We did see a bit of both in game number 1. I guess that's where I was going. So, Griffin, they've proven that they can at least outscale and outdraft and outplay APK in one game. But we play best of 3s here. So, can they do it again? Can they be consistent? Can Sword show a bit better positioning on the Ornn? It's another question we have to ask of Sword, as it's definitely something we pointed out a lot in game number 1. Will George be returning for game 2? I did not, well, not returning. He was not there in game 1, but I didn't get any info on whether or not he was being subbed in.
Well, we're going to find out, I think, real soon.
Everybody takes Nimbus Cloak nowadays.
Yeah, Nimbus Cloak is broken.
It's
basically Storm. Hold on here. Hold on. Give me a second.
You had it in the first series.
I did. Storm Raiders Surge.
Yeah, there you go.
I got it right.
Yeah, you got it.
What do I get? What's my reward?
Well, you get 4 Nimbus Cloaks in the game.
That's what I like to see.
Yeah, it's for everybody.
Wait, you said? Oh yes, there is 4.
Yeah, anybody who went Sorcery Tree at all has it.
Really good rune. I actually think that it can mix up the jungle meta. I think that is being extremely underlooked as a rune for certain junglers that used to operate with Storm Raiders in the past.
How about Trundle? I feel like that would make his trading at level 6 even better. close the distance. Although you can generally do that with the pillar anyway.
Listen.
Cal feeling pretty good. Secret not, though, in the bottom. Tarzan. For now, we'll call him Tarzan. Has been spotted, though. They do know that he should be down here on this side because Elise is up near his red. They might actually look for a dive now, as this ward is going to be cleared out. Zoe is rotating on down. This is a bit early. They could try to do it with the redemption. Will be mostly dodged. Irove going to get the aggro. As Tarzan goes in, Irove is going to go down. And so will Tarzan, a 2-for-1. Going to APK, they're trying to get one more. Flash on in for the heal as Hybrid gets low. They can't quite kill him.
What is going on, man?
Going way too deep. Eats that turret shot. Hybrid thinking about even chasing. Kaney's not going to be able to do that, just recalls. That's not the dive they were looking for there, LS.
So, we're going to see that again. And
Do we have to?
there was... Oh no, get ready. The Twitch stream is about to crash. TOS incoming here as Irove initially tanks up the turret, loses the aftershock, and doesn't have the resistance for that next turret shot. Tarzan goes down. UCal misses the bubble trouble, goes in, starts hitting Hybrid, and then Viper, who has more HP, doesn't start the tanking.
나 이제 아래 공격 가능하거든?
어디 다이버?
나이스!
조이더펄.
나 가져가지 기다려봐.
Zoe no flash.
이거야 우리가 냈어!
Oh, we did it. We won this.
왜?
We're talking about Zoe. And
Okay.
this game is...
We're off to a good start. Yeah, lots of action. That's what we want to see.
Well, APK are in a fantastic spot now. In this game number 1, Nautilus has mobility boots.
Yeah, picked him
Super
up
early. Yeah, so he's going to be able to roam to mid lane a lot and get insane amounts of value. Now, one of the things that I am a little bit perplexed by is Kaney has a Doran's Blade as well as a Corrupting Potion against Zoe. I'm not really sure what is going on there. As
Intense sustain.
yeah, UCal just trying to farm up. And Griffin, they are behind right now, but it's not the end of the world. And it looks like Tarzan, George. George seems maybe subbed in this game.
Yeah,
We're not totally
I think
sure
he
yet.
may have. Based on what we saw, I think there's a decent chance. Flawless made his way down here, ended up scanning again, so no vision, any of those side brushes for Griffin.
Well,
What are you thinking, Cloud Soul this game?
that's the cherry on top. It really is.
All right.
Infernal Drake gonna go the way of APK. Nice little boost early on.
Ocean next.
You know that we're rolling it.
We're getting Cloud Drake
We
again.
are absolutely getting clouded.
It's,
It really feels like that has been the most popular soul. I'd actually really like to see a stat on that in terms of what is the highest soul in LCK. As Griffin, they seem locked in this 1,000 gold deficit. All a byproduct of the early game.
Minion Dematerializer. Making its return here to the mid lane.
And now, Sword. Just going pretty even up there in top lane. He's doing the same build again, so I'm not really so sure. He's building the Catalyst, has armor.
Same matchup. Ooh, nice response flash out of Viper. Not sure if he's gonna respond though, as it is Elise. To get up in the sky. Secret though is gonna get low enough. And in fact, Viper will take him down.
And I believe he got a shutdown on that as well. And so even though he's gonna end up missing out on the wave, it's still gonna be pretty valuable. Irove now gotta be a little careful, as does Tarzan. Kaney looking for some action. You can see he's on the hunt, he's on the prowl. As Leona just trying to help Tarzan get the CS underneath the turret. Zoe, Sork penetration boots. First item. Gonna want to use these boots to try to sustain into the blue buff.
Secret's been doing a decent amount of roaming so far. You see he's down a level on Irov. Take another look here at the replay in the bottom side. Viper, great response time.
Manages to get out of the way, and then Secret.
He doesn't heal, by the way. He had heal. He still does. Maybe he just said, well, I mean, I'm going to die to Ignite and one more auto from Elise. And maybe he didn't expect it to be so close.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility.
So he just decided, hey, I'm gonna save it this time.
Secret is actually behind an XP right
Yeah,
now,
he's
and
been roaming
obviously
so much.
Irov and Tarzan getting that CS as well. Yeah, definitely is one of the things that's going on. The gold gap has lessened now to about 700. And Ocean Drake coming up in 2 minutes. Looks like APK initiating a lane swap. Now, I've talked about this many times on broadcast. Right now, you look at bot lane, they're losing one wave, they're about to lose two. So the 2 waves that they're about to end up losing, that is negating the Herald gold claimed and more. And then if they lose even more minions in top and bottom, which is about to happen again, might end up negating the turret plate gold altogether. So even though you get a tempo swing in one lane, you lose it in another. And then the question ends up becoming, how valuable is it? They're losing more minions right now, as Alawi is going to be able to come down here and pick out some of them. So they got themselves the Rift Herald, but now they're in a lane swap that is occurring at such a peculiar time, because if you're Griffin, you're the ones that want to be in bot lane right now because of the upcoming Ocean Drake. And also, let's say that right now Elise comes up and summons the Rift Herald at top tier 1. You should think to yourself, this is great. We're going to lose top tier 1 turret. This is going to be fantastic. It's way too early in the game for lane, the map to be opened up. And then all the waves are just going to keep coming into the tier 2 top turret. And this is really bizarre that they would want to do this in the Alawi lane.
Oh, he flashed into it, and that means with the exhaust coming down, we got a 3-on-3. Viper following up. Irov has that stopwatch. That will save him just barely as the Leona ultimate comes in. A double kill now going over to Tarzan, as Griffin are able to follow up really nicely on that play on the top side.
It almost puts them back to even in terms of gold. Sword now teleporting down here into bottom, picking up. Oh! What? That Alawi wasn't in...
Yeah, I guess not.
That's really strange. I really thought...
Right on the edge.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, ends up taking the 1 turret shot. She would have anyway. That's how that works.
Yeah.
Bramble Vest, first item for Ornn. He came down to the lane just to apparently immediately recall. As we take a look at this, Tarzan coming in here.
It's like Triumph Conqueror.
Yeah.
There's a lot of health. Getting that back.
Ocean Drake is live. UCal, gotta be a little careful here. He has the flash available.
Secret still level 5.
And now,
Irov is level 6 at the top lane fight.
yes. So Irov is probably very far ahead in terms of XP. UCal is also up a level. Oh, I'm sorry. That was Hybrid in mid lane. Lost sight, by the way. So.
Yeah, they look similar.
Yeah.
Kiana and Aphelios.
So right now, Griffin, they're giving up the Ocean Dragon, and they're getting gold in side lanes and XP that the opponents aren't getting. The gold deficit has all but... Oh, no. If that Drake resets, that is a field... No, Tarzan.
Oh, no. Not
George,
able to get
George.
in there. George returns. Oh, boy. Well, trying to get in there and redeem himself. Nice Kiana ultimate is going to save them some time. Ixu thinking about coming in from the right flank here. Wants to put down some damage at least. They're looking to turn a little bit, but not quite able to as Tarzan gets a little bit low there.
Really close call right there. There was definitely a universe where Griffin not only steals the dragon away from APK there, but also manages to pick up some kills. It's not this one, though.
Wow,
As
they
Ornn
really
ultimate-
want to kill Hybrid. Ooh.
Oh, but Zoe!
Yeah, the bubble lands here. Secret trying to
Secret's gonna
sacrifice himself, rather.
Oh.
Snuck a Lel in there. Oh! Nice, Ukal from downtown. Able to pick that one up.
You, Cal, you can. I don't know. I really did not think that could reach there.
We'll have to see the replay as to how he actually managed it.
And Ixu down there in bottom, still just trying to push now. He's looking for Sword right now. He knows that he's coming. How did he...
What?
Wait.
That was weird. That was
Yeah, I don't...
weird interaction.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
That was definitely something. That was a little... Oh, he... What? He could have locked him up for 2 turret shots at least.
But he really wanted to make Bomby Cinder.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a busy man.
Yeah,
You know.
Ornn's got things to do.
Yeah, he's build a bear
He's
right now.
Blacksmith primary, fighter secondary.
Oh.
More of a pacifist.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's why he's Blacksmith.
Okay.
Hey, he picked up fighting because Summoner's Rift needed him.
Okay.
Yeah, he got drafted. It's a really sad story.
Okay.
Yeah. Caney having a little bit of alone time with that turret. APK hanging around here. We never really got to see the replay, huh? Okay, well, there we go.
We're going to take a look at it. Ram just narrowly misses against Hybrid. The bubble comes in, Secret. Trying to save him, and then take a look at this. Battlestar.
Well, I mean, it's
That
a little bit hard to see.
Honestly, come on.
네, 초시계 고 나이스.
Especially, I think the stopwatch?
Yeah. And
But Secret didn't even use it.
yeah.
So Viper was calling for him saying, oh, he's probably got it.
Yeah.
He didn't even use it. I guess he didn't expect it either.
And so there you're seeing the turn plate goal, 600 versus 120. But remember, the amount of gold that was left into the lanes, as well as the XP. As Griffin, they're in the lead right now. And yeah, it is a Cloud Soul again, man. What is going on?
Someone has those stats, so we'd be very curious to see them. This time he went for the E, but Ixu got really angry. Is he in range? So close. He's got to dodge this. What? What?
How do you die to that?
Oh, no.
Oh.
George's friend's sword.
Iroh looks so disappointed in this player cam. Like, oh man, it's like walking into a Heimerdinger turret or something.
I know. Can we get the replay of that too? Get a slow-mo?
I guess so.
Yes.
Ask and you shall receive. As Ornn is trying to run here, and then watch this. Now, he can just keep running up. I don't know why he's running down.
He got hit by the one that was at the turret.
Yeah, the one that was at the turret, but why don't you just keep running up?
Maybe he got minion blocked.
Are you... All right.
I'm just, you know.
Yeah, you're just
trying
joshing.
to spare the blushes of our good friend Sword. He doesn't, you know, he doesn't always get the best
His
praise.
purpose in this game right now is to build ornaments.
Well,
That is exactly...
he'll be doing it. Don't worry.
Now watch, ready? Tarzan, he's going to run in a straight line. Ready? Here
No
we go.
minions.
Straight line. Straight line. Great.
Or he just got a little bit confused by the minions, so he turned around. He wasn't
APK.
sure if they were his or the enemies.
So right now, Griffin a little bit slow for this Cloud Drake, which means that APK probably going to be the ones that end up picking it up. And in terms of itemization, they're still waiting on core item completions. on several of their champions. It looks like Oblivion Orb on Zoe will be the item that eventually comes in. Black Cleaver for the Olaf, and Ornn still has yet to get an ornament of any kind.
Not yet. He's working on it. He's got his many items. Secret going in there. He does have the Aftershock to help him out, but he's going to be assassinated from behind there. And now we have MF stuck back there, and even Ixu's going to pick up another kill with his tentacle from downtown. APK get 3 in the mid lane as Griffin are pushing into that mid turret.
Yeah, and this is, oh, Kenny gonna end up stopping the teleport from Ornn. So we'll see what ends up happening as this game continues to transpire. It's gonna be a 2,000 gold advantage right now for APK with 3 dragons. And again, waiting on Ornn to hit level 13, start giving his teammates items. And Griffin, really, they're too pushed up here. The angle is also awful. UCal doesn't quite have flash available in this fight. Ornn was pushing top lane. There's no reason to be sieging this mid-tier 1 in the manner that they were. So APK, very quick to collapse on them. And so actually a little bit less than a 2,000 gold advantage right now. Sword still does not have Sunfire Cape.
He's working on it.
Eye Edge almost completed on Viper, as I still am assuming that it's Oblivion Orb for the Zoe. Black Cleaver going to be the purchase for Tarzan on this Olaf, who he has 3 kills, but going to end up being a non-factor the longer that this game ends up going. Ornn obviously just waiting a while, so now we're going to get into the ping pong state, but Cloud Soul is coming up soon.
Yeah, that is a question. How hard are Griffin going to fight for that? I doubt they'll give it away for free. Tarzan and Irove looking to secure some space in their own jungle. Flawless is going to have to repel, but he's going to come right down on top of him. Down he goes, but a big ultimate from Kiana. Gets UCal in the back and Ixu in a big position to zone them all out, but he's going to be burst down by Viper. Wasn't quite able to get onto the carries with that maneuver with the TP. And now Sword is here with full health. Doesn't have his ultimate anymore.
This is a really big timing. This is a huge swing. Baron. Kaney is going to be so hard. Here comes UCal. He is very healthy. Well, he was. He had about 600.
Picks up a couple of flashes.
I don't know why he's standing behind Baron.
Yeah, you don't want to stand
Baron
there.
deals more damage when... Just pick that up while you're at it. Sure. Sure, anything else you have for us, Zoe?
He's
Anything
looking
else?
for more. There's definitely more in that jungle.
Zoe's like the... did you ever see the... All right, well, I'll tell you after the story. Or the replay, what?
It is a story,
yeah.
sorts.
Flawless just getting completely caught out. Kiana ultimate not finding as much value. UCal got the red smite against Ixu there.
Yeah.
Which is so clutch.
Huge.
And then Hybrid getting hit by that Ornn ultimate from downtown. Secret flashing over the wall, only later to be gifted to Zoe as she picked that up. She's like the thing from Harry Potter, the mythical beast, you know, the little platypus looking thing? And its stomach just seems to have like an entire universe inside of it. Yeah. That's exactly what Zoe is.
Basically.
Yeah.
I mean, she is how many years old?
Over 1,000.
Like,
right?
yeah. It makes sense.
You know that she's one of the top 4 strongest characters in LoL. Do you know who the other 3 are, Valdez?
Anivia,
No.
Polar Bear.
Incorrect.
What do you mean? They're the gods.
Doesn't make them strongest. What? It's
I
Aurelion
think it
Sol,
does.
Bard.
Yeah, and Aurelion Sol.
No, Aurelion Sol, Bard, Kindred, Zoe.
I don't know what lore you're reading.
Okay, Valdez, you're gonna need to brush up on your...
Maybe I read the old lore and you read the new lore. That's possible, actually.
Listen, Valdez.
you got anything to say about that?
You know what? I personally don't. As Molten Edge was upgraded, oh, Secret.
He's got a stone plate, but he's not really able to engage and use it too well. Ixu gets a bit of chip damage back on the Tarzan.
Hold on, Tarzan. That's not a straight line. Don't try to wiggle against it. You can end up beating yourself up. Okay, Sword gonna take out the tentacle.
Flawless has vision.
Flawless looks like he wants to go in here without flash.
He has a blasting plant.
Dragon was not having it. That was not a
shaking his head. And well, Flawless,
okay.
And he's gonna get burst down here. Now it's a 5-on-4. Katie being zoned out again by Tarzan.
Oh,
Big
Alawi!
knock up though. Oh, that was huge by the Nautilus ultimate, and Alawi getting in there, but just giant burst damage out of Zoe, and MF is enough to take her down. Just like that. Katie though, full health here, still has supreme display of talent.
Yeah.
Just
you
looking
can see
for his
Orn
angle.
trying to wait. He's looking for an angle on E. He wants to body slam
Yeah.
Kaney right where he cast that Orn pillar. It looks like he's building another item. Is that going to be Luden's? No, it's going to be Obsidian Cleaver. Definitely a nice purchase right here. As, take a look at this again. Ram goes on to Flawless. He gets locked up. And Secret chaining onto Irobe. Now everyone funneled into the pit. And this was really insane that they made that decision. They flash away saying, wait a minute. Yeah, they noped right out of that. As he just got completely pulverized there.
Yeah.
By Misfortune.
It's, well, you know, it's 2 high damage carries just free hitting you.
Yeah.
So even Alawi's gonna die. Doesn't matter if she had Death's Dance or what. Not the most tanky with the items that she has chose. Not going full tank or anything like that. And now this game is in an interesting spot. Griffin have returned to the lead in terms of gold. The gold graph kind of looks like a heartbeat as it's going back and forth. And no Dragon Soul as well. So that was denied from APK.
Yeah, and that bought Griffin a lot of time to keep scaling up, keep getting more Orn items, more base levels, which is exactly what they need right now. It's just more and more time to keep getting bigger. As Ixu gonna end up missing his Test of Spirit.
What a play by Sword.
Yeah. Truly magnificent.
Guy's a god.
Oh, they might just E him.
And he's looking for, this is it.
Like, this isn't real.
Okay, they're going on in onto this one. They get the knock up. There it is. And Viper should have enough. As Sword gets extremely low, but it was well baited with the maneuvers used there by our lovable Orn player. Once again, another pickoff here onto that Alawi. Griffin just looking to push down mid. Teleport available for Sword. No big objectives available right now, so Griffin struggling for what to do.
Right now, all they have to do is sort of wait. Sword's about to hit 15. Once he dings 15, it'll be a Luden's Echo upgrade for Zoe.
What's the Luden's Echo upgrade name? Oh, you got a slow here on the Irobe. And TP coming on in. Immediately APK are turning tail. Ixu looking to turn onto Sword here. He's in a bit of trouble, but Kaney from behind is going to try to burst him down. Not quite able to as the stopwatch comes in on a Viper, but he will die straight after as Ixu just turning straight onto Sword was the key there. APK, it looked like they were running away, but just turning onto the one member that was TPing was enough to just have them fight back to front, as well as, the MF being assassinated from behind, basically, eventually, as now Baron's back up, and APK are going to start it up here.
Yeah, APK are starting it up. Luden's Pulse, by the way. The answer, yeah.
You figured it out?
Oh, no, I was just waiting for you to be ready to receive the answer,
okay.
yeah. Yeah, you know.
You're being a polite analyst?
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Sword's going to get grabbed here and die.
Yeah, I actually have no idea what he was doing right there.
I think Nautilus was in the brush.
And Aphelios!
That's the coolest ninja I've ever seen.
throwing a boatload of shurikens. Tarzan probably going to go in for a steal here. He might even think that this is do or die.
Will he flash is the question. Getting close. They're going in together. The MF ult and MF gets in from behind as all three of them are going to die. Oh, never mind. Viper is just a truck right now, running over everybody on APK.
APK, they lose the Baron, and now with that, the respawn timer sword is almost back up. Tarzan and Irobe will be alive for the next Cloud Dragon. This is going to mean yet another ornament is going to be purchased and just more and more time being bought for Griffin. As Irobe, really good ultimate onto Ixu. Why is sword in the back line?
Well, he TP'd there.
Yeah,
onto the ward.
Ended up TPing in on the ward.
It was a little bit too deep.
Misfortune ends up dying. And then here, Irobe and Tarzan going in. And the smites.
12.
12. So, close call.
12, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, another engage here. That's Viper, by the way. He's going to have his GA, the knockup trying to save him, but Ixu says no. Irobe is going to go down too. Make that a double. Can it be more? Doesn't look like more kills, but there will be a kill here onto the Dragon and Dragon Soul. Cloud Dragon Soul being picked up now by APK. We've had 31 kills in 29 minutes, and the action just never ends.
And we take a look at how this all transpires now. This is really bad. Viper loses his Guardianing. And so the whole approach coming into this Cloud Dragon, definitely a little sloppy.
And they're going to use the death timers to just push in, take an inhibitor back away. Oh, Katie is going to get found here in the jungle. Tarzan really wanted to take him out there. One more axe, so close. Oh man. Katie is going to get away. Just a sliver of light there. Couple of skill shots going wide. Now, you know, Kiana chunks, but again, there's nothing on the map for Griffin to take.
And MF, I have to wonder how close she is to the Bloodthirster, which is going to be actually a pretty big item in just surviving the burst from the opponent when you have that shield to start off the fight. As Viper just trying to come in here, wave clear it up. Losing mid inhibitor, not necessarily the end of the game. Total damage not the allow. I mean, she's doing some stuff.
Yeah.
But unfortunately for APK, their Dragon Control this game ended up being rewarded with a Cloud Soul, which it's not the worst thing in the world. It's obviously still an advantage, it's still a benefit. Not quite as good as a Mountain, Ocean, or Infernal. And the other sad thing about this is it does look like Griffin, UCal is very close to Rabadon's death cap. Now remember, he can sell his Dark Seal as well. So he was only about 3 minutes away from it. Initially. 3-4. And he's going to be really close to it, but obviously Viper is really close to an item completion as well. So where are they going to allocate the gold? It looks like Viper is going to say, okay, you get top lane to UCal. I think that they are valuing that death cap a lot more than maybe the Bloodthirster right now as Viper goes into mid. And remember, this mid inhibitor constantly keeps eating away at the minions that are being spawned in mid. And so this is a net gain for Griffin.
In gold.
In gold, but APK does get this wave as Viper a little bit too quick to eat that wave as, okay, Ixu gets eaten. They can't just take a fight into Alawi. They did pop for Sterix.
Oh boy. Looks like Leona's gonna get bopped up. They're all fighting in the one corner!
Oh, Alawi went down!
And Viper does enough damage, but he's not able to flash away from the supreme display of talent. Solar Flare goes wide. Zoe, they're still poking from beyond, but Hybrid fighting front to back is able to take down Irobe. And at the end of the day, it looks like a 2-for-1. Or, no, a 1-for-1 only, actually. Ixu for the support at the end of it all.
Well, at the end of it all, the only people that are going to have Flash available for this next fight well, Griffin's going to have 3, and APK will have 2. So they get the Sterix, and then Irobe ends up getting picked up, but the Ornn ultimate didn't actually focus for Alawi.
Oh.
And then take a look at this. Viper, he could have flashed better to the southwest in order to avoid the supreme display of talent from the Kiana, and now getting to this stage of the game, this is when it really starts to get scary. Alawi doesn't have a Guardian Angel, fortunately, and you have to imagine that UCal about to get that death cap. Also got 1 extra stack on Darkseal in that fight. Not much, but it's honest work.
Yeah. Slowly chipping away day by day.
And Guardian Angel, I think, is going to be up on Misfortune for the next fight. So
yeah, should be.
This is going to be really, really big. And I'm so surprised, actually, that Sword doesn't have Locket of the Iron Solari, given all of his bonus HP. And the fact that APK wombos with the Alawi and the Kiana, just having that shield for everyone is so much better than getting these really bizarre items that so many Ornn players around the world end up building. Having the Knight's Vow in the Locket or the Redemption on Ornn is just so good.
It's like a support tank rather than just...
yeah, than just a pure on tank, because really, what does Ronduin's really change for him at this stage, and why are you just sitting on only the Kindle Gem when you could be providing so much more value to your teammates?
We haven't seen a lot of fights where Sword gets into a backline against the Aphelios to, you know, really get in his face with that Randuin's. Looks like it's actually going to be Warmox that does get built up here by Sword. So speaking of just, you know, singular tank items, he goes for another one here. It is going to make him incredibly tanky. More so than, you know, a Locket would or anything like that. So it's just going for straight up super tank build.
This is such a massive spike, though, for Griffin. They get the Quicksilver Sash on Viper. They get the Rabadon's Death Cap on UCal. Warmogs as well on Sword, which is a little bit strange, but I do suppose this allows him to go a little bit more forward.
Why did he ult?
Well, because the objective's coming up in 15 seconds, Valdez. Please get with the times.
No, but for
Valdez,
real, like,
please,
what?
15 seconds on the objective. He needs to have his cooldown up.
Now he doesn't have it for the fight.
It's one less button to press. One less button. All right, you just don't get it.
No, I don't.
I thought that you would. I mean,
all right, here we go. Elder's gonna go down. No Ornn ultimate. Ixu. Oh, it goes to the side of Griffin. Tarzan is gonna pick it up, but the rest of them are going down. Tarzan here is gonna stopwatch, just a little bit of a show-off move to delay. They're going for the end.
Yeah, this is...
They got it back right now.
Okay, so MF will not be canceled here, and Tarzan maybe looks a little nervous.
I think they got a... Okay, they're trying to poke. That was
really close. Now, I'm not sure what Secret's cooldown is on his Stone Plate. Ixu dealing a lot of damage. This is actually really big. Oh, from downtown UCal!
With the Elder execute! That's so big! Takes out Ixu, and now they have Elder, and they're going to be down a top laner. 10 seconds until they get their members back. They can go straight to Baron.
That's going to be Baron, yeah. It's going to be the Baron buff that's going to be picked up by Griffin. And this is such a big victory. They are going to have the Elder buff, and so in every single team fight, they will have Goku with them. Same way that Gohan did in the Cell Saga.
Yeah.
That's okay.
I thought that was the same person.
That's right. I'm sorry. You're the deprived
Goku
one
and Gohan.
out of the two play-by-plays. I get it.
Oh, they're just going in. Bullet time. That is not going to do anything. So they really tried to force that one. You could tell.
That was really forced. That was like trying to get toothpaste back in the
in the toothpaste bottle?
Yes.
Okay, easy interrupt there as well. This time around, that Nautilus not so tanky, but neither is Irobe. Look at Aphelios in the back, chunking him down. Oh, man, UCal is just putting on a show. Oh, nearly Cantus Caney.
Now, They still have Elder buff for a minute.
This game's
And
about
Sword
to get wild.
has Warmog, so you can see his HP.
Yeah.
Is going up. Sword, though, running down to bot lane, even though there's no
They can't. I don't think they can do this.
You
Can't back there.
But that super minion doesn't end the game, so I don't know why they're backing off with Elder. They should have been inviting.
Oh boy,
man.
Viper. Oh, they're all going to be knocked into the wall, but they're
They're
turning
going to
it
be
around.
careful.
Oh man, Ixu's here though, but Tarzan surprisingly tanky. Tanking it up for so long, but Viper, desperate bullet time, nearly able to do enough. UCal, incredibly low, it's going to be burst down. But at least he gets Ixu.
I have no idea what Sword was doing.
Sword's getting him. Get him, Sword. He has his ultimate. But
What is he?
you can't,
This isn't real.
Uh-oh. Well, he's gonna back away now. They're really trying to grab the minion waves, it looks like, but they might just lead to their own eventual deaths. As the desperation is real, you can see it from Griffin. They still need more time, but I think APK are just going for the end. They're gonna take out iRove. And it looks like we may be going to a game number 3 as they're gonna take down all the turrets. And that will be the end of it. Griffin not able to put the nail in the coffin, and APK will take down game number 2 in this one. What a weird, wonky back and forth that one was. I lost speech here with me.
I'm actually stupefied by the entire series of events. To the Warmog Zorn at 50% HP, regenerating, what, 150, 200 a tick? Or something like that. Running back to the super minions that can't end the game anyway, and then deciding to recall in the middle of the lane for zero reason, with the Elder buff still active for a minute on some of the members, and then not getting the Baron. Truly a Kiana's abilities really just resonate with me right now. A supreme display of talent and also the audacity.
Yes, the audacity.
I have.
You know, it's a Griffin lineup that is still struggling to get things underway here in the beginning of spring. And keep in mind, I don't think that was only Sword's decision. There were a ton of pings down in the bottom lane that were all like, oh, you got to go back. And that doesn't necessarily make it better, but it does mean that, you know, it makes me think that it's more of a team thing, like a team decision. Their communication hasn't been the best from what I've seen today. And APK took advantage of that. There were a lot of fights that felt forced, a lot of desperation, desperate plays, I would say, from the side of Griffin that just did not pan out. And they just did not look comfortable in that later game. APK able to keep their cool on the opposite side. Hybrid having a low-key nice game. Did a lot of damage. He wasn't really the highlight player of the game. I wouldn't call him the Pog either. But stayed alive in a lot of the fights. Had a just, you know, an overall decent performance on the Aphelios. Didn't mind it at all.
And the thing about the Ixu really saved a lot of situations with the Alawi damage and the tentacles that was able to come out. But again, it was Griffin. Just their team fighting is so just off from each other. Where they're losing fights that they shouldn't, and they're winning fights they shouldn't.
Yeah. Stark contrast to last year, but we'll have to see what happens in Game 3 after a quick break.
레전드 오브 룬테라의 세계에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 이것은 실력 지상주의 매지컬 세계. 자, 이제 그럼 한판 붙어볼까? 레전드 오브 룬테라.
APK managed to find a comeback in game number 2. It was not an easy game for both teams. So first, let's talk about the draft. Unlike game number 1, Aphelios was open, and we could see why Aphelios was rated as a top champion in the current meta. And also Ilaoi from Ixu, one of his very famous confident pick. Even though he lost game number 1, he stuck to this champion. He was really proactive this time, and he pulled off the game he wanted in this game. for Griffin. We are actually really similar with their color over here, giving more power to Tarzan and getting more help from the laners with the champions that are really strong during the laning phase. Griffin had a lot of reason to go with this composition, however, the gameplay was not going as they planned. This bot lane turret dive was like making all the possible mistakes. Aphelios didn't take Summer Spell Cleanse over here, so, well, it was a very easy turret dive to pull off. However, everything was going off, so first Leona took one more turret aggro, ended up dying, and also he burned his flash. But Griffin players, they just didn't want to let it slide like this, so Yukao made another attempt to take down Hybrid. However, he also burned his flash and also gave him another kill. So timing was very off, and also Griffin players did not have a lot of reason to go for this turret dive. Maybe they were like shooting some ideas like, should we try this play? What do you guys think? But as for a jungler, it's not okay to go for that dive, but what it is also giving a supporter's point of view. Well, because, well, actually, Hybrid was not taking cleanse, so there was very viable reason to pull off the turret dive, but it was the problem of the Griffin players, the way they pulled off that play. But the game was actually really going back and forth depending on every team fight. So this point was a very important moment for the players because Viper was on the carry role after the Baron fight. But at the same time, Illaoi started to scale well. So they had to be very aware of this fact. However, Viper was out of position and Secret also got a very lucky hook over there. So he immediately got punished outstepping so far, and APK player was able to collapse on Viper and they committed it in. Griffin player decided to contest for that fight, and as a result, Ixus Illaoi had a lot of powerful ability in fighting in such a narrow landscape. So the POG will be Ixu on Illaoi. Finally, his signature pick is getting the highlight. Well, some people was actually unsure about his champion choice. However, this game finally showcased why he is such a famous Illaoi player. And also, it's not only just a confident pick, but at the same time, it's a champion that is really tricky to play against. Once again, that lucky hook started to change everything around. And after this fight, APK got a very firm momentum, and in the end, they were able to break the Nexus. Ixu picked up 7 votes for his Illaoi play in the last game. And Ixu had a very easy game because he had a lot of chance to stack up, and also MF was in a situation where he was really hard to do as much damage as he could. So we had a good day from Ixu. So let's see whether it's gonna be another good game for Ixu or Griffin managed to come back. So let's check out game number 3.
Welcome back, guys. We are here with the final game of the night, Griffin versus APK. They've knocked it down to best of 1. Ixu does pick up that player of the game. He did a lot of damage. I feel like his Illaoi play is always going to be pretty solid, so.
I actually thought I voted for him. I'm not even kidding.
Oh, really?
I actually thought.
Yeah, I mean, after I put in the vote.
Well, I was voting for the champion. Champion did a lot.
Yeah.
In that game.
For sure, and he played it very smoothly.
Yeah.
So I don't mind that pick at all. And by the way, now that now that the bot lane won a game, they're out. And Mia and Trigger are in. That's
Truly
the way it is.
logic.
That is the way it is. Here at APK, you win a game, you're out. You're benched. That's not the way it's supposed to go. So they mix it up, and again, this is this duo that looks really good. Mia had a great game on his Pike, and so excited to see what can actually happen if he can make it happen here with some good plays down at the bottom alongside Trigger. And now Griffin on blue, APK on red, and they decide once and for all that Kiana is too much of a nuisance.
All right, well, let's see also now what Griffin is going to do. We're going to see if they're going to run the rodeo of Ornn v. Alawi for the bit of a, you know, for all the marbles. Valdez as Akali bites the dust. And we'll see what the second ban's going to be. Watch it just be Alawi. This will be the funniest thing.
Well, they've showed they really want to ban Rumble. They've done that twice in a row. Soraka is the other one that they really want to ban.
Personally, to me, seems like the perfect champion, actually, for Sword. And so it's
Soraka?
Yeah. It's so perplexing why they're banning it instead of just B1 picking it.
Maybe they feel internally that it can be countered, and they don't want to pick it too early.
Well, set now banned away by APK Griffin. Final ban. Rumble yet again.
Yeah. They do not like Rumble. That they have made extremely clear. That does leave Pantheon open. That was their first ban in Game 1. That Kiana did replace here in Game 3. I don't know if they would consider that first pickable. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go Ornn again.
Aphelios is open, so...
Oh, that's true. It was banned in Game 1. They decided MF is stronger.
So weird. I don't know why they would allow this.
Maybe they want to play something like Kalista.
Are we kidding right now? Is this...
Hey, it's B1 Ornn. Your favorite.
So, I mean, APK should just walk the line again and just go Alawi. What has changed? Give me the draft. Ornn, Olaf, Alawi came in last time.
Yeah, it was last pick.
And Alawi came in against Ornn again. So what is different? I don't...
It really took him to town in Game 2 as well. I don't know why you changed it
especially
up.
because it was one of the saving graces in both of the games.
Yeah.
So it's so perplexing when apparently now on the third rodeo, you're willing to divvy it up. Now, I will say that maybe that Aatrox is going mid lane, perhaps.
Then if you pick Alawi, that's a ton of AD damage already. I suppose you could potentially go Mage's bot or something like that. You know, Morgana Pike, right? They played that before.
Yeah, they could show. I mean, maybe this bot lane is like a cheese bot lane, like a sniper. It's going to come in with something as Lucian is going to get picked up. And that's definitely going to be mid Lucian. So let's see, maybe Victor, if Kaney would want to go with something super safe and durable, Victor, Orianna, Syndra, another one. Syndra can actually fight back against Lucian, but it is dicey.
Yeah, they know that a couple of bans would come out from Griffin in the mid lane if they didn't pick it right there. So Syndra will make her way onto the Rift.
And we'll see here what the bans are going to end up being. Thresh banned away. And normally...
Makes you wonder about that bot lane.
Yeah, it does really make you wonder. When Thresh is banned away, it makes me wonder that an Enchanter support would end up showing herself or himself.
Brand one time.
Pike now going to be banned away as well. Or, well, Pike going to be banned away as well. That's a little bit surprising because if they were going to go for the Pike Morgana, the Thresh ban wouldn't make that much sense unless it's a leveling game.
Ooh.
But we don't have those. We don't have those here.
We're not even at the first tier. We can't go to like tier 2.
Yeah.
we can't go to the next level when we haven't even completed the first one.
No one's picking Yasuo Gragas. If they really wanted it, they would have already locked it in. This is really just like it's like Siri's doing drafts down there. I don't even know. Alexa, what do we ban here?
It kind of
enemy team has Gragas. Must ban Yasuo.
No, you mentioned like solo queue bans. It kind of makes me feel like the players are having a really big say over what gets picked and banned.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people beginning to speculate that they're just talking about things in a complete vacuum based on their emotional feelings about particular champions.
And their anecdotal experience of like, oh, I had a bad matchup this one time, like I'm not going to play it.
Aphelios made it all the way through to second ban phase and now is going to end up getting picked by APK. So, is this the long con? Is this the bait that APK wasn't expecting? And so they're the ones now picking up the Aphelios. The Ezreal's really cool against Zyra Khan, because then you pair it with... What is going on?
You know who's
Ezreal
cool is Braum. He's from Freljord, right? It's very cool down there, I hear. Braum gonna be picked up to the distaste of...
They walked right into a mage support. They walked right into it when you draft Braum. As soon as you draft Braum. Now, I don't even totally understand what Braum's purpose is in this team composition. I guess it's to apply passives for Lucian and Ezreal.
Maybe it's to deny it from APK so that he can't block Horn ultimates. You remember how they were so scared of that they banned it in the second phase last game?
Oh, man.
that might be their thinking, you know?
Oh, Valdez, look at these cats.
Ooh. Jump.
And the dog, and the polar bear.
Yeah. It says you can download that now in the App Store.
So, this is going to be a very interesting thing. Griffin with a pure sin.
I'm glad, though, that they walked straight into it because we get Brad back.
We do get Brad.
Brad is back. He's not against... He's not against Syndra this time, so we don't get to see that cool play. You know, where he ultimated the Syndra who was carrying the blue buff. That was really cool.
Well, Braum, Ezreal, Lucian, Gragas, and Ornn. So we've gone back in time a couple of years with this draft, as it is so standard and just straight up. It tells you everything that it wants to do, and if it falls behind, it's just so wonky. Also, not the best ornament upgrades, most likely.
Yeah.
As on the flip side, Aatrox, Olaf, Syndra, Aphelios, and Brad at the very end. I think this team composition is a lot better than the opponents, but obviously if they do fall behind, the Ornn and Ezreal are going to be so oppressive. It's going to be so hard to reliably come back.
There.
Yeah. Now, Sword does have a super good winning lane. We'll see what he can do with it.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Sword can do in that top lane. He's had his struggles. It's no secret here in this series. And so I'm hoping he can come back real strong here in Game 3. Both mid laners picking up Exhaust to start. Nobody's got Unsealed Spellbook or anything like that. They just say, we really need Exhaust for our laning opponents.
Here he comes. Here comes Brad.
Ooh.
Yeah, picking up those chimes. You see that? You see that twirl that he did?
He's
Honestly,
such a Chad.
Do you have a Pengu that follows you around? Didn't think so.
I'm not as cool as him.
I know that you're not.
Yeah.
Take a look at his outfit.
What are those things in the front? Those 4 things that hang down?
Oh, you don't know?
Is that his?
It's Gucci.
Oh, it's Gucci. Oh, yeah. I don't really follow the fashion scene, so I don't really know.
And I mean, he likes to mix and match. Honestly, his hat is actually Louis Vuitton.
Oh.
Yeah, not to brag or anything. So, just wanted to let you know that.
I love Yukal's aggressive positioning already in the lane. Because he just says, I mean, if Kaney misses a Q, I can just harass. I will always win the trades. He did miss that CS, though, so I'm a little bit frustrated by that. But he was really good on a CS in game number 1. Lucian was banned in game number 2, something to remember. So Yukal picked it up early this time around. Wouldn't have been surprised to see Lucian banned in second phase if he didn't pick it on B3.
Yeah.
And I mean, Yukal, I feel like he's been the one saving grace on this Griffin lineup where I look at him and I'm like, he's okay, he's the dependable one. He can get the job done, and he's mechanically skilled. He can outplay his opponents.
Oh, Brad.
Get straightened up.
Yeah. He checked what time it was on his Rolex right there as well.
Yeah.
It's time to get a stun is what he said, so.
Well, he's certainly stunning.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, the colors as well, it's just such a...
I love that light blue. It's in season.
It really is.
Yeah, spring's coming.
I mean, hopefully we do get to look at him a bit more when the camera ends up panning.
Yeah. And, yeah, I mean, Yukal, he was playing the Zoe in game number 2, and his job was kind of hard because if he ever moved in, he was going up against Elise, Kiana, Nautilus, Alawi. Even Aphelios can land, you know, a root onto him potentially. He can burst her down, so it wasn't the easiest for Yukal to really pop off, whereas game 1 was totally different on his Lucian. This game, I feel like he can do it again, especially with the exhaust. He's up against Olaf again. So I'm excited for what he is going to bring in. Now, Tarzan is going to spot Brad moving his way in. Did he go too far this time?
Now, Mia is just looking for whatever.
Really
I like this, honestly. And again, Bard is really strong in the current meta, not just as a mage, enchanter, catcher, whatever thing you want to call him, support. That's actually his identification in the Riot database. But it's because the Chimes provide so much good XP and allow him to roam, and then because of solo lane XP, the AD carry gets so much value. And also, you know, one of the things I want to point out, well, we'll wait till we go back.
Yeah, you gotta have him in full view.
Yeah.
So everybody can see
Sword
it in
is doing the
glory.
thing again where he gets the mana due to the inability to manage his mana against Aatrox up here.
Maybe he just really likes mana.
Now, Mia is using the Bard skin that actually has the color scheme of Maya Blue.
Maya Blue?
Yeah, I don't know if that's a pun.
Oh, and
that's
Mia.
the shade of blue.
And he's Mia, so he's using Maya Blue? Is that the reason?
I mean, it could be. We should ask him.
What a savant.
If they end up winning this game and he gets MVP.
Yeah. Just go run down there.
The shade of blue that Bard has on is actually Maya Blue.
You know, there's nothing stopping you. I mean, there's no security. They're right behind us. Just go run down there. Oh, Ixu's being baited here. He's going to flash away. Tarzan not quite able to land that body slam this time around. And Sword took a bunch of damage, actually, in the trade because he was trying to bait Ixu into that one.
Tarzan now just trying to search and locate Flawless. And honestly, not a lot of stuff is going on right now. It's actually a bit bizarre the way this lane is currently playing out. Sword's going to want to pick himself up a Bramble Vest really fast against Ixu here.
Ooh.
We'll see what ends up transpiring there. Magical Tunnel could maybe come in, depends, but they wouldn't have the damage to kill him anyway. There's only level 5, doesn't have, well, just ping 6, but even still, Mia, gonna come down here.
You're distracted by the blue.
Look at the hot cocoa, honestly. Yeah. And it's like one of those like really expensive coffee shops when you go to the rich parts of Korea.
Yeah.
You know when like an Americano costs $9 and you're like,
oh no, I never go to those places. It's such a ripoff. I hate that.
Oh man.
You know what I hate is you go to a cafe here, any regular cafe, and they a glass of tea or a cup of tea is like $6.
Oh, it's so gross.
And it's just hot water. It's hot water in a tea bag.
Yes.
At home, you could have it for probably 10 cents.
The most ridiculous Americano price I ever saw in Korea was $13.
What?
Oh yeah, that was.
It's
that was
espresso
something
and
else.
water.
Aye. And there was like a
Beans
GS
made of
across
gold.
Yeah. It was really something else. So, Prestige Edition Americano.
Yeah.
Right there. As Sword built a Catalyst yet again.
He just loves that item.
He's down in XP right now. No, he's going to end up leveling up. He's keeping Ixu inside of the lane.
Yeah. He's
Flawless.
freezing.
Getting the left-hand side Scuttle Crab. APK did pick up the first Mountain Dragon. And Yucal, he's not achieving a lot in mid lane.
Yeah, it's a bit different. He's up against Syndra this time instead of Kiana. So he's not up against a melee champion that he can harass a bit more, especially if stuff misses from the Kiana. Kenny just keeping him at arm's length. That's been working out for him.
Oh, Tarzan!
Oh, they're looking to turn this one, but Flawless is in on the blue, but that should be enough damage to get Ixu. So much health regen from the Conqueror. Yucal is going to hop away. He actually flashes back. They're thinking about re-engaging, but not quite going to go for it. First blood will be picked up by the Ornn in the top lane.
And that's a nice pickup. If Ornn just starts accelerating and buying the right items, there's really not much that Aatrox can do. But, I mean, thus far, he has a Catalyst and he has a Cloth Armor. So just pick up the Bramble Vest and then start immediately going into Sunfire Cape. As Ixu right now, Warhammer and Kindle Gem picked up on the Aatrox. And let's just take a look at this one more time. Tarzan knows about Ixu, combos him very well. Ixu actually too early on the knockup. Doesn't try to interrupt the Ornn ultimate. Yucal barely managed to get away right there. Ended up picking up the blue buff. Kaney now throwing the blue buff back into his lane. He has the Sork Pen boots, and so he was playing around needing the second blue buff in order to sustain up and eventually recall into his Lost Chapter purchase. As, yeah, Bramble Vest now completed. 4 sword.
Yeah, we'll see if he has a bit better of a time in his lane this time around.
Yeah, everything else is pretty stable here. Now, we'll see what build Ezreal is going to end up going. If it'll end up actually being the Trinity Force, or if it will just be the Iceborne Gauntlet. He does have the lethal tempo, Ezreal. Presence of Mind.
He's got a pickaxe.
Yep, for the Monomune.
Yeah. So, don't really have too much information just yet. Well, we know what would happen if this were Deft. He would be building straight into that Trinity Force, and that would be the end of it.
If it was Deft, the bot turret would maybe be gone by now.
2 kills.
Yeah.
2, 0, and 1, something like that.
Yeah. Trigger
would be triggered as it goes. Yeah. See what I did? I made a funny with his name. Did
yeah.
You, yeah.
I
was hoping you would pick that up. Yeah. Thanks.
That was very good. Now I won't take it away from Twitch chat and YouTube chat to judge you.
I mean, that's the analyst's job, to make the play-by-play think he's funny. So I feel like, you know, most casts are that way.
I laughed. It wasn't audible, but I did laugh.
Oh, internal laugh?
Yeah. Let's go that one.
It's like the opposite of internal screaming, which might have been what actually you were doing. Well, Predator Gragas, he's a fast guy. He's been down this road before. Thinking about an engage there with Irove, but APK matching in members and backing off smartly. Able to get away. Now Nia on the Bard. Not the most tanky support. So he does take a bit of chunking damage, but looking to potentially come in here to the Infernal Drake that's about to spawn. You see both teams really grouping up for this one. Not going to let it go without a fight, it looks like.
Lost Chapter up there on the Syndra. Not much really transpiring here so far in this early into mid-game transition. Turret plates are going to start falling in a couple of minutes, and none have been taken this game. So if you want to hear a real game about ping pong, this might be it. You might open up actually a League of Legends lore book or something, and it just features Griffin versus APK, Week 2, Game 3. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
They're pushing waves back and forth. This is actually the most beautiful example of tug of war, as Ixu now.
He's going in on this one. Gets slowed up. Not to be, well, he is going to be deterred there at the end. Flawless coming in, looking to get the smite, and it goes to Tarzan. Not George's back as, oh, okay. Looking to try to save Flawless there, and Mia will be out after that one, so at least they don't lose anything more. And another Cloud Dragon Soul is gonna return to the Rift. I think every game we played today. No, one was Infernal. One was Infernal. Every other one was Cloud.
That's insane. You had a lot of, I believe that we got Cloud Souls yesterday as well.
Yeah, I remember a lot of Cloud Souls.
Yeah,
yesterday.
So this is very, very surprising. Sword has teleport again, likely just going to teleport back up into top lane. There's no wards for him to TP2 down in bottom. As Blade of the Ruin King going to be the build on Lucian again. Take a look at this.
Slow-mo.
Kaney not even going for the QE onto Gragas to knock and stun Tarzan away. I have no idea what he was doing. Playing extremely careful given that he had flash available, especially because this is a fight that APK could win if Syndra just plays it right. So,
yeah.
Very conservative play out of APK. Definitely a bit peculiar, and the ping pong continues.
Well,
So-
why wouldn't it? You know, this is League of Legends after all.
Yeah.
Nucal, ooh, he's gonna get axed here. He's got Tarzan nearby, and the Predator pops up. As, okay, thinking about coming in here with Predator still active. Up comes the big man, trying to burst down Ixu. Not quite gonna be able to. He doesn't have cask. It was 2 seconds. I saw it. It was 2 seconds.
Had he thrown the Q and, well,
not this time.
I believe there's a way to play that to kill Ixu. I'll wait for the replay, though, as perhaps I was missing something. As now Mia again roaming.
What a god.
And
TP
here's the
comes
team
in.
fight. Magical Portal will persist. Enough time to get Flawless out of there.
This whole cast feels like a magical journey.
What is that supposed to mean?
It's magical. It's great. Having a great time. And,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Nothing to read into there. That does mean that Griffin, though, with that play with the TP and everything, they are going to come in, pick up this Rift Heralds. Will go down. First one here at 14:30. As...
I mean, it doesn't really serve a lot of purpose right now. There's no turret plates remaining, so this will just be used to attempt to perforate a turret. But all of them are just so healthy as a byproduct
Yeah.
of what happened in all of the laning phases. As Viper, we'll have to still see. What is he going to end up getting? He only has the Sheen, so we don't have any other ability to know.
I wonder how that bot lane felt to play this game. You know what I mean? Like, Bard wasn't even there half the time.
And still Aphelios is ahead.
Still Aphelios is ahead. And they, you know, they're just keeping up 10 CS a minute. And that's it. Like, nothing else has happened.
The really weird thing is Sword, even though we're not getting a lot of glimpses up in this matchup, you can just see that he's playing so cautiously, even though Ornn's lethal range on Aatrox is really high. We're talking near 1,000.
You remember Unsealed Spellbook Ornn? With the switch to Ignite, going for kills? Well,
And
this
okay,
Ornn isn't going for kills.
Ixu doing a pretty good job. Now, I can't tell what his HP is at right now. I believe that it's at 1,400, so sort of still a few kills away from being able to Ornn combo Ixu without him being able to respond. And Lucian almost has Blade of the Ruin King available. Gragas gonna go on to Agatha.
Agatha is back.
Yeah. Okay, well.
Ornn is just okay. It was all a master plan to bait as they just didn't wait out the flash. They had 2 CCs, and there's only 1 flash. You use one, you wait for him to flash, and then you go in. It looks like a miscommunication there, if anything, because Ornn had to go first. I think Tarzan should have just waited. Didn't quite have his flash, Tarzan. He just got it now. Just came off cooldown, so definitely a big missed opportunity there in the top lane.
Well, I mean, nothing is really unfolding here in this game, so it's going to be just like game number 1.
Hey man, we got Cloud Soul.
Thank you.
That's unfolding slowly.
So we're going to go to 35 minutes, couple of Ornn items, Blade of the Ruined King, Zhonya's Hourglass, and then we're going to maybe get Trinity Force on Ezreal. We're going to have a couple of team fights. We're going to lean back. We're going to let the magic happen.
Yeah, the magical journey of game 3. Griffin versus APK. Okay, gonna dodge that one, but they force the Arcane Shift as now Viper is against the wall. They should have enough damage to take him out there. Ixu TPing in. Not sure if they even needed him there, but does secure that kill. Kaney now trying to wave clear here, but we have Shelly dropped down. And so Griffin should trade this mid turret for the bottom tier 1 and a kill going towards APK.
They do break open the mid tier 1, which is pretty valuable, especially in the later stages. Mid-game stalemates or an ultimate have more access now, as Sword has significantly delayed his ornament builds by just the way that he built. He could definitely have a Sunfire Cape right now.
Yeah, he does this every game. 3 games in a row now, same builds.
Yep. And Viper is trying to get away. Lots of spells did end up getting used here. And I'm not actually sure why Iroh tried to save him. He was obviously dead to right. So a little bit bizarre. There was no world where they could ever trade back and get a kill onto Flawless or anything of that nature. So a little peculiar, as the dagger picked up by Viper should be signifying that Trinity Force will be the purchase.
Yeah. Maybe he's taking a little bit of inspiration from last night, seeing Deft pop off on the Ezreal. We've definitely seen it before where players will just, you know, come in and say, well, that looks good, let me try it. It's not like Viper hasn't tried this before. Sword getting zoned out of his turret right now. Seems like he's unsure about where the enemy jungler is. Although they do see him now in the bottom river, and so Ornn moves up to clear that one out. No harm, no foul.
Okay. Viper and Iroh is going to be here in mid lane. They're just going to posture around for a while. And honestly, if you're watching this and you're wondering why aren't teams doing anything, there's a million reasons, none of which I would like to go into because they're all extremely long-winded and probably very off-putting to actually hear.
We've heard a lot of them already.
We have heard a lot of them, but the correct things to do in spots like this is to demand that the opponent come to you. It's to create objectives on the map via freezing.
I wonder what would have happened if they actually just froze that cannon wave right in front of the mid-tier 1.
Well, the mid-tier 1's a lot easier to walk up with, especially if you have the Syndra or something of that nature.
They
but
denied,
obviously,
like 3 melee minions.
let the top tier 1 turret die for either party. So right now, if you're APK, Aphelios is walking up right now to defend this against Lucian. Don't defend it. Just let it die, and then take the wave back to in front of your tier 2 top turret, and then freeze the wave there. And then eventually, what APK ends up saying is that for every minute that passes, if you don't do anything, not only are you sharing XP inside of solo lanes, you're also losing about 400 gold a minute to us. So not only is it more than a kill a minute, which is a lot more than they're going to achieve by playing ping pong in every lane, it demands that Griffin make a response of some sort. You get action.
Yeah, and if they don't respond, you get a nice gold lead moving into the next Cloud Drake. If you really want to move on to the Cloud Drake and not give it away, as these teams are highly valuing building up towards 4 Drakes, no matter what soul, you can just freeze it for 2 waves and then push it out. And then you have the control of the wave too, because then you decide when to push it out. And so you can make your move then. As Viper's dead. Looks like he was in the brush and then he arcane shifted away from a Bard. That's something you never want to do. And yeah, just decided he needed to get away from the wall.
The other thing here is now APK, they're going to end up getting the second Cloud Drake, and Ornn has Sunfire, so we can't actually reliably freeze bottom, as Aatrox is pushing. And UCal can't even chase Mia. Bard's going to end up having redemption soon. And even though the ornaments will make it so that Griffin's team composition is a lot, I mean, it's a lot more durable. They're not the Ornn items that are super insane, like Rabadon's Death Cap, or extra Sunfire capes, or anything of that nature. So, the longer that this game ends up going, things can definitely become interesting. Tarzan and UCal sneaking that under APK's nose, which is really surprising.
Yeah, I mean, they had a nice amount of damage.
Go. Says right here.
이제 잡은 거 같긴 해. 이제 잡았어.
Hey, we got him.
야, 미드 1차 밀어, 미드 1차.
Mid first turret. I don't know why you would say that. Ilcha, like, why address it? Just say push mid.
Yeah, I don't know.
That was, I've actually never heard it said that way.
Yeah. It's like saying mid first turret.
Yeah, in English. It's very strange. All my time listening to Koreans, coaching Koreans, I've never heard it addressed that way, so that was definitely unique.
Yeah. Mia, a unique support. He plays Brad. He's 1-0-1.
Yeah, I mean, he plays
by
Brad.
the way.
So, pretty good, if I do say so myself. As, look, he has 3 Pengus. He has fans.
Yeah.
The longer the game goes, the more that appear.
Just add me on there on the back. I'm a fan too. He's been playing this pretty well. He's not getting caught out. He's playing the mage support. 0 deaths. Kaney looking for it. But there's a ping right on where Kaney is. And so, looks like, yeah, not gonna have anything happen there. Spotted out.
The game is not really progressing all that much. We also have Kaney building a Morel and Omicron against what healing on the side of Griffin. Now some people...
I can, I'll list it out.
Okay, some people here would unironically say things like Bloodline, or they would say things like Blade of the Ruin King.
Gragas W.
Gragas W. Or
That's a very common one. I see that a lot.
One I got, this one really tickled me one time, was Triumph.
Ooh.
Yes, because you account for the opponent killing you so that you can have the debuff applied. Thank you for that absolute...
Oh, it's just so good in team fights for after you die.
Biscuit of knowledge. That was just bestowed.
Oh, man. Wow. That guy's going places.
And the book was built, so heaven forbid something like a Leandri's Torment.
What about Conqueror?
Ah, yes.
Nobody on the side of Griffin has Conqueror.
No one has Conqueror.
Yes. I thought maybe I got you there, but I was glad that I didn't.
Well, yeah, the Morello is, you know, I mean...
What? Redemption built on Braum?
You got me.
Yes. Right there, LS.
You got me.
I mean, come on.
It's not like...
Caster, by the way.
It's not like the Luden's Echo, Leandri's AoE tick onto multiple people would ever apply more damage than the healing prevented throughout an extended team fight.
And
there you go, Scuttle Crab, yeah. Syndra just stealing it away. Scuttle Crab moves very fast. Honestly, I wonder if Scuttle Crab takes after Rek'Sai to some extent.
I thought it was like a descendant of Shelly's bloodline.
Oh, really? So it is from the Void?
I don't know. I guess so.
He's
not purple, though. All the Void people are purple. Right?
Well, I mean...
Yeah, I think so.
It's sort of like how some insects and bugs are born see-through or something and then eventually end up getting color, right?
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I think I see where you're going with this. Okay, Ixu. Almost denied there, but he has to flash the wall. He's going pretty deep in that jungle, by the way, with no vision, but that does mean he won't have flash now for any potential Baron fight or any Cloud Drake fight. Both these teams fighting over the Cloud Drake soul for now. Oh, got him.
Yeah, he did.
Wow, outplayed.
Flawless, not even going to turn around. By the way, when Bard goes through the portal on this skin, it is, I think, the most adorable thing in the entire game.
Really?
Yeah, just watch for it next time.
In the whole game?
In the entire game. Watch for it, watch for it. Wait for him to Magical Journey, and then pay attention to Bard.
What is he carrying, by the way? Oh, he didn't really see it.
I mean, everyone just saw it.
Thank you for that vision. They have a lot of damage, though, and Lucian is nowhere near. Sword trying to get on in here, but that will be denied. Iroh doesn't have the damage. Can he get it? No. He was close. He hit it with this Q. And an extremely fast Baron take by APK here at 27 minutes. They were done sitting around doing nothing. They said, why don't we try this? And it worked out.
And that was a really nice Baron sneak. You know, all things considered, it was very smart by APK. Even though they were spotted out and Griffin was almost able to collapse, I mean, they're just playing ping pong with all the waves. Lucian built Infinity Edge second item, so no CDR on this Lucian either. He just sort of hits like a truck, but doesn't really hit like a truck because most of the people that he's going to be hitting actually have armor as well as HP. So a little bit peculiar there. Zeal finally picked up by him. Miramana completed. And Ezreal, I think, is going into Mauve Malmortius just to survive the Syndra burst. And honestly, Bard continues to get more and more effective as the game goes, with chimes that continue to be picked up, as well as just the overall effectiveness with future items.
야 버스
They're saying burst.
오늘 올려줄게. 오늘 올렸어. 이거 관문자로 빠지면 돼. 관문자로 빠지면 돼.
I
관문자로 빠져.
Just watch
관문자로
Warren.
빠져. 관문자로 빼. 다 빼.
And then get out.
용 안 돼. 용 줘.
Says,
we can't get
dragon.
just give it.
Yeah.
I beat you on that one.
There. Oh, nicely done. Got him.
Yeah. Play by
It's hard.
play.
It's hard when we compete for the translation.
Yeah.
Nice little. Oh, it was red here by Kaney. That's not gonna make it happen, as George now is gonna have to leave the jungle. Unfortunate for him. Not quite able to make that happen. Kind of a desperate cask there. As, man, these junglers, they're both level 12. Sad life right now on 10-2.
Death cap almost completed for Syndra. And yeah, they are level 12. And this is a byproduct of these stalemate, drawn-out games in mid where carries start eventually taking your farm and stuff because no one's actually achieving anything. And there's no team fighting that really ends up taking place. I think that we have an Ornn building a Stone Blade, which is always confusing. As APK, they're in such a commanding position right now. The ornaments are items, they are extra stats, and normally you would probably hear me harp on about how great they are, especially given they're coupled with an Infernal Dragon. The problem is this entire Griffin team composition is so ruined by Bard, Syndra, and Aphelios. And so
Imagine counter drafting.
But, I mean, even though there's an Olaf that is almost a non-factor in this game, he's still, I mean, he's a meat shield for them.
It's so hard for you to give him anything. It's like,
look, 4 fans. 4. That new one just actually recently joined.
4. Oh, the penguins. Yeah. The pengus. Okay.
Yeah, the pengus.
I was wondering what you were talking about.
The 4th one actually just got out of a BTS concert.
Ooh.
Finally made his way.
Nice.
Yeah, to join Bard here on the Rift. I really hope that we see a Magical Journey, by the way, just so you can see.
We almost saw one. We saw like half of one.
Yeah, you need to really just pay attention to Bard.
I'll keep an eye out.
Yeah, you will.
I gotta make sure.
I think Protobell is the item that Mia is actually going next. Huh. And so we shall see. Iroh never looks happy when the camera is on him.
He's just, you know, He's a Braum player, so.
And Oblivion Orbs is actually pretty valuable here.
Iksu actually looked really tanky. He's got like a lot of bars in his health bar, you know?
Yeah, he has almost 3,000 HP, I believe, or he might even have over 3,000 HP, maybe once we eventually see him.
It's probably just about 300, or 3,000. Yeah.
I think he's actually at exactly 3,000.
Yeah.
1 minute until Cloud Soul would be up for Griffin.
Forced a flash out of Viper. I wonder how that happened. Probably saw an arcane shift or something. As now we're looking for Kaney. He might have to flash this. Is gonna forego it for now. Decides to get healed up
There was
by
no,
Nia instead.
Did you see?
No. I
Valdez.
missed it. I missed it. Oh.
Supposed to be the play-by-play.
Yeah, but that was my time to talk, so I forgot.
The play was the ram into the Syndra into the magical journey. Ridiculous.
Oh, Iroh taking a little bit of damage. He seems to be just fine.
Okay, here we go.
3 kills in 32 minutes. We're about to blow that wide open. Or Griffin could just give the dragon away.
Yeah, I mean, they have Iksu up there in top lane. He's split pushing right now. There's not a real response. World Ender
They
cast.
really, really want to kill Iksu here.
They're giving up the Cloud Dragon in order to do this. Viper commits his teleport, and Iksu will
dead.
die.
And they're saying, okay, now we can 5v4 on the Baron. And it's gonna be close. They're gonna have about 28 seconds to burst down Baron before Iksu can respawn, and then he has the teleport time. But they gotta be there right when Baron spawns if they want to try to do this. Otherwise, they're not gonna have as much time as I mentioned.
Well, Baron is live.
Looks like they
And
still want to go for it.
Ezreal is really the only hope Griffin has right now. As it looks like Griffin, I think they want to just try to steal this. Bard ultimate's going to come in to stall it.
Yeah, they used a lot of time.
Yeah, and Flawless, he's going to have Magical Journey via Bard.
Yeah, look at this. They're not sure what to do. He's going to miss the ultimate. Oh, man. It looked like Sword actually charged early, but APK was already in the process of disengaging anyway, so not sure if it would have mattered, but either way, APK able to avoid any kind of engage from the side of Griffin. And so at the end of the day, you know, they get the kill on Iksu, but the goal doesn't really matter all too much. It was really just the Cloud Drake given away. And I suppose they get a little bit of push up in the top side, but nothing really.
Well, still going to be a lot of posturing here for the Baron. It does seem. As we are at 4 kills. So we're almost up to a kill per 10 minutes.
Yeah, we were before that one kill
Just
happened.
wanted to let you know that. By the way, Parasite. Oh, no, you said that you saw it, right?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you saw it. All right.
Why?
Oh, there was
Have you not?
Well, there was a showing actually tonight at Youngsan that I was gonna try to make.
I heard about your movie etiquette and not showing up and all that stuff. So.
What? From who?
There's a little guy named Atlas.
Admiral Atlas.
He's from Australia. You may have heard of him.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
That guy, honestly. You should have seen him. He left Hit right away.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he said, I'm going to go to the bathroom. And I said, okay.
And he just got out of there?
Never came back.
Ditched you?
That was one of the weirdest things ever. And don't even get me started on the Lion King.
Did you guys buy popcorn?
I bought it. Yeah, I bought it for me
One
and
straw
him.
or 2 straws?
Oh, my. You know 3.
3? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, they have a bunch of tools to check the Baron. That's the True Shot Barrage that comes in and checks it first. And APK say, okay, you got us. You got me. They come in, they have to push back the mid wave, and now they're going to continue hiding on Bush here.
I have no words, Valdez. I really don't. I'm at a loss. of words.
Okay. You don't have the best words?
I really don't
Not many words?
I,
Okay.
I
Well,
think at the end of this, they're gonna call me looking senile or something. Something. Looking.
yeah.
I'm not really sure.
I like how you didn't use literally, by the way. I feel
Yeah,
like
I gotta
I'm getting a
mix
little
it up
bit sick of
sometimes.
like I feel like literally is just used too much. Because you could just say literally and then any noun, and it's like, oh yeah, real clever. I don't know. It was good like the first 100 times, but then eventually it was just like, okay, literally
The first
this,
100?
literally this, literally that. You know. So I don't know. I liked looking senile. I just enjoyed it because it's like a song that gets old the more you listen to it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That, you know,
I
that
heard
really
too
makes
much
sense.
literally, so I was just
Now, by
waiting.
the way, speaking of songs that get old when
Ooh.
you listen to it,
They denied the recall there.
I wanted to ask you about.
Freaked out and
Yeah, you
teleported
freaked
mid.
out and TP'd mid. Now, are you a fan of Billie Eilish?
I like that one song.
What, Bad Guy?
Yeah.
Okay. Her songs are so perplexing to me in that the first, second, and third time I listen to them, I'm like, please turn it off.
Yeah.
I can't deal with it.
And then they get
something
better.
happens and it's just on repeat. And I can't,
Maybe.
you know?
Yeah.
I don't know how that happens. How do you go from really disliking a song that much to it ends up on the repeat button?
That's
That
pretty
is really
weird.
weird. I would actually really like to know what is going on in
Maybe
the
there's
human
like a
brain.
subliminal message in the lyrics. Maybe she's like
Does it say?
entrancing
Wait a minute,
you.
hold on. Maybe it says don't build Morello.
Yeah. She's got you. You figure it out after 3 listens. You're like, okay. Mia, gonna take a magical journey. This is for all the marbles here as the big engage and the flank comes in from Tarzan. Denial on that Syndra ultimate, but Tarzan the first one to go down here, sorted with that stone plate. Not gonna survive for all too long. Really trying to take out Kaney. Not quite able to though, but Aatrox will go down and the Cloud Soul goes to Griffin. But take a look at Trigger, full health, but sniped down is the Syndra. Trigger's not able to do it all alone, and they're just gonna disengage. They say Yukal and Viper too strong. And now with the Cloud Soul as well,
And
they will cede the position to Griffin.
We were mentioning Ezreal's going to be the only hope inside of these team fights, and a lot of
boy.
that.
Well, Iroh gets in there, and the Magical Journey gets him out. Mia, at the end of the day, Trigger really trying his best. He might have it, but the Braum is so good against that Aphelios, actually. And Viper just going in there this time. He was the only hope, and he was not able to get it done in this dive. He baits his whole team into it and gives a triple kill to Trigger. Take a look at Viper on the screen. He knows. No one needs to say it to him. We all know that was a big oopsie.
Why can't they just get Baron, man? Why can't they just play for objectives? Tarzan ends up evading the Aatrox knockup, and then look at Sword right there bashing his head into the wall. Not the best knockup, but just trying to do whatever he can as Viper and Yukal trying to put on a show. The AD carries stand united.
APK's doing bad.
Now watch for the Magical Journey. Saw the penguin? I don't know if you
Does
saw
he
the penguin.
turn into a penguin?
Yes!
Oh, that's
Anyways,
really cute.
right here, they raise the mid-tier 2 turret, and there's
Baron
no
goes down to
reason
APK, by the way.
to go for the end of the game, especially because Tempered Fate is going to be back up on Bard.
Oh,
There's
boy.
no way they're realistically ending against Bard and Aphelios here, and there's no reason to get the mid and
나이스!
야 이거지.
맞아, 나이스!
야 집 갔다 바로 보자. 집 갔다 바로 보자.
He said
Let's
nice.
look at Baron. And now sorry, not Ixu. Well, Ixu's the first thing I saw. But APK in the driver's seat with the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, this is, oh man, this is like the definition of throw. You know what I mean? You just got way too much, but they're trying to get it now. They find Trigger. And they have Syndra over there as well. Kaney's low. He's going to go down. Trigger stays alive just till the end, and 1,000 gold will go Yukal's way. But the big knockup from Sword, he comes in the clutch when it matters most. But Bard making it happen. He's getting them all out alive. Brad such a Chad. He never lets his teammates down.
Brad, he hangs out with the hottest dudes.
Oh, man. You know he does.
He just pulled up in the Lamborghini right there to drive them out of danger.
It was the supreme getaway. Oh, man. What a great engage, actually.
Yeah, this was a really good engage. Sword ended up finding, knocked up Kaney as well. Tempered Fate comes out, saves Kaney for a little bit. Trigger inside of the Guardian Angel, and then the damage that ended up coming out. And also, take a look at Mia on the Bard, dealing actually quite a lot of damage. And then he says, guys, over here, like in a zombie apocalypse movie. Ends up stunning up Sword. Viper, UCal not able
That's incredible.
to follow suit.
I mean, they all would have been dead, you'd have to imagine.
Yeah.
Or at least one or two of them.
And, God, stuff is happening.
Brad is, I gotta learn this champ. He's
Brad
so
is
good.
Brad is actually, I'm not even kidding. I actually think he's one of the best supports in the game if you're really good at him. Now the problem is, most supports can't play him.
Yeah.
He is one of those.
Well, when you play Brom,
I
Tom
don't
Kench, Nautilus for 8 years, you know?
He's very akin to like a Gangplank or a LeBlanc in that not everyone can actually play it.
Yeah.
There's a enormous amount of skill expression on this champion, and generally, when you see a really good, there's just such a difference between a really good Bard and an average Bard. It's very similar to Syndra. Real good Syndras, you can't even walk up.
Yeah.
But average Syndras, yeah, it's a really strong stat checker. And look, you got another fan. I think this one came right out of Twitch chat. Yeah.
Look at this.
That one straight out of Twitch chat.
He's such a cool guy.
Not only does he hang out with the hottest dudes, he also has the best pets.
He really does. He's got 5 of them.
Yeah.
And you know that all of these other champions with him are his pets as well.
I mean, he's just so fashionable as
Yeah,
well.
he's awesome.
You look at his outfit that he's donning, and I mean, I think it's pretty impossible to catch Bard having an off day.
No, we haven't seen it yet.
right
As
here.
big engage. Oh, he actually missed it, and he got crushed.
Oh no!
Oh, the caster curse. We talked him up too much. He got nervous. Oh,
Oh man! Performance anxiety.
yeah.
Striking Bard.
He missed his ultimate on the Ornn. He would have been saved if he didn't get knocked up there. Oh, feels bad, man. Now it's 5-on-4. Can they stop the onslaught? Trigger is pretty strong now. He's critting for over 1,000. He's looking for it, you can tell, with that Calibrum. Not gonna have it though. Elder's coming up. They know they gotta fight, but it's not gonna be an easy one, 4v5. I don't know.
Elder.
I don't know if you can just give this one away. Looks like they are going to though.
Yeah.
Down it will go. Griffin gonna pick this one up. And we are about to cross the 45-minute mark. Doesn't happen too often.
Going places this game, as take a look at this. Ends up missing the Bard ultimate. Going down, and that's going to cost his team
Got dunked.
the Elder Dragon, and that is extremely scary in this game.
Kaney, Viper gets in there, forces a flash out of Kaney, so he trades flash for flash. At first, it might have looked too opportunistic, but it ends up being a good trade after all. Ooh, that's a big true shot barrage. The Ezreal turns out to be the hero at the end of the day, and Griffin say, "We have Elder, we're just gonna kill you from 1,000,000 miles away." Trigger, is he gonna burn down? He's so close, the Redemption almost got him. They're trying to heal him. Can he get away? Oh, he uses that Severum ultimate. He flashes away, still alive somehow. He might be able to kill Sword, but they're trying to end the game now. Sword really just wants to get him, and finally he does. He gets the execute. An APK after all this time. Some crazy games in this series, but the Elder Drake will put the nail in the coffin, as it usually does. Just over the 46, 47-minute mark. Griffin do it. It wasn't the cleanest, but they made it work and win in 3 games.
And honestly, that was That was a. I really don't have any words. That was a very. Valdez, help me out here.
It was,
I don't know.
it was a
There was no fighting
it's a tumultuous experience.
for 35 minutes, and then there was the Cloud Drake, and then it was a you win, no you win,
Yeah.
no you
no,
win.
please.
Yeah.
Here, wait, you win.
No, please.
Yeah, it was a roller coaster of emotions as everybody chatting it up and just having a good time after their win. GBM coming over, giving Sword a big pat on the back. Wasn't the cleanest series in the world, but they say, hey, another day, another game. You can tell that the coaches are trying to cheer him up. Sword knows. I mean, it's obvious. It wasn't the best series for him, but give the guy a break. It's hard. This game of Legends that we play. Hopefully he can come back the next time stronger than ever.
No, the good news, though, for APK is that, well, first off, I actually want to say that Mia and Trigger's performances inside of the games have always impressed me more than their starting bot lane roster of Hybrid and Secret. So that's very interesting. But the other thing is, this is twice now they've come so close to actually taking wins. And so even though they're sort of donning the Jin Air Greenwing vibe of yesteryear, it doesn't totally feel the same. There's glimmers of hope, it seems, for APK.
Yeah.
As Griffin, they are plagued by something when it comes to team fighting, proactivity, and just overall flow of the game. And once they work that out, I mean, their lane phases, it's hard to say if they're solid or sloppy because everything just sort of goes even, regardless of what ends up happening. We saw Tarzan show up a lot tonight, and then we had a few George moments, but mostly Tarzan moments.
Yeah. I like Tarzan a lot more than George, that's for sure.
Sort of a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde going on right now.
Yeah, definitely. He's got a little bit of both going on in some of the games. And his game one was great. I feel like he should have gotten the play of the game for that one. But, you know, he's a good Gragas, makes it pretty consistent in game 3. You know, he didn't have any huge pop-off casks or any, like, crazy plays in that one. But he had a good, consistent, dependable Tarzan game. And Viper, again, you know, he almost threw it like that softball underhand, you know, back to APK and almost threw the entire game to them, but not what it was meant to be. Man, I was so ready to vote Mia as player of the game. I'm Brad.
I was too. Yeah, Brad.
Yeah. Then he just had to go and get nervous on us. That one time he got caught out. If he was just next to the wall, too, he could have just magical journeyed away, but that wasn't meant to be. It was next to the wall.
Poor Brad.
Yeah. Maybe next time. I'm glad, though, that we are seeing more and more Bard.
Yes.
For real. Like,
I'm just glad that we're seeing more Enchanters.
Yeah. He, along with a lot of them, they all deserve more play, and we're slowly but surely getting
Pike.
it.
We're seeing more Pike as well. So it's definitely very nice to see diversity coming in the bot lane as we're seeing highlights of the match. And right here, Tarzan getting in onto Kaney. Sword getting a pretty good ult to knock back at Kaney, take a lot of the HP away. Tarzan blown up immediately. And watch Sword right there, just knocking up Mia. A little bit bizarre. Gets back into the backline, goes golden, and then inevitably ends up dying. It would have been a lot better for him to back up and regroup with Irobe on the left-hand side as Viper really just carrying the remainder of this team fight. Watch Bard, watch Bard.
Oh,
yeah. That was the highlight.
That's cute.
Here.
I like that.
Don't let him pretend that.
Look at how good Bard is against, or not Bard, Braum is against Aphelios, by the way, with Calibra.
And this was just way too over-aggressive. And sure, if they get Aphelios, I still not even sure if they can end. Even if they get Aphelios, Bard he has the Tempered Fate, which is going to cause a lot of lockup, and then Aatrox is about to come up shortly thereafter. This was a really good, or an ultimate that cut off Caney at just the right time. And so,
Yeah. Props to Sword.
really
Makes it
over-aggressive
happen.
by APK. Their positioning not quite the cleanest that it could be. And then Mia said that it was time to get Mia as got them out of there.
Yeah.
Brought him to safety.
All three of them leave no man behind. As we're going to take a listen here.
봐도 돼. 나왔다.
We can look for this. We can look for this.
끝났어.
And
천천히. 침착해.
앞에 리콜
Slowly,
끊어볼래?
slowly.
침착해.
앞에 리콜 끊어볼래?
내가 끊을게.
Calm
맞춤
down.
처형. 야, 가지마.
Hajima, don't do it, don't do it.
끝내. 우리 안 끝내.
He went in anyway.
Yeah. And then the rest of them,
Yeah.
I think Tarzan even said, are we not ending? Kind of like questioning, like,
아,
oh,
우리 이거 진짜 오늘 방송 많이 해야 된다, 이거.
아직 많이 부족하다. 나왜 이렇게
너무
못하냐?
우리 진짜
야,
너무
나-
못한다. 잘
UCal
이겼어,
is
열심히
like-
했다.
많이 부족하다.
UCal talks
이겼으면
a
됐지
lot.
뭐.
UCal is calling him out. He's like, that was not good enough. We really need to focus and we need to practice. Like, UCal's getting in there. He's like, guys, this was not good. So I'm actually glad to hear that right there at the
He's
end.
very vocal and known
Yeah.
for having very high standards, and also the way that these games are being played, I can assure you, is not how he likes to play.
Oh, I mean, it's clear
Because-
after hearing that, right?
The other thing about this is part of the disagreements that he and Keen would have on Afrika
Yeah.
was Keen is much more slow and controlled. This is, interestingly enough, the kind of game that Keen likes to play, whereas UCal is much more desiring to accelerate, snowball, and do all that other sort of stuff, and so...
He was obviously not satisfied
Yeah.
himself. He was like, this is not okay. We are not
That's
good enough.
It's a one-star
We
review.
really need to focus. We need to practice. Like, that's all he said the second the game ended, right after they won. He's like,
Yeah.
no. Don't be happy. No happiness. Only improvement. So, I mean, I'm a fan of that mindset,
Yeah, I am
right?
too.
Especially after this kind of a play, as Sword is going to pick up the MVP. Well, the Pog. Not sure about this. As, again, he had this one good play. You can say, okay, good timing on this one. I don't know about the rest of the game, but we'll have to wait and see. As, that's more of the highlights we did see. And this is where he went in there and he killed the two of them. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about this player of the game. I've already said a lot of negative things about people's choices, but I'm going to just not say anything else. I will refrain from saying anything as they took the win. And your face kind of says it all. We don't really have to say much. As apparently he earned 9 out of the 12 votes for that one. So congrats to Sword, picks up the player of the game. We are going to be hearing from him and Viper, I believe, for game number 1's player of the game. Lost speech has nothing to say. I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason with the Intermission translation, and Griffin is getting their rhythm back, picking up 2 victories in a row. First of all, we finally got this win, but I think we have to improve. There were those moments during the game a lot, so I think we have to perform better. And Sword, this is your first POG. How are you feeling? Today, as well, I did not expect that I would be getting this one, but game went quite well, so I guess I was able to get it. So let's rewind back to game number 1. Viper, your performance on Senna was awesome. And you all already mentioned that Senna is really a good champion in the current meta. Then what was the problem with the Senna having so hard time in LCK? I still do not know. Maybe just because I played it too much? Then what was different from today's Senna and the past Sennas? The team play or your own performance? Senna is all about late game, so it needs a lot of time. So as we had a very extended game, naturally I was able to play good on Senna. Then let's check out the Senna highlight from game number 1. So Yukon actually was very aggressive dashing forward. Were you aware of that? Yes, he already made a call that he'll be going in. He had a very nice angle, so we all agreed on that. I guess that was the team's decision, and you guys were able to win that fight. However, game number 2, it was going all back and forth, but APK got the win, and game number 3 was really close as well. It was not an easy game. How did you focus on game? Well, I cannot say we were focused. Well, there were so many fights, but the side with a little bit better performance got the win. And Sword, you played Ornn in all 3 games. So, how does your team rate Ornn in the current meta? So we're having a lot of long games, so in those kinds of process, making the Ornn upgrade items is really good. It's really meaningful. And also Griffin, all 5 players are not on the same page yet, so we need to find the champions that kind of gel all the players as one team. So we think Ornn is one of those picks. But I'm not really sad because the opponent players does not really ban Ornn, because I was wishing Ornn to be opened. Then we have this game-ending team fight. So let's check out the highlight. So how did you see this angle? It's really easy to just engage on Syndra as Ornn. But this time Bard was in range, so we got a very good fight over here. Well, as soon as the game ended, what did the players say to each other? We were like, oh, we're so bad, you know. So we have to improve on our next match and come back with better performance. But still, you guys are stacking up the win. You guys are on a great momentum. So I hope you guys can figure out what's the best answer for Griffin. And so Sword, what's your goal for the split? Well, we are showing some bad starts in the beginning of the split, but we are still working on our teamwork, so we're hoping to show you improved performance to our fans. So this will be the end of the interview with Viper and Sword from Griffin. Thank you.
No, thank you, G-Sun. Oh, you're... I thought he was like that the whole time. Maybe he was. So... that was the end of that. Sword and Viper pick up the players of the game. And I do feel kind of bad for the whole team, you know, that both of them go down there and it's kind of like they don't even want to be interviewed. They're like, no, we just want to go home and practice. Like, we really don't think we had a great game. Like, this is not the kind of
that put
thing
Griffin
that we want to show to our
on the
fans.
West-hand side.
Yeah, it did. Griffin 2-2.
So definitely a bit of a surprising ending, at the very least, and this was a series. Now, APK, there is glimmers of hope there, and I think that as the season progresses, they could actually definitely start maybe moving up the ranks. Now, I don't know if they can get into playoff contention, because playoff contention teams,
hard.
Yeah, that will be hard. But taking a look at the next matchup, Afrika versus DRX in Hanwha Life Esports versus Sandbox. What a day!
This is an awesome
Tomorrow
day.
is...
And it's not even just because they're, you know, all great teams. I feel like Afrika versus Dragon X is going to be just an awesome matchup of mechanical skill going head-to-head.
Yes.
And then that second matchup is both teams that like to do crazy stuff and draft weird comps and, like, most likely are going to play aggressively. So it's going to be a great day, I think, tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to that now.
Yeah. Now, I'm looking forward to watching Summit, obviously, in the final series of the night.
Yeah.
I think
Love
he's actually
Summit.
just the best.
Yeah. You think he's the best?
I think he's just the best top laner now.
There you go. There you have it. Summit declared the best by LS.
There's no LSAK that I can go with that one.
Yeah, love Summit.
Yeah.
There you go. But guys, we're all done here. Thank you once again for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
And I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want.